Okay, we're going to try that again. I've only done about 150 of these things, but I had us on mute there for a while. So very inauspicious start by me. But anyway, my name is Tom Suter, and I am the CEO and founder over here at ATARC. And I will be emceeing this event today, along with my colleague, Kirsten Patton, who's our working group program manager. She'll be joining us a little later. Better buckle up. We've got about 40 speakers today talking about all this great work that has been done over the last year. And really excited about this event today. But anyway, ATARC stands for the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. We're a nonprofit that facilitates collaboration between government, industry, and academia in order to accelerate technology modernization initiatives. And today we call it the GITEC Awards. And GITEC was another association that we merged with about 3 years ago. And GITEC stands for the Government Information Technology Executive Council. And this association was known for its events and an annual event that they would typically do in the April timeframe. So we merged with them, very excited about that. And we're looking forward to getting back in person in May. But we decided, necessities of mother invention, to actually break out the awards from the event. When you have the event, it was just kind of like very congested trying to show these awards. So we decided to break it out, and I think it's one of the best things we've ever done. And you'll be the judge when we get things rolling here. But I want to welcome all the attendees. I'd like to give special thanks to Fidel Security, Venefi, Acquia, TCG, and Blackberry for helping us put this together. And I'd also like to thank John Sprague and the rest of the GITEC committee for helping with the voting for this award. And I actually don't know who won yet. So this is going to be as much a surprise to me as it is to you. And I'd like to put in some thanks too to the ATARC board. We had a great working session, and I think we really got a lot of nominees. I think we had about 60 nominees this year, and you'll hear from about 40 of them. So I'm going to turn it over to my government colleague that handled all this work, and my good friend, John Sprague. John, if you want to come on. And John is the Advanced Air Mobility National Campaign Support Manager, Data Control Officer, Co-Lead Cybersecurity at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, as well as is the chair of ATARC's GITEC committee. And John's one of these guys that you ask him to do something, he does such a great job, he gets volunteered year after year for doing such a great job. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing very well. Looks like you're doing well too. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you. We got the first slide up there. So just thank you, Tom, for doing this each year. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the ATARC GITEC 2021 Awards. It is my honor and privilege to be able to help out with this. I really relish the opportunity. I'm going to go in a little bit more GITEC history a little bit. Government IT Executive Council. It was established, and this is amazing, according to a White House memo back in 1966, if you can believe that. And what it did is helped senior government officials and industry leaders so that they could better collaborate in the open to work on emerging tech issues. I guess before that, it was, it was very difficult. For 25 years, GITEC hosted that, as you were mentioning, these GITEC summits. They hosted the annual Information Processing Interagency Conference, which was huge. And if I remember, some of the folks that were there told me they had it down in Florida, they had it different areas, and it was a gigantic event. In 2010, we had the first GITEC summit, and that was just a great event. I came on soon after that and went to all those. So as you know, in 2012, the Advanced Mobility Academic Research Center was formed. GSA asked later on to add a couple more topics like cloud and IT networks. Tom Suter, in all his wisdom, in 2014, renamed the nonprofit to ATARC, as we're talking about today, and expanded to topics like cybersecurity, DevOps, data and analytics, and then one that probably wasn't talked a lot about, but health IT, which is a gigantic industry all by itself. Next slide. What I'll cover today, I want to welcome everybody again. I want to introduce the award panel members. These people did a lot of great work, took their own time. Even during the holidays, they were doing this work. So I got to thank them, and I want to introduce each one of them. And then I want to go over the award categories for everybody. And just finally, like I did last year, talk a little bit about the value of these awards. Next slide. So here are the volunteers that took their precious time to go through the packets of information and do some very hard scoring with a lot of different areas. A lot of packets were turned in. And I'll talk a little bit about that. So first, I want to introduce Bill Hunt. Bill, if you're on, if you could show your camera, I'd love to see you. He's the Assistant Director, Cloud Center of Excellence at the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission. Bill, you out there? All right. Well, anyways, thank you, Bill, for all your hard work. Okay, so Daryl Peak is the next one. He's actually, Bill Hunt and Daryl have both helped out for years on this. He's the head of U.S. Federal Partnerships, Global Public Sector, Google Cloud. So thank you, Daryl, for all your hard work. Gerald Karen, the CIO and Assistant IG for IT at the OIG for HHS, Health and Human Services. Thank you, Gerald, for all you did. Raven Manuel, he's Senior App Developer, Architect, DevOps Engineer at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Thank you for joining us this year, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in future years. Keith Nakasone, Senior Strategist at VMware. Thank you for all your help this year. Melvin Brown II, he's the Deputy Chief Information Officer for OPM, Office of Personnel Management. Another new person to help us out this year. Thank you, Melvin. John Sullivan. Oh my gosh, I've known John for, I don't know, well over a decade, probably way longer than that. And he's helped out on this for years. He's the Senior Tech Advisor to the Deputy Associate Administrator at GSA and been a part of GITEC for many, many years before that. Metel Desia, CIO for the Office of the Executive Director, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Thank you, Metel, for helping out this year. Hassan Yassar, Technical Director and Adjunct faculty member at CMU, Carnegie Mellon University. Always great to get some academics in here to help us out. Chris Christ is the Chief of Operations and Development at US Transcom. Thank you so much for your help. It was great meeting you and talking to you and working with you. It's been awesome, all that we've been doing. And then Jorge Alcatraz, goes by Puma, is the CEO and founder of Unmanned Advantage. And it was great having you help out this year too. I'm the board chair, so I got to work with all these great people who are so very helpful. And you know, we had this the merger that happened, like you mentioned at the very beginning there, Tom. ATARC GITEC merged on 31 May 2018, and I think it was a great merger that happened. And thank you for continuing on the GITEC tradition of these awards. That's been very helpful and a lot of fun. I do have one more slide that I'm going to go over, the awards category. So there are 9 award categories. 5 of them are returning awards. The first 5 that are listed there. Advancing Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics Award. That's an exciting and popular one. There's always a lot of folks that apply for that one. The number 2 there is Excellence in Cybersecurity Award. Come on, we can't get enough cybersecurity, can we? We need it more now than ever. I teach cybersecurity, and I tell you, I see so much going on every day. It's amazing that it just doesn't even slow down ever. And I'll tell you, cybersecurity is one of the budgets that I've seen never goes down. Go ahead, Tom.
That is not me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Advancing DevOps Award. Always great work in that area. It's exciting to see the the way that it's being done. Digital Experience Award. A lot of times it's the way we see the world, right? What you're seeing online, what we're doing now, making that better is always a great place to be. Also, Workforce Innovation Award, improving how we work in innovative ways. We're all in the workforce, and we're always looking for better ways to do that, and it helps us out. Here's the 4 new ones that are out. Information Technology Modernization Award. I just was looking up something on that, and the other day, earlier this year, we hit the 3-year anniversary of the Tech Modernization Fund, which is related to that. So that's exciting that money's made available. It gets paid back later, but if I don't have the money in my agency to go do something right now, I can use that and go do some great work and get that funding that I don't have available, and then I can pay it back. Usually 2 or 3 or 4 times fold that you can get money back. The next one is Promoting Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility, the DEIA Award in the federal workforce. That one came out with an executive order 14035, if you want to look it up, getting rid of barriers, and it has a long list of initiatives that are associated with it. So really exciting to see that one this year. Tackling Climate Crisis and Promoting Green Government Award. This is new. Looking forward to seeing all the innovative areas that people have turned down on this one, and probably in years in the future too. And then the last one, COVID-19 Response Award. Oh my gosh, what an award. We had 7 entries for this award. First time, of course. This one hits really close to home for me, and I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer, but throw out some stats on that of what's been happening. Since January 18th, the first case happened in Washington State a year and a half ago. The deaths in the United States are over 800,000. That's directly, related. This response to what the folks are doing with this award helps out in the, federal government and industry. So it's a really big deal. There's plenty of stories out there. I've just got one in a million, and I'll just mention it real quick. So April 30th in 2020, my middle son was working at a hospital down in Richmond, and on his way home after working a 12+ hour shift, he had an accident. He had been working with COVID patients and putting in extra time, and I wasn't there, but I'm sure he was very tired, and he got hit by a semi on I-95, and it was tragic for me. But the folks that are working on COVID in any way, shape, or form, I have a lot of respect for them, and I want to say, that for me, this is very personal. I'm sure it is for a lot of the folks out there. A lot of people have been affected by this. COVID has changed lives. I'm just one small example. It's changed all our lives. Think about all the different things that we're having to do, all the masks and businesses that have closed, and the way we're doing our work right now. We'd be, normally we'd like to do this in person, see the people, talk to them. And so a lot has changed because of that. So I just wanted to throw that out there and let everybody know I feel for you and everything that you're going through. Next slide. I talked about the value last year. So this isn't much of a change, but I believe that the value increases year over year in these awards and what we're showing and driving this forward. So, we're wanting to recognizing phenomenal work. That's one of the areas. And you're going to hear about some really great work that was done, very hard work that was done. Can't wait to get to those. I'm going to be sharing the accomplishments, best practices. What better way to give good ideas to others than highlighting these best practices? Part of the value is encouraging the future effort. From what I've seen, recognizing and rewarding like this encourages others to do more. And lastly, moving the bar for the new technology, the processes, the procedures. This is how we progress as an industry, in IT in particular, improve quality, society, and help people to have more easily reach their potential. Those are the tools that we're helping with. Thanks for taking the time to participate today, and I hope you walk away with something to take back and improve where you work. So thank you. Tom?
Thank you, John. I know you're really, really passionate about this, and I know you really wanted to get that COVID-19 response in there as well as some of the others. Thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate you, brother. Thank you. So we're going to go into our first presentation. It's going to be Keith Sonderling, who's Keith is the commissioner of one of the commissioners of the EEOC, and he's presenting on his team the EEOC initiative on artificial intelligence and algorithmic fairness. This project falls within our promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce category. Welcome, Keith.
Thank you, Tom.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you, and hello to everyone. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to not only present, but to be a nominee at the Emerging Technology Virtual Awards. So the EEOC is committed to ensuring that AI-driven technologies are developed and deployed in ways that comply with federal law. The pandemic, which you just talked about, has transformed the way we work and accelerated the rate at which employers are adopting AI to manage their workforce. However, this turn to AI-driven HR technologies did not happen overnight. AI writes job descriptions, screens resumes, chats with applicants, conducts job interviews, and then predicts if an employee will accept an offer, and in some cases, predicts how an employee will interact with their new coworkers. It identifies employees' current skills and potential skills, tracks productivity, assesses workers, and picks who gets those valuable and career-changing upskilling and reskilling opportunities. Nowadays, employees fall short of expectations, and AI algorithm may send them a message saying, "You're fired." So AI is making all of the decisions once made by people, HR personnel. But carefully designed and properly used, I believe that AI has the potential to advance diversity and inclusion in the workplace by mitigating the risk of unlawful discrimination. But if it's poorly designed and carelessly implemented, AI can discriminate on a scale and magnitude far greater than any HR professional. That's because the predictions AI makes about specific applicants are only as sound as the training data on which the algorithms rely. For example, an algorithm that relies solely on the characteristics of a company's current workforce to model the attributes of the ideal job applicant may unintentionally replicate the status quo. If the current workforce is made up primarily of employees of one race, one gender, or one age group, the algorithm may automatically screen out applicants who do not share the same characteristics. The EEOC's mission is to prevent and remedy unlawful employment discrimination and advance equal opportunity for all in the workplace. Many of the laws we enforce predate by over half a century the AI technologies at use. However, federal anti-discrimination law is as applicable to employers who use AI to make employment decisions as they are to employers who rely exclusively on HR professionals. So now, outside the realm of science fiction, AI has no motives or intentions of its own. AI only has those algorithms that enable it to correlate data and make predictions. And according to industry experts, this is one of the things that makes AI attractive to employers. AI's reliance on hard data creates the potential to eliminate discrimination from the workplace by eliminating human bias from the decision-making. But at the same time, the apparently objective nature of algorithmic decision-making can result in technological bias on the part of the user, that is, in over-reliance, if not blind trust, that the robots will always get it right. In the case, the users can't lose sight of the fact that AI is self-reinforcing and requires close monitoring. So employers can't adopt a hands-off approach to these technologies because inaccurate, incomplete, or unrepresented data will only amplify rather than minimize bias in decision-making. So whatever the algorithm or whatever the decisions, employers need to be vigilant against discriminatory uses and discriminatory outcomes. Workplace discrimination imposes heavy human, social, and financial costs. But employers and developers are not alone as they navigate the promise and perils of AI technology. As an attorney who has dedicated my career to labor and employment law, I want to see AI help workers find their best jobs and employers find their best employees. As a public servant, I am committed to ensuring that AI helps eliminate rather than exacerbate discrimination in the workplace. And as an EEOC commissioner, I am committed to providing the clarity that workers, employers, data scientists, and policymakers have long been asking for. Although the EEOC is a civil law enforcement agency, I believe that enforcement alone will never be sufficient to achieve our mission. Preventing employment discrimination from occurring in the first place is preferable to remedying the consequences of discrimination. So I'm determined to support employers, employees, and the AI communities in their efforts to use technology to make the workplace more fair, diverse, and inclusive. All of us cannot fully realize the potential of AI technologies for employers, employees, whether that's the private sector or federal government, unless those technologies are applied in a manner that upholds the rights of the individuals. And I have found this to be true in the technology space. I've encountered a community of employees, advocates, engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, and attorneys who want to get this right. They believe in their algorithms and the potential to promote the equality of opportunity in the workplace. They're willing to discuss their methods and designs and are seeking guidance in this area to ensure that bad actors do not discredit the industry. The EEOC, employee advocates, and employers should all welcome this interest. The EEOC will help to make sure that AI helps promote inclusion and helps minimize discrimination in the workplace. Thank you again for having me today, and I appreciate your interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Sonderling, and shout out to you and your team. I've seen you a few times now, and continue the great work. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to introduce Jamie Holcomb, who's the CIO of the U.S. Patent and Trade Office. He will be presenting the USPTO AI ML working groups, and this team falls in our Advancing AI and Data Analytics category. Good morning, Jamie. Good to see you.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? I couldn't say it was great to start off with the commissioner, because what a great message. Let's do it together. That's what we need to do. We need to figure out the reason why we're having all this is to share our success and make sure that nobody repeats or redoes things from scratch. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's share these things that we're learning together. So going with that, and seeing that you can see my screen, what we do at the Patent and Trademark Office is register trademarks and award patents. Hooah, that's our mission. All right, PTO does not stand for paid time off. It's the Patent and Trademark Office. All right, we consider ourselves an engine for this economy. We want to make sure that the quality and the quickness of award and registration is firstmost in our mind. So we support about 13,000 remote workers right now. We're going to stabilize, secure, and modernize our systems to make sure that we can award and patents and register trademarks efficiently. The big thing that we're doing is with artificial intelligence. We're actually using machine learning algorithms to make things happen on the application space. Classification is one of the biggest ones. Now, we're using something that we say is the CPC, or the Cooperative Patent Classification. And in this, what we did was we took some of our best engineers and sent them to both the East Coast and the West Coast, and they became googly. They were googly certified. What does that mean? We went to the training for TensorFlow. And in that, it's a machine learning open source algorithms with a feedback loop for neural networks. So we can take that learning and we've applied it to the classification of patents. And man, has it worked. At first, we started out and it didn't work very well. We did not curate our data to the point where we had that golden data set from which to start. But once we did curate the data set, it took us about 6 months to figure that out. Once we got it down, the last 18 months have been set getting a precision that's better than any of our current human classifiers. Boy, you know something? Humans, they need to eat and sleep. Machines don't. And so that's one of the advantages. But the algorithms cannot replace human judgment. So we believe that AI and ML are tools for augmentation, not replacement. And that's a big deal. We really should promote that type of philosophy throughout the government, not replace, augment. And so we've had great precision in our tools, and it's been great. Here are some of the details on the patent audit classification. So what we're trying to say is we can get precision better than humans because we've had that experience over the last 18 months of millions of classifications done, and precision has been verified. Hooah. Now, it wouldn't have worked unless we thought differently. And that's what this NWOW thing is, the new ways of working. We're actually asking people to augment themselves, use the machine, but think about it differently. Don't do things the way you've done it. And I would encourage people that using AI and ML is not just using the computer or just sending it off to have some black box do your work. You have to really roll your sleeves up and get involved and think about it differently. That's the new ways of working. And because of it, it's a cultural shift in our philosophy. And we have to use these tools to our benefit so that we can augment for quality and for speed. So it's been a fantastic experience. I encourage everyone out there to go to our PTO AI portal and give us feedback. Tell us what you're doing because we can learn from each other. And that's all I had to offer today. Back to you, Tom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jamie. Thanks for bringing that passion and energy. You're getting me fired up. I feel like you're like my football coach or something. Thank you. I appreciate all the work that you and your team did. Next, we're going to hear from Eric Royal. Eric is the Director of Division of Provider System Management over at CMS CPI. And today, Eric is going to be representing the CMS CPI API Gateway project, which falls into our IT modernization category. And actually, it's we got.
Hi, Tom. It's Aaron Shoemaker. Eric is ill today, and he is unable to speak. So I will be following Jamie then, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, you know what they say about Wally Pipp, taking over. Lou Gehrig taking over Wally Pipp. So Aaron, I do not know your title. So if you can introduce yourself with your title, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. I look forward to the presentation.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Shoemaker. Unfortunately, Eric Royal is ill today and unable to speak. I am the acting director for the Division of Provider Systems at CMS. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, I lost you guys. We also have Bala on the phone, one of our teammates. And I will give Eric's speech, so bear with me for a minute here. So good morning, and thank you for the nomination and consideration. This certainly means a lot to Eric, me, Aaron, and our whole team. We are really proud of what the collective team has accomplished in such a short amount of time, considering the extensive evaluation criteria and system integration points that we had in our program. We really attempted to leave no stone unturned. The Center for Program Integrity within CMS embarked on an innovation pilot in 2018 to test features, capabilities, performance, and governance of an API gateway. And after careful consideration and review, we selected the MuleSoft for our pilot program. The tool was developed across 3 CMS virtual data centers in lower environments and later in AWS, and we support 4 pilot systems. For the first time in CPI, we were able to call and view data in real time from multiple endpoints simultaneously from different data centers across the US. We leveraged agile design and development methodologies, as well as human-centered design approaches. And we also developed a lightweight UI, all within 9 months. Within that year, our pilot proved very successful, and we had numerous other epics and user stories and evaluation criteria across CMS. So we extended the pilot for 18 months. Our partners at MuleSoft and Salesforce and CGI have been incredibly supportive and major contributors to our team's success. And today we actually launched to production. So it's pretty exciting for the team. It's a good day for us to be on this call. And now I'm going to hand it over to Bala to speak a little bit more about the detail and the production rollout.
Thank you, Erin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bala Murugan Jayarajan. I'm the product owner for the API Gateway product. We're very excited about the launch of our APIs today because of how it can overcome many known challenges with legacy methods of data sharing, such as nightly batch extracts, manual data entry, and how it can improve interoperability among organizations involved in program integrity efforts, and how it can take our system automations to a whole new level. Starting today, we are incrementally rolling out new APIs across multiple information systems within the CMS's Center for Program Integrity. Some of the upcoming interesting features include a Medicare provider API, real-time alerts on potential fraud, and a lightweight user interface that shows consolidated data in real time of a Medicare provider. Right now, the same Medicare provider's data is scattered across multiple siloed systems, so this user interface helps bring that together. Our journey hasn't been without challenges, right from setting up modern tools in an environment that still has legacy infrastructure and on-premise data centers, to complying with security and privacy policies, some of which were not ready for API-based data sharing. Some of our proud moments include deploying APIs in a hybrid environment involving cloud and on-premise data centers, and connecting data sources across legacy and modern technology platforms. Integrating our tools with a modern identity provider, Okta, to implement the OAuth 2 standard, which is an advanced form of API security, and implementing a role-based access to the APIs that cross-validates existing data use agreements with vendors to ensure privacy of the data shared. Our journey has just started. We look forward to the new possibilities that will be enabled by this API Gateway rollout. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Aaron and Bala. Hopefully Eric gets a little better, and we wish him well. Great work. Next, we have Andrew Nielsen and Yvette Gibson from GSA, and they are representing the 2021 Interagency Accessibility Forum Project, or IAAF. And this program falls within our promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce category. And how are you both doing today?
Doing great, thank you.
Just wonderful.
Great. Yep. Well, I will turn it over to you. I can't wait to see the presentation.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Yes, good morning. And we just want to say, of course, that we are honored and privileged to be here with you to present to you our program. And on behalf of the rest of our team, my name is Andrew Nielsen. I'm a white middle-aged man with red beard, brown hair, for those that can't see me, and I'm in my house with my Christmas tree in the background. I use he, him pronouns. And I am the director of the government-wide IT accessibility program, which resides in the General Services Administration's Office of Government-Wide Policy. And my colleague with me today is Yvette Gibson. She will also present to you, and she is our director of government-wide accessibility training and outreach. Just a tiny bit of introduction to our program. By delegation from our administrator of GSA, our program, together with the Access Board, has the legislative mandate to provide technical assistance to agencies and individuals in fulfilling the requirements of Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act. Section 508 requires that when agencies buy, build, maintain, or even just use information and communication technology, that they ensure that it is accessible to people with disabilities. And we certainly feel the weight of this mandate. That mandate is to provide technical assistance to all agencies and individuals. We have a very large federal workforce. What's more, depending on which statistics you look at, as many as 1 in 5 or even 1 in 4 people in the United States has some form of a disability. And that proportion increases dramatically as we age. And it's very likely that you will acquire a disability at some point in your life. And the point of so our tie to diversity, equity, and inclusion, of course, is that it really is through accessibility, both physical and digital, that we promote equity and inclusion for people with disabilities. So we're happy to share with you some of our initiatives. I'm going to really quickly go through this slide so I can give time to Yvette to talk more about one of our principal programs, one of the ways that we really promote accessibility. So we do a lot of community and outreach. Again, one of those Yvette will focus on for us through training, through knowledge sharing. We manage section5way.gov, where we provide a lot of guidance on how to make your programs, how to make your IT in your agencies accessible to people with disabilities. And we do a lot of coordination with our fellow our colleagues in the accessibility community to develop best practices in IT management and system development, lifecycle management, incorporating accessibility into those processes. Again, I'm gonna kind of skip through all of that stuff through much of what we do so that we can focus on specifically one of our primary initiatives that Yvette helps manage and lead for us. So Yvette, over to you.
Oh, great. Thank you, Andrew. So hello, everyone. My name is Yvette Gibson. Andrew already let you know my title. I am an African-American female with shoulder-length hair. I'm wearing a red blouse and with pearls, and I use the pronouns she and her. So the 2021 Interagency Accessibility Forum, which we call the IAAF, we celebrated the 75th National Disability Employment we celebrate the National Disability Employment Awareness Month, which is called the DEAN, and the 20th anniversary of Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act. This year, we were 100% virtual. What does that mean? Well, it opened the door to have over 850 attendees to actually hear from our diverse community on our primary session tracks, which were lead our agencies toward access, creating amazing content, by and manage compliance. Our keynote addresses came from Whitney Quisenberry, the Honorable Senator Tammy Duckworth, Judy Hilmer, and I tell you to Google Judy Hilmer. So our goal is to ensure that the public has the same access to information on approving and implementing DEIA incentives. And we support of the disadvantaged and underserved DEIA community. Our presenters were from all walks of life and members of our DEIA community. So one thing we do, we don't just invite you to a meeting or an event. We invite you, we give you a seat, and we provide you with the tools needed to actively participate in that event. The IAAF attracted individuals from all over the United States as well as other countries. Andrew, can we go to the next slide, please? So we are constantly refreshing our accessibility information and guidance to assist not only the accessibility community, but anyone interested in knowing more about accessibility. We've created and added new information to align with the new environment we find ourselves in, which we are actually in today, a virtual environment. So examples of this new information include how to create accessible meetings, both hybrid and virtual, and making communications accessible to everyone, not just one group, everyone in an emergency. So our training and outreach goes far beyond the four walls of the federal government and beyond the borders of the United States. And I'd like to leave you with this. The Foundation for Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity, the word that has become so important to so many people all of a sudden, accessibility, involves all of us working, living, and socializing together with our eyes closed. because if they're closed, we don't see our differences. It isn't accessible until we all have the opportunity to be successful. That is DEIA. Back to you, Andrew.
Wonderful. Thank you, Yvette. Just to finish up really quickly, Yvette mentioned the partnerships, or I mentioned also the partnerships that we have with other agencies. We're working to standardize how we test and reduce the amount of redundancy in the efforts we put forth to validate conformance and accessibility for people with disabilities. We engage with industry partners to help them understand the importance of accessibility in the products they produce. And the last point I want to leave with is that this is also, we consider part of our outreach to the accessibility community, because we hope that's you also. And we hope that we can help all of you feel like you're part of the accessibility community, because it really is up to all of us to help our neighbor, our friend, our coworker who has a disability. Believe it or not, you may not know it, but it's very likely that you have a coworker and a friend or loved one that has a disability, even if you don't know it. So it's worth it to study and to learn about accessibility. Please visit section508.gov, and that's a great starting point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you both. And I think I will be taking you up on your offer. I know with HARC, we're not a government organization, but we want to kind of like get our act together on 508 compliance, among other things. So thank you for that, Andrew and Yvette. Very important work.
Reach out anytime. Thanks.
You got it. Okay, we will. You already got a new lead. Okay, so up next we have, we're going to hear from DM Fan, and DM is the Endpoint Security Program Manager over at the Defense Information Systems Agency, or DISA. And she's going to be representing a pilot that they did, project they did, the Four Scout Technology C2C project. And this falls in our Excellence in Cybersecurity. Can we bring on DM? I know DM was on earlier. Okay, I guess we will, I don't know, we will get back to DM. So next we'll go with Steve Mcandrews. Steve is the Director of Federal Cybersecurity within the Office of Management and Budget. Today, Steve is representing the Executive Order 14028, Improving the Nation's Cybersecurity, otherwise known as the Cybersecurity Executive Order. We may have had an event or two circled around that one, and this team falls within the Excellence in Cybersecurity category. And do we have Steve or somebody else on? Okay, we're going to keep moving on here. That's one of these things. We have this moving target here, so we'll get to everybody. Next, I'm going to peek and see who we have on, and I see Darlene. So we're going to go hear from Darlene Gore, and Darlene is the ICAM Division Director within GSA FAS ITC, and Darlene will be representing the Identity, Credential, and Access Management Division team, which falls into our COVID-19 response category. Good to see you this morning, Darlene.
Good morning. How are you? I guess you hit your target this time.
Hey, at least I didn't have it on mute. If anybody noticed, I started this after about 150 of these things. Every once in a while, I have a defect and I don't take you off mute. But anyway, thanks for coming, and we'll I look forward to your presentation.
All right. Thank you for having us. And we are honored as well and excited to be nominated for the COVID Response Award. But first, I would like to set the stage for this unprecedented time that impacted normal business operations of the federal government. The ICAM division is responsible for two government-wide identity, credential, and access management program supporting the federal government. The Federal Public Key Infrastructure, which is the backbone for ICAM management services, and it's critical. It is a critical trusted infrastructure for validating federal certificates. And the Managed Service Office, USSS program, it is responsible for providing personal identity verification services to over 120 federal agencies. Both programs are critical to the federal government for securing logical and physical access to federal resources. And it was crucial to minimize the interruption of services because they are key components to mandatory telework. However, the onset of the COVID pandemic presented a different set of challenges that was experienced by many for the first time. We had entered into uncharted territory. A proper planning was essential to continue operations. The federal government kicked off the mandatory emergency telework and forced safety measures to reduce risk of exposure. There was limited access to federal building, which, by the way, all of the credentialing sites are located. As federal buildings began to close, US credentialing sites also began to close, and it created significant challenges to customers needing credentialing services and suitability services. Also, services were limited to essential functions and limited number of contacts with other employees. The Federal Public Key Infrastructure Management Authority team requires an in-person dual control for securing the certification authority. The ICAM division immediately went into crisis management. We had two goals. First goal, ensure continuity of operation for critical services. And the second goal, manage our customers' expectations and provide a level of assurance to continue performing essential functions, including managing the rekey of the certification authority and credentialing services. At that moment, I think I may have reverted back to my military days, where my role was leading a team of professionals for the mission at hand. They were ready, willing, and able. So together, we started to designing for the crisis. The ICAM division immediately pivoted to a new operational posture to continue its mission of providing essential services. Within days, the division developed an interim pandemic operation plan for GSA leadership approval. The plan was executed without significant impact to the community. The Federal Public Key Infrastructure presented to the Management Authority, the Policy Authority, the Management Authority presented to the Policy Authority a pandemic plan to protect the PKI infrastructure and to continue to produce certificate revocation lists that is critical to validating federal certificate. The USSS team developed playbooks for crisis management to address people, resources, processes, technology, and safety. However, our first order of business was to stabilize the panic, since we have a large customer base. Within 30 days, the team presented a crisis operational plan to the Federal Public Key Infrastructure Policy Authority community, consisting of representatives of all federal agencies. The operational plan included extending the life of the certificate revocation listed that led to continuing validation federal certificate and to minimize in-person functions. The USSS team initiated a command center for USSS customer, establishing constant communication with customer. Okay. And tracking closing of credential sites across the United States and the sites that were impacted by the COVID-19. During that moment, the ICAM division began to think about ways to transform the way we deliver our services. A pivotal collaboration in this transformation was developing a relationship with key US Postal Service stakeholders. The US Postal Service is a mission essential operation. You know, the mail must continue to go on, rain, sleep, regardless, the mail will continue to go. And we were seeking an opportunity to leverage that status. We began to imagine the possibility of reforming the way we deliver PIV issuing services. The collaboration led to the first ever federal service delivered by US Postal storefront operation. That is pretty significant, and during the COVID. So our second order of business was to really examine the impact. What is those? Think about those possibilities. GSA and USPS collaboration led to launching the USS Point Pilot, deploying 7 credentialing sites in the Washington, Maryland, and Virginia area. It was during the midst of COVID, and within 6 months, the ICAM team came together with the US Postal Service and collaborated on a plan that not only continue operation, but more importantly, sustain PIV card issuance service for future events that may impact the services. Additionally, the team coordinate with relying parties supported by the federal public key infrastructure to promote and prepare their network environments for the extended certificate revocation list and to eliminate or minimize denial of service impact. As a result of their effort, there was 0 impact to the federal FPKI community. The federal public key infrastructure remained highly available, especially with the increase of the network traffic due to telework increased population. The USSS pilot serviced over 21,000 PIV card applicants, and the pilot changed customer experience, ended up receiving a 90% satisfactory rating for customers. So that's not bad for performance under the crisis. Through all of this, the division took away some of key lessons learned. We learned that the ICAM division is highly adaptable with regards to environmental changes that affects the ability to perform mission critical operations. The backbone of the FPKI establishes trust, and that trust extended itself into relationships with communities, which made it easier to transition the operation. The emergence of the hybrid federal workforce and the shifting population required USXS to extend and expand its services. Additionally, the mechanism for credentialing services was now changed to include other microservices that could be extended out beyond the USXS customer base. If I take a step back and I reflect on the year and the efforts of the division, I am reminded once again, I am retired military, so forgive me for entertaining you, of my military days. Preparations was paramount to ensure you were able to meet the moment when it arises. The ICAM team rose to that challenge, transformed the service during the pandemic, focused on managing the crisis, and the team minimized service interruption. So the team, the ICAM division team, are true rock stars. You can go to the next slide. They rolled up their sleeves, they dug in, they did the work that was needed. Thank you. And again, thank you for the nomination.
Oh, thank you, Darlene. Thank you for your work and leadership. And Darlene works with us in our identity management working group, and we've got some big plans for a lab and doing some playing around with a few different ideas there. So thank you again, Darlene. I appreciate it. I think we have Steve Mcandrews available, and Stephen is the Director of Federal Cybersecurity within the Office of Management and Budget, and he is representing the Executive Order 14028, improving the nation's cybersecurity, otherwise known as the Cybersecurity Executive Order. As I said before, we've had just 1 or 2 webinars on that topic, I believe, and this falls, of course, in our Excellence in Cybersecurity category. And I think we have you via telephone, the old-fashioned way, Stephen.
Good morning. Hopefully, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you fine. You sound fantastic.
Excellent. Excellent. First, let me apologize. Having some connectivity issues this morning, but happy that I'm able to join. So yeah, I'd love to just talk a little bit about the project. And as you said, we may have only had a few engagements, totally not enough on the Cyber EO. And we're always happy to do more, especially talking about our favorite topic, Zero Trust. And again, I'll run through it really quickly. Again, thanks again to ATARC and those that nominated this team and those that supported us throughout this initiative. In the wake of SolarWinds, OMB, which again we're closing it, we've hit about the 1 year mark right now. OMB, CISA, and the NSC recognized quickly that a great shift in cybersecurity was needed to move all of the federal government to a more secure posture. Executive Order 14028 was signed on May 12th of this year. The executive order set numerous activities in motion with rigid timelines associated with them. The EO focused on an array of new and innovative methods to solve government challenges, such as implementation of endpoint detection, or EDR, identification of critical software, SBOMs, and leaning heavily into log management. And most importantly, Zero Trust, of course. There's even more, and I could go on for another 10 minutes talking about all of the other initiatives that this EO put into motion. What I really want to talk about, and one tying into the latest, cyber concern that's going on with Log4j, it has, really again re-emphasized how important this EO and the work that we're doing is to the federal government and to the, the greater internet as a whole in the country. By prioritizing and understanding that, visibility into network detection, asset management, and identifying of incidences and how to recover from these incidences are just absolutely vital. But especially in this one, I really want to talk today about how fantastic this team has been. The one thing I love about this nomination and talking about this is actually identifying not just one, portion of the overall government team. This is a collaborative environment between CISA, NIST, OMB, the NSC, and so many other people that we need to recognize across the federal government. I really can't stress enough that this project could not have been successful from the rollout of all of the great work that NIST has done, all of the great priorities, policies, and support that CISA has shown us, and DHS as a whole. This team has come together really in a collaborative spirit to make sure that we're moving forward and we're making the best sound policies for the federal government as possible. Just again, I can't stress enough how wonderful this has been to work with this team. We have spent numerous nights, weekends, early mornings on phone calls, Zoom calls, chat, you name it, to work through, critical challenges, critical issues, and just talk through the problem. We've also worked really closely with our agencies, our agency partners, to make sure that we're building out policies and roadmaps that make sense to them as well. And of course, all of this comes with the necessary funding. We really need to make sure that we continue to fund this and make sure that it is a priority going forward. One last thing, I really want to make sure that we're stressing, again, this is just the beginning. This was an incredibly challenging but rewarding process and initiative. However, the greatest work is still ahead of us. There's still going to be a lot of work that needs to go into implementation, assessments, constantly reviewing and making sure that what we're doing makes sense for the federal government as a whole, and assessing and redirecting where necessary. So again, we're going to continue to partner with our agencies, with the industry, to make sure that we're getting their feedback. Again, industry feedback was absolutely critical in the lead up to the Zero Trust strategy development, making sure that we got as many stakeholders in the room, proverbially, to make sure we brought the best and greatest ideas forward to make sure that we can be successful. Again, in closing, I just want to thank everyone on this board, and I want to thank everyone for taking the time to acknowledge this project, and can't stress enough how proud I am of the team, from Harry to Barbara to Kevin to my own team, from Nicole, Mayor, and Marina. Again, thank you so much.
Yes, and I got to applaud you, Stephen. I mean, I reference this patent quote that I keep on my desk: "A good plan today is better than the perfect plan tomorrow." I'm glad you got it out. I think it's definitely spawned a lot of conversation and realignment of plans, and I applaud you and your team. That was a great piece of work there. Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
No problem. So thank you, Stephen. Next, we have with us Tom Beach with the FDA, and Tom recently got there. He's Director of Data Governance at the FDA. How are you doing today, Tom? I know you're on.
I am.
Is this like
you
your
can
first
hear me okay?
public appearance or something since you got there?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me okay and see
Great.
me okay?
We can hear you. You're in good shape. Thank you for coming.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best to share screen here too. All right. That's not the screen. Okay. Share screen 3. All right.
Yeah, it should go pretty easy.
Is it showing up?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for this opportunity to be here and present. And honestly, yes, I just landed at FDA. This work was done back when I served as the interim chief data officer at the Department of Commerce. And just being nominated, I think is really important, and not for me, for the fact that the recognition of CDOs. And if you don't know what a CDO is, run out and find one and learn all about it. Chief data officers have been around for some time, but in government, they've been part of the Evidence Act, which was signed about 2 or 3 years ago, and created the role. And it's not often that the chief of a particular area is created, certainly by legislation, and also alongside of things like the chief information officer and the chief financial officer. And I apologize, I live right under the flight path of Marine One, so apologize. Okay, so moving forward to the CDO Council, you know, I got the pleasure and opportunity to serve as a lead for the data skills workforce group, and that certainly is a mouthful, and there's we could spend hours on what exactly all that means. But I want to take a step back and recognize the CDO Council, and if you all can see this is sort of the structure of this newly sort of formed council. For those of us that have served on it, it is relatively new, but we spent the last year or so on a lot of key deliverables. If you go to a web page called cdo.gov, you can learn all about the great efforts that were led under the leadership of Ted Houck. If you haven't heard of him, was at USDA and now at OMB, and Dan Morgan of Department of Transportation. These are some phenomenal folks in government. Making a difference by leading this. And leading a council like this is no easy feat in all of our free time, and certainly recognizing the challenges of the last year. I think we got a lot done, which is exciting. And as you can see, I serve as one of the work groups here, just for orientation. And also to buttress this conversation, something called the Federal Data Strategy. When it came out, the first one, there's a second year 2 now, identifying opportunities to increase staff data skills. And this is just hugely important. And it's been exciting to see some of the other presentations of the great work that's being done. But without the data skills, I don't know how we get these things done. And in recognizing in government, the average age of someone in IT or CIO is much higher than you would imagine. This is an important component to our competitiveness as a country, and certainly in the business of serving our people through government. So it's something that's become a passion of mine that I really come to recognize the need, the effort. It's a very exciting time to be a part of this. A lot of chief data science jobs, even this term data scientist is being tossed around. I know it's a buzzword, but OPM is really looking at a classification for a federal series of employment that's data science, and that relates a lot to the CDO effort as well. The chief data officers, they're kind of part and parcel to each other. So it's very exciting times. I've noticed too. I've been asked to speak at my alma mater at Georgetown, and a lot of universities have these data analytics programs, certificates, and they're nested sometimes in MBA school. And I just want to share that with the group, is that sort of look around where things are changing. And at the university level, they're recognizing the need of data science or data skills combined with some sort of expertise in an area, right? And that's how we recognize this data skills working group, and how did we sort of divide and conquer the understanding of what data skills even means. This is here to show you that chief data officers have been in their role, if you add this up, less than 5 years, almost 75% of them. So it's a new thing in government. Being part of the illustrious culture change, or being a startup in government, is a challenge. It's the space that CDOs reside in, but these are important decisions to be making today, certainly as a part of a council, and creating the work streams around data skills for the future, right? We're doing this now to buy in and have our investment realized years from now. So important conversations. The data skills working group was chartered, came together, all walks of life throughout government that were interested became a part of it. I really can't thank the team enough for participating. I kind of think of myself, by leading is getting out of the way of the smart people to share things through these processes. And so we stood up the data skills working group. We had, multiple presentations. We got to find out who's doing what, where. It's just tremendously exciting. And just, one of the goals of the working group, is you'll see 2 here and one on the next page. This goal 1 of the charter was to create a knowledge base, and that knowledge base meant creating a community of practice of those that are in this business and are doing these things and making the changes in an organization as it comes to data skills. And it's amazing what's out there. Incredible work being done, at State Department, USDA, Army, elsewhere, where folks are taking up arms on combating the fact that data skills matter, and less about what my role is and the way things have been thus far, and more about change. And so this data skills working group came into play. The long and the short of it is, I'll cover some of the ground as what we did this last year, but it was a lot of effort. It's the coalition of the willing of folks that care about this. So routine meetings and participation, facilitation, all that good stuff. And again, the Cdo Council really is the glue that keeps these types of things running. So I thank the team at GSA over there, our senior advisor, Ken Ambrose, and others that have served on it. And we were able to say, okay, we're not going to talk about it, we're going to deliver on it. So this working group created a core team. And the core team wasn't just CDOs. And the recognition that data skills and data skills development is something that the CDOs are taking up, because, it's not the responsibility thus far of the CIO to make sure folks have data analytic skills. They have other things to focus on. And certainly our CHICOs, our chief learning officers, our chief hiring officials, they're hiring for everyone. So where do we fit in on this sort of map? And so that's why we took up the approach of doing data skills catalog and these case studies. And I'll talk about these deliverables. They're on resources.data.gov. You can go there and find them. They're very comprehensive. You can see all the different programs that were done. And we took the time, built the team, and were able to successfully create these, much like an IT project. We were agile, we scrummed, we pulled all this together. So these resources are available to look at. And I would say, take a look at them. It's great work from the team. And it's not often when we talk about these type of efforts that we have tangible deliverables. So I'm very proud to be a part of this team. So again, I thank you for this opportunity. And it's really more about the Cdo Council and the team than it certainly is about me. So I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, thank you for your work. I definitely like to work with you all, because that missing link is, I get all these data skills. How does that help me in my job? How do I advance? And I think we've got an initiative we're trying to do with OMB that I think we need to talk. But anyway, good stuff. Great presentation.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Next, we are moving over to the U.S. Navy. We are going to be hearing from Julianne Lefevre. Julianne is the Log IT Deputy Director within the U.S. Navy, and she's representing Log IT Portfolio, PEO Manpower Logistics and Business System Project, and which falls in our IT modernization category. Julianne, do we have you online? I think we were having some video issues, but I think we got you on.
You do. Thank you, and good morning.
Great.
Can you hear me okay?
Great. We can hear you fantastic, and we are moving slides behind the scenes for
Okay.
you.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. So good morning, everybody. As the gentleman mentioned, I'm the Deputy Director for the Log IT transformation effort, which falls under the Navy's PEO for Manpower, Logistics, and Business Systems, and we fall under the NAV War Syscom. For those of you who know the Navy a little bit better. So we were nominated for this award based on our ServiceNow IT SaaS implementation in an IL4 environment. So we were charged with demonstrating that we could leverage an IT solution to build a digital acquisition program baseline, or APB, which outlines the overall cost of the program, and in our case, a portfolio of over 200 programs, as well as the acquisition milestone schedule and the capabilities being delivered by those IT solutions. An APB serves as the agreement between the milestone decision authority, the PEO, and the program manager. So just a little bit more about the project overview. The purpose of the pilot that we leveraged ServiceNow's out-of-the-box capability was really to demonstrate that we could manage the log IT portfolio's cost, schedule, and performance, utilize a single repository of information, which is currently only available in Excel spreadsheets and PowerPoint, provide aggregation and drill down capability at multiple levels for that cost, schedule, and performance data, enable portfolio management and application rationalization for over 200 systems within the portfolio, and assist stakeholders in decision making. So moving on to the next slide, which is just intended to show a brief overview of the log IT portfolio, which spans the maintenance and repair, lifecycle management, and supply chain areas within the Navy. On the left, you'll see the 4 main lines of effort, and they're color-coded and include the naval repair, maintenance, repair, and overhaul, which is in turquoise, the naval product lifecycle management, which is in green, the naval supply chain management, which is in orange, and then in dark blue, the integration and infrastructure area. In the middle, you'll see a subset of the 200 legacy systems that make up the portfolio. And then on the right, you'll see the 6 major programs and solutions that we're modernizing to. So basically, all the systems in the portfolio are aligned to those 4 lines of effort. And the intent is to modernize the logistics systems within the Navy and migrate from the 200 in-service systems to the main 6 systems on the right-hand side. So all the data loaded in ServiceNow is aligned to the lines of effort as well as those 200 systems, and includes the cost, schedule, and performance information for all 200 systems. I'll just touch briefly on the next slide, which talks about cost. Again, we collected cost information and loaded that information into ServiceNow, and a few of the dashboards that are generated by ServiceNow are shown at the bottom. And again, we have that aggregation capability up to the line of effort, as well as at the lowest level for each of the systems of the 200 systems in the portfolio. And then slide 5 just shows a brief summary of the schedule data we collected. Again, within the Navy and the acquisition community, the main schedules that we're looking at include the acquisition milestones, as well as those limited deployment or minimum viable product delivery schedules. So for each of our 4 modernized programs, we have schedule information that outlines the various releases of capability. And then moving to slide 6, again, this just shows the capability information and some of the dashboards that are produced that show the various capabilities that are delivered by the 4 modernized programs. And again, within the DoD, we have something called the Business Enterprise Architecture, and all of our capabilities align with the Department of Navy BEA. And then I'll just briefly touch on slides 7, 8, 9, and 10. In addition to the cost schedule and performance information that was loaded, we expanded the pilot out to be able to do what if budget scenarios, just to aid in making decisions if congressional marks come down or if additional funding is made available at the end of the year. We also added capability search capability to aid in the application rationalization and legacy system sunset planning. So we're able to search and determine what capabilities a specific system has or the modernized systems. And we're also able to search and determine how many systems provide a specific capability. This was critical in helping us define the sunset or legacy sunset migration schedule and provide a timeline to our milestone decision authority when we'd be able to sunset those 200 legacy systems. And slides 8, again, just some screenshots and some of the dashboarding capability of ServiceNow that shows what happens if you want to do a what if scenario for those congressional marks. And then slide 9, again, just some screenshots that show the capability searches by system. And then slide 10 are the searches for a specific capability. And again, aids in that sunset migration solution. And then just to wrap it up, so the impact of our IT project, really 3 main key areas. The first one is we established our acquisition program baseline, which digitally depicted the cost, schedule, and performance requirements of the portfolio. Up until now, the APB has always been a paper document that's been routed and coordinated over several months period of time up to that milestone decision authority. So now it's digital, right? It's real time. We're able to view that data and anyone can go in the system and run reports and see the information. We also have the ability to track progress against the baseline using ServiceNow. So ultimately, this just opened up the door for a new way to manage DoD acquisition and move away from those spreadsheets, PowerPoint documents, and then also have that dashboarding capability to aggregate data or drill down into a single model. And then finally, as I mentioned, we were able to develop legacy system migration schedules, to ensure an effective transition from the legacy systems to the modernized systems, ensuring that we don't lose any capability during that time, and also understand the budgets associated with that. So in a nutshell, that was the impact of our ServiceNow implementation. So thank you for listening, and thank you for letting us share our story. That's all we have today.
Thanks. Well, that was a lot. Julianne, thank you for that. I think we have 25 working groups. You hit about 12 of them. So having worked on the NSCI and some other issues, I know this app rationalization project, it's impressive, and then you throw in low code on top of it. So look forward, congratulations again, and we look forward to having you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we are going to, thank you. Next, we are going to go with Dr. Marie Bernard from NIH. Today, Dr. Bernard is representing Scientific Workforce Diversity Office, National Institutes of Health, and this team is following within our promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility in the federal workforce category. Good morning, Dr. Bernard.
Good morning. Can you see my slides?
We sure can. We can see your slides. Welcome this morning.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm really honored to be able to represent our office. As mentioned, I'm the Chief Officer for Scientific Workforce Diversity. You may wonder, why is there a need for such? Because the types of problems that we're trying to address at the National Institutes of Health, biomedical problems, are huge. They're 50 times larger than this elephant is represented, and you need to come at it with a lot of different perspectives because we're basically working sightless here. And thus, this position was established in 2014 to enable NIH and NIH-funded institutions to benefit from the full range of talent that's out there to foster creativity and innovation in science. And we are thought leaders in the science of scientific workforce diversity, using evidence-based approaches to catalyze cultures of inclusive excellence. We do this by building the evidence, using NIH as a test bed, disseminating the evidence throughout the full scientific community, and acting on the evidence, piloting things, focusing institution-wide. Our definition of diversity is broad. It includes racial and ethnic groups that have been underrepresented based upon the National Science Foundation, people with disabilities, people from disadvantaged backgrounds, women at the graduate level and beyond. Some of our evidence building was our leadership of the Workplace Climate and Harassment Survey for NIH in 2019, which led to significant changes in policy relative to sexual harassment and other forms of harassment. Our leadership of 3 COVID-19 surveys in 2020, an internal one and one looking at institutional leaders and at individual researchers, with more than 45,000 responses that's led to changes in NIH policy. We've launched the Scientific Workforce Diversity Seminar Series that has been very popular, with more than 1,000 participants addressing issues like implicit bias training, anti-racism, the benefits of faculty cohort recruitment. And we serve as thought leaders, contributing regularly to high impact scientific journals like Nature and Science, and a blog that reaches now some 15,000 people and counting. Acting on the evidence, we established something called the Distinguished Scholars Program. That's a cohort recruitment effort that brings together scientists who are interested in diversity, and it's been associated with a significant increase in underrepresented group scientists being in the NIH tenure track program, going from 8.1% in 2017 to 14.6% in 2020. And building on that, we've led across NIH the development of something called the Faculty Institutional Recruitment for Sustainable Transformation, or FIRST initiative, that's giving outside institutions the opportunities to replicate the Distinguished Scholars Program. And I'll elaborate on that more later. We also co-lead an NIH-wide initiative called NIH Unite. This came about by the events of 2020, where we saw the disparate morbidity and mortality for people of color from COVID-19, where we saw the videotaped murder of George Floyd, and it was punctuated just a month after we publicly announced this by the killings of 6 Asian women in Georgia. We felt in the summer of 2020 that racial and ethnic injustice in our country was being brought into sharp relief, and it was the responsibility of all of us to act, that we could not be silent. And thus, we at NIH developed a shared commitment to address structural racism in the biomedical research enterprise. Our initiative, called Unite, represents 5 interacting work streams: one, to understand and stakeholder experiences; another, to do new research and help disparities, minority health and health equity; improve our own internal culture and structure so we can role model for what we expect of the outside world; to be transparent, to communicate, and to be accountable; and focusing also on the external research ecosystem that we fund. What are the changes in policy, culture, and structure that are needed to promote workforce diversity? Francis Collins, the NIH director, when it was unveiled February 26, made the statement and an apology to individuals in the biomedical research enterprise who had endured disadvantages to structural racism, and made the commitment that we would find new ways to support diversity, equity, and inclusion, and dismantle any policies that may have harmed our workforce and our science. To that end, we released solicitations for transformative health research to address health disparities, committing up to $58 million. 11 awards were announced in October, 6 just in general to address that topic, 5 at minority serving institutions, and there's going to be an additional competition this fiscal year for additional funds for minority serving institution focused projects. We also, as I alluded to, have the Faculty Institutional Recruitment for Sustainable Transformation opportunity to create cultures of inclusive excellence, just like the Distinguished Scholars Program, bringing in cohorts of individuals, looking institution-wide at what the climate is, and with a coordinating center. We have our first set of awardees who were announced just in October. We anticipate in fiscal year 22 and 23 having additional cohorts added, and Morehouse School of Medicine is serving as the coordinating center for this. We have now, for the first time, a component in scoring of grants, plans to enhance diverse perspectives. Diversity is broadly defined here, but this is the first time for us to be able to consider diversity when scoring a grant. And we're going to be very interested in the impact that this has on the diversity of the scientific workforce. We're being transparent. We are now posting data by race, ethnicity, and disability status on the researchers that we fund. This is in addition to what was previously there with regards to gender and career stage. And we are being transparent about our own internal data by race, ethnicity, and by job categorizations. And we now have the ability for outside researchers as well as our own staff to report when they see instances, not only of sexual harassment, but of racial discrimination, sex, gender, religious, ethnicity, disability sorts of problems. We're really honored. I particularly, as co-chair of this overall initiative, working with the principal deputy director and the deputy director of management and 80+ volunteers across NIH to move this initiative forward. And I'm also really honored to serve as the Chief Officer for Scientific Workforce Diversity with Dr. Charlene LeBeau, Senior Advisor, and a really, really talented group of individuals in the Coswood office. We'd like you to remember, great minds think differently.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bernard. That's a great presentation. I'm so glad, we suggested this promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, accessibility. We've gotten some really good inputs, and we'll bring you back on a future program. Thank you so much. Very important work. Next, I'm going to turn over the program in a second. I do want to give a shout out to my colleague, David Yang with ICF. We were kind of going down memory lane with ATARC and GITEC, and David was really instrumental in helping me form ATARC and giving me the idea. He also, was the person that kind of suggested that we merge with GITEC and helped facilitated that. He's always one of these guys that chips in on everything. I think he has like 4 or 5 nominations he helped bring to the table here. But he texts me when I'm and Kirsten, you may have missed it. I got texted. I was on for about the first minute on mute. So you can't do worse than me to start off a program. So, but I also want to introduce my colleague. I'm very proud of her. She is our working group program manager at ATARC, Kirsten Patton, and many of you know her from the working group. She also moderates a lot of these webinars that we do. And I'm going to turn the program over to Kirsten.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, everyone. Up next, I will be introducing our presenter, Jeff Rhodes from OPREM, presenting on the COVID vaccination form project. This project falls within our COVID-19 response category. So Jeff, over to you.
All right, good morning. Can everybody see my screens okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, well, my name is Jeff Rhodes, and I'm the product owner for Microsoft 365 at the Office of Personnel Management. It's my pleasure today to discuss our COVID vaccination form project. And our task was to rapidly implement the August 2021 certification of vaccine status requirement and do it in a secure and effective way that would allow results to be tracked and reported. There was not an existing system in place to do this, so we needed to come up with something new. An internal working group wrote the desired questions and associated Privacy Act statements and other disclosures. Our team then got to work on an efficient solution to securely collect the data and report on it in real time. With OPM's recent adoption of the Microsoft Power Platform and the rest of the 365 suite, this looked to be a good source for a solution. Specifically, we use Microsoft Forms, Power Automate, SharePoint, and Power Business Intelligence, or BI. Because of the capabilities of this new technology and the expertise from across the agency, we're able to design, test, and field this system for over 3,000 people across OPM within 3 days. So let's look at the details. We started by creating a private Microsoft team with very limited members. This gave us an associated SharePoint site and a place to hold our form. Our Deputy Chief Human Capital Officer, Carmen Garcia, then designed the Microsoft Forms implementation, added the questions and disclosures, and moved it to the private team. Forms took care of the authentication of the user via Microsoft 365. This was an important step to significantly reduce the complexity of the system. We then used Power Automate to launch a workflow each time a user answered the questions and submitted the form. This flow created a new SharePoint list item or row, logged the user, and copied each question response into its corresponding SharePoint column. The SharePoint site came from the private team, as I mentioned. We created a custom list to hold the user information as well as the answers to each question on the form in order to accept the submissions from the Power Automate workflow. Understanding the sensitivity of this data, we focused on cybersecurity and privacy. So we set the SharePoint list so that users could not see anyone else's data, even if they were somehow able to get to that list itself. The last step was to create a Power BI dashboard that was very locked down via a shared workspace. So only a very few people had access across OPM. One technical challenge was allowing users to submit new information as their vaccination status changed. We used grouping and custom columns to create an is most recent submission column that we could use as a filter. This allowed us to only use the most recent information for each employee. The dashboard had additional filters and slicers to allow human resources to get exactly the data they needed to report and to export it to a delimited file if desired. The project was highly successful with very few calls to the help desk and no technical issues. Our human resources team was able to report key data and update leadership on vaccination status. When the executive order requiring verification of vaccine status was announced, we shifted gears a bit and added Power Apps to the mix. Thanks, Department of Transportation, for partnering with us. And that technology was better suited than Microsoft Forms for uploading and editing the documentation. We kept the model I've described for the religious exemption part of the process, and it has worked very well. Another positive outcome of this project was the experience gained in creating similar applications to increase productivity and ensure a safe workspace. As I mentioned, Carmen Garcia was a huge help in both creating the original form and in defining requirements for the Power BI dashboard. Andrew Fabrizio kept us on track, documented the solution, and helped communicate with all parts of the agency. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We really appreciate that. Up next, we will be hearing from Alan Hilmer. Alan is the branch chief within the Enterprise Management Office inside of OPM. And today, Alan is representing the OPM Retirement Services Call Center Implementation Team. This team falls within the IT modernization category. Alan, over to you.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Let me go ahead and start my PowerPoint. One moment, please. Good morning. My name is Al Hilmer, and I've had the great fortune to lead the Enterprise Project Management Office at the Office of Personnel Management. Every day I have the opportunity to work with men and women focused on supporting our future, current, and federal employees. At OPM, our retirement services call center provides a range of answers to annuitants about their retirement benefits, issues, and more complicated situations. Regardless of whether the annuitant was a veteran who served in our armed forces, an employee who worked on energy policies, or a NASA astronaut, our retirement services call center helps them get all the answers to whatever questions they have. In the past, the retirement services call centers handled over 5,000 calls a day and often had peaks of over 20,000 busy signals per day. None of us wants to think about our parents or grandparents or other family members trying to get information about their benefits and enduring busy signals require them to call again and again. In short, the legacy system that we had was just outdated. It needed to be replaced. Under a partnership between OCIO and Retirement Services, we were able to envision, procure, implement, and train our team on a call center system that other people would recognize as a responsive call center experience. Our OPM procurement team was great and assisted us through the use of the NASA SOUP acquisition process. And in OCIO, we provided project management and technology expertise to help select a vendor team of Insight Public Sector and Nielsen Contact. The retirement services leaders were involved in the configuration of the system and worked closely across their management team and with their agents on the training and deployment of the system. All indications since our go live at the end of September was that this system has been a big success. Our new system is a FedRAMP certified call center as a service system. It exists on Amazon's AWS cloud so that we're able to leverage the scalability and fault tolerant features of AWS. And even when there is an issue like we had with AWS about a week ago, there were clear lines of communication with our vendor about the issue, and we were able to resume operations within minutes of AWS service being restored. As a result of our new system, call center agents and managers have been able to leverage new features, including enhanced call routing to proper people that have special areas of expertise and better system reporting. Annuitants also no longer have busy signals causing them to wear out their redial button on the phone, but rather can find their place, held in line, and then receive a call back. Due to our improved reporting, we have better insight into call center performance and are able to provide additional coaching where needed or make better decisions about our staffing levels. In the previous call center system, we were severely limited by the number of calls the system could take. As a result, customers would be frustrated with busy signals or kept on hold without any option except to remain on hold. The entire experience could be very frustrating for anybody who went through it. As a result, we had a lot of very upset customers. We had an inability to really assess how many people might be getting busy signals at times, and we really didn't have a great way of managing to any service level agreements. On this slide, you can see as an example on September 17th, the call center received 34,504 calls, of which 22,381 actually ended up in busy signals. For those 12,000 or so that were able to get into the system, only 5,297 were actually answered, and nearly 7,000 people, 7,000 of the calls that made it into our system ended up abandoning their call because they didn't have any feedback as to where they were in their line. In the new system, we saw two key changes to improve the user experience: a significantly higher threshold before users might ever get a busy signal, and messaging so that people would know where they were in line and could opt for a callback rather than remaining on the phone. These two changes have been very popular, with thousands of callers having their issues satisfied in the same day without having to wait on hold. This in turn resulted in fewer calls to the call center since customers no longer had to redial, and has led to higher rates of successful services for our customers. Gone are the days of multi-day process to try to get information about crucial payments, what the benefit updates are on our benefits, and it's led to fewer callbacks throughout the day and a much more satisfied customer population. So what does the call center experience look like today? Well, it looks like fewer busy signal calls. It looks like increased customer contacts by our agents, and it looks like annuitants who work so hard for our public service are now able to get the service they really deserve. In summary, we agree with President Biden's recent executive order this week, emphasizing the need to reshape digital services and how we provide those services to our customers. And we feel our new call center is a step in that direction. I'd like to thank you for the recognition of this nomination, but as with any level of innovation anywhere, this took a group of people working very hard and very closely together on both the federal and vendor community side to achieve success. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Alan. That was fantastic. All right, up next, we'll be hearing from Branch Chief and Lead for Cyber QSMO over at the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, James Shire. Today, James will be representing the Cybersecurity Quality Services Management Office team, and this team falls within our Excellence in Cybersecurity category. James, over to you.
Great, thanks. How's my audio and video?
Looks good, sounds good.
Great. Well, thanks. Certainly, I'm really honored to be here and to be nominated for this great award in the cybersecurity category. So, as you mentioned, I lead the Cybersecurity Quality Services Management Office at CISA. So, what is a QSMO? QSMO is part of an OMB strategy to establish shared service centers in particular functional areas across government. And in naming CISA as the QSMO for cybersecurity, this aligned really well with CISA's core mission of supporting agencies in becoming more mature in their cybersecurity posture to proactively reduce risk to their mission for potential cybersecurity attacks. And as we all know, there seems to be a week does not go by where a new vulnerability or potential breach or incident rises up. So this is an ongoing dynamic environment. So cybersecurity QSMO well positioned within CISA as a core CISA mission to provide that support to agencies through provisioning of shared services. What are shared services? Probably doesn't need a lot of explanation. Looking at common enterprise or cybersecurity capabilities that we can standardize for all of federal civilian government, develop and build at scale centrally at CISA, and then offer out as a shared service to agencies. This has the principal benefit of providing core cybersecurity capabilities centrally, relieving agencies of an often very substantial burden of requirements or standards development, the various acquisition processes, and then very importantly, by centralizing, we can also capture economies of scale. So bring the services at very cost-effective price points that deliver that value at great cost savings to the agencies. So we were actually the first QSMO named by OMB. Others are in financial management, human resources, grants, other great areas, and those QSMOs also doing very, very good work. But in cyber, we've been operational since April 2020. Our first 3 assignments in brief were developing a vulnerability disclosure platform service. This was in response to a requirement for agencies to find a way to allow researchers to submit their findings to the agencies in a safe way to alert us to potential vulnerabilities in our system so that we could take steps to remediate them if authentic. Again, address that, proactively get ahead of the risk of a potential exploit of that vulnerability. This was a great place for us to start. It aligned cleanly with the binding operational directive. So to tell the quick story there, we found it amenable for a shared service because in analyzing the agency posture, we realized that rather than having each agency stand up their own intake mechanism, so their own process or their own website, if we could host that centrally at CISA, it not only relieved the agencies of the burden of having to input those or build out their own capability, it also gave our researcher community a central place to come to submit reports across all of our participating agencies. So really a good customer experience we found in our first 6 months of operation, both for our agency partners leveraging the platform, but also for those researchers. They're an important stakeholder community that interacts with us. And for those of you who have read the new President's Management Agenda vision, really falling squarely in that directive, that requirement to really make sure we're providing a positive customer experience to all of our stakeholder groups, internally and externally. And to date, operationally, we've uncovered over 100 potential issues that the agencies are working on, many already remediated and fixed. So in combination with the BOD, it really is running really smoothly, and we are onboarding agencies every day. So that team has been doing fantastic work. They're included in this nomination. building that out and working with our agency customers. Next up is a protective DNS resolver. Similarly, this is a way to make sure that bad links or other behavior can be caught before leading to potential issues from users. That's been awarded, currently undergoing ATO, and will go live next year. Lastly, in security operations, this is really around how agencies conduct security operations, very often out of something called a security operations center. So this is the group that's responsible for monitoring network traffic, monitoring for potential issues. There too, a lot of demand and interest, especially from our smaller agencies, to leverage a managed service instead of building something on their own, which can be very, very cost prohibitive in the case of some of our smaller and medium agencies. So we partnered there with Department of Justice to offer security operations services as a managed service out to a variety of federal partners. So those are really two of the main ways the QSMO has been able to bring services to our agencies. In the case of DOJ, where we partnered with a great agency providing the services today, and I think they have over 6 or 7 customers now, or in some cases, such as we found with VDP and now Protective DNS, where can we centrally fund and build these things and under our CISA authorities, provide them out to agencies without cost in some cases to capture that central scalability. So we're looking at new areas in the coming year, great work going on in mobile security. We're looking at email security, possibly supply chain risk, a number of areas that are really top of mind for our agency customers, looking to see where we can develop that next suite of services. The outcome, as I mentioned, for example, in the vulnerabilities remediated, or in improved security through our security operations, or in the DNS resolver, at the end resulting in great cyber and in a cost-effective way. So tremendously proud of the whole QSMO team that is the heart of our work here, working with our agencies, working with our leadership at CISA, at OMB, and elsewhere, through the interagency to bring these great services to bear, to really address this pressing challenge to all of our missions, and that is this risk of cyber that is in the newspaper every day. We want to try and stay one step ahead and bring that goodness through this function. So thanks again for this nomination for our entire team that is working hard on this. And we look forward to a great 2022 ahead as we take the next steps in expanding out and helping agencies and our other stakeholders across the board. Thanks so much.
Thank you, James. Excellent work to you and the team. Congratulations on everything. All right, up next, we will be hearing from Pat Pulliam from Blackberry on our next nominee category.
I'm Pat Pulliam, Senior Manager of U.S. Federal Sales at Blackberry. With our endpoint protection, mobility, Internet of Things, and critical event management platforms, Blackberry helps our federal customers to protect their data, their endpoints, and their personnel. In the realm of zero trust, we're working hard to help our customers avoid cybersecurity threats, which is a safer and more cost-effective route than stopping threats in progress. With more AI patents than any other company in the cybersecurity industry, Blackberry software predicts and prevents cyber attacks, even never-before-seen malware, including ransomware. Our unwavering focus on security has positioned Blackberry to assist our federal customers with multiple components of Zero Trust architecture. For his work on the Zero Trust Architecture Buyer's Guide, Mr. Larry Hale, IT Security Subcategory Director at GSA, has been nominated for the Excellence in Cybersecurity Award. The Buyer's Guide assists agencies in acquiring products and services that align with their Zero Trust strategies. GSA acknowledged that no single product nor tool could be the correct solution to achieve Zero Trust architecture, and the guide was designed to help agencies identify their security gaps and improve their cyber maturity. Mr. Hale wasted no time in seeing this through, as the Buyer's Guide was developed within 30 days of President Biden signing Executive Order 14028. Mr. Hale was supported by a large team in this endeavor, including Nadine Burris, Hina Patel, Tarina Brown, Albert Ingram, Julius White, Jeanette Grover, Malia Wan, Hilton Falcon, Bo Burles, Justin Morgan, Rosa Underwood, Jim Russo, Terrence Roundtree, and Sean Lyublanovitz. The team worked closely with a variety of internal departments at GSA, incorporated the best reference materials available, and collaborated with external organizations to meet their goal. The Zero Trust Buyer's Guide was highlighted in Federal News Network and has been cited in numerous interagency communications. Congratulations to Mr. Hale and his team.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Pat and Blackberry. Up next, we will be hearing from Pierce Crowell, the Director Section of 508 Program. Pierce is representing the Social Security Administration Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act program. This program falls within the Promoting Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Accessibility, otherwise known as DEIA, in the federal workforce category. Pierce, over to you. Having a little trouble hearing you, Pierce. I think maybe your audio isn't connected.
How was that?
There you go.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm still figuring out screen sharing here. My apologies. Okay, I think I'm sharing.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. I only have a short presentation. I'm hopeful to get a little demonstration time in if there's time. If not, that's okay. We were nominated for our interagency efforts on bettering accessibility for information technology to build a more inclusive environment for our federal agencies serving the public, and also so that we can have a more inclusive environment and workplace inside agencies. When Section 508 first came out and required information technology to be accessible to people with disabilities, there wasn't a lot in terms of web specifications to actually support that. Browsers were not very supportive. The W3C web specifications were kind of not all together. And agencies really had many diverse methods of testing, most of which included using assistive technologies and emulating the experience of the user as they go through an application or web content. As these specifications really matured, kind of the early to mid 2010s, agencies began to standardize their methods internally, but what we realized that we had an opportunity to develop a more harmonized method of testing, but that was indeed not what was happening between agencies. So SSA and DHS collaborated to develop a harmonized test method available to all agencies. And through the accessibility community of practice in the Federal Cdo Council, that work was done. But at that time, there were no tools that would calculate what is called the accessible name and description. The accessible name and description is what a screen reader would tell a blind user what an interface is and what its state is, and any other important information. And so we had this test method, but there was a big truck size hole because there was a lack of support of the calculation that was developed by W3C in browsers and assistive technology and testing tools. So when the Section 508 standards were updated, SSA, in the effort to update the harmonized baseline, SSA said, you know what, we're not going to edit any of those individual test methods. We're going to go tackle that big thing that was left undone. And we developed a tool that would calculate the accessible name and description of any interface, any interactive interface across all browsers. Therefore, kind of sidestepping the problem with some browsers not supporting it correctly or not yet. We didn't just stop there though. We realized that it would be a great idea if all agencies had access to the same testing tools, and not only just same test method, but the same tool. So we created a full feature set for Andy. And now Andy can test for most things in accessibility rather well. And we released it to the open source community in 2017. Andy's impact on accessibility. It's really easy to use, especially if you're already familiar with 508 testing. It's available on ssa.gov. There's no install. We call it an install page, but it's just a bookmark. It's a piece of code that runs when you click on that bookmark. If that is not palatable for an agency's security needs, they need something behind the firewall, it's open source and the code is located on GitHub and easily accessible there, plus instructions on how to deploy it internally on a server in your environment. It has a fast learning curve for 508 testers, but it's primarily designed actually for developers, designers, and validation testers. The people who do the original work are the ones who make the original mistakes, and they're the ones who fix those mistakes. So we really need a tool that if a tester says, hey, I found a problem, the developer needs to replicate that problem, and Andy is a way for them to do that. And then when they fix the problem, they go back to Andy and confirm and validate their fix. And it's really inside SSA and other agencies promulgated a lot of expertise in areas that don't have accessibility expertise normally. Its usage is tremendous. We have over 5,000 Andy install page visits a month. It's actually a little higher than that now, but this includes its first days of being tracked. It's a required tool for DHS's Trusted Tester Certification Program. This is a professional certification program for accessibility and Section 508 testers. It's available to any federal employee, federal contractors, people in academia, state and local government, or any member of the public. This certification testing is available. And Andy is a required tool to take that training. It's used by many federal agencies, but also by their commercial consultants. The commercial consultant field, although they have many of their own tools, some of them have resulted to using Andy. Also state and local governments and academia. Capabilities. Andy is a manually driven test tool, but it does come with over 100 automated alerts. Each of those alerts is accompanied by a full explanation on what is the problem, why it causes a problem with a person with a disability, and the remediation instructions that you can take for each of those alerts. And those alerts are in 3 levels, from warning to caution to danger. Caution, warning, danger. And those levels of assurance aren't saying how bad of a problem it is. It's our tool saying how certain we are that there's an issue here. Because once again, we're not calling out defects automatically. We want human beings to interact with the application, because in the end of the day, accessibility testing is a lot like usability testing. It requires humans to make that judgment call. Andy inspects elements, not just the name and description, but it'll also discover all the attributes that make up that name and description. There are also different modules in it, color contrast. You can discover the focus order. There's also a very fast table header association, basically testing the accessibility of your table headers, making sure they're associated with data elements so that a blind user knows when they're on an element, what row and column they're on. And comprehensive help pages, not just about each of those alerts that I described earlier, but also some basic starting points, how to think about developing and designing for people with accessibility, how to think about naming and describing things, why it matters, what attributes you use. There's a calculation that is done, and that's the primary task of Andy, is finding out that name and description. Is there enough time for me to do a short demonstration?
Yes, we have time.
Okay, about how many minutes?
A couple minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to go real quick. Here is a page that we actually have on the install page. And when I run Andy, once again, just a bookmark on my toolbar up there, I see that it's found 3 elements with no accessible name. I can click on that and see each of those. Clicking on one of those will bring me to one of those defects. But if you also look on the page itself, I am highlighting, Andy is highlighting the 3 items with a red border. And it also is highlighting with a smaller yellow border elements that will be focusable or interactive. For instance, who needs rescuing? When I move my mouse or use a keyboard, I can use these paddles as well. I'm going to discover the Andy output, the accessible name and description. I know the components that made that up. It's an input element. Its accessibility components are a label. That's this text here, as well as its requiredness. Adding an asterisk is not going to make it required to a screen reader user. That's being done by the required attribute on the input tag. So I know I got an accessible component. And then I go to these 3 and I see that, well, I don't have my label street associated with the component. So I can easily write a defect, or before a defect is detected by an accessibility tester, because I'm a developer, I can take care of this myself. Because if I click on this alert, it will bring up the alert page for that, telling me what is this, why is this an accessibility concern, and what can I do about it? Let me go to the next page and run Andy. Here's an example of why manual inspection is so important. I can see that the accessible name here includes the question and the radio button for me to choose. But there's a note about procrastination man, my superhero that may come to get me, should not be called on unless there's, time to do that. If you have an immediate danger, do not request procrastination man. This text, if I go up to the Andy output, is not associated with it. So if I was a blind user, I would not know that this is not a good selection for me to take. And as an accessibility tester or a developer, I can see that I'm going to have to associate this text here with this single radio button. It gives you an idea of how quickly accessibility problems can be found. They're found in the developer's terms, in the designer's terms on the page they have. When you get a long list of defects in a report, it's not very meaningful and it's not very action oriented. This is more in tune with developers who are looking at their content constantly and designers that are wanting to make sure that they're designing for all users. So this is the work that we have done, and it's now available to everybody through open source. And Trusted Tester, our partners over at GSA, the US Access Board, and DHS are keeping that current and going, and is available to anyone. So thank you very much. We really appreciate being recognized for our work, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. We love to see it. All right, up next, I have to retract what I said before. I made a moderator error, so sincerest apologies for that. But we skipped over who was previously introduced by Pat Pulliam, and we will now be hearing from Larry Hale. So Larry, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly share my screen. And thanks to Pat Pulliam for really a wonderful introduction. When I was listening to Pat, I was feeling like I just, he basically described the nomination and the capabilities perfectly. So thank you all for the nomination. Thank you for the opportunity to present. As Pat said, and there we go, advancing the slides. The Zero Trust Architecture Buyer's Guide was put together by a large team. Pat named all the folks. The lead team was the Risk Management and Analysis Support Services in the IT security subcategory at GSA's Federal Acquisition Service. And this slide is just a quick description of the work that RMAS, or the Risk Management and Analysis Support Services team, does, including advisory services, technical evaluations, customer engagement, and risk management. I'm going to roll into more details about the actual buyer's guide. As Pat stated in his introduction, there, and this was also in our letter of introduction to the buyer's guide, there is no silver bullet. There is no single solution for zero trust architectures. And when in response to SolarWinds and other recent cyber attacks, when the president issued the executive order 14028, right up front was a direction to federal agencies to develop their zero trust architecture plans within 60 days. And we went into action immediately to provide this guide to help agencies, because as I said, there's no silver bullet, there's no single zero trust solution. Zero trust is a concept, it's an architecture, and quite frankly, it's a journey. And the first step is to assess what you have and how can you use and configure what you have in order to support zero trust principles. So we moved quickly to develop this buyer's guide to help agencies develop their plans for zero trust and understand how to get the right tools and the right capabilities. So we built upon the work of a number of zero trust authoritative resources. So NIST, DoD, ACT-IAC, there are a number of excellent zero trust publications. Each of them is a little bit different. And we wanted to take those and bring them together with our own research and use the acquisition vehicles on GSA to help agencies understand how to get the various tools and capabilities needed to support the numerous pillars of zero trust. And so if you look at NIST, if you look at DoD, you'll see that there are anywhere between 5, 6, 7 pillars built on cross-cutting foundations, including automation and orchestration that cut across the pillars. For the purposes of producing a simple to follow guide, we took both the cross-cutting and the vertical pillars and treated each one equally. And so as you go through the guide, through the pages of the guide, you'll see how to acquire capabilities necessary for each aspect of zero trust. So zero trust, obviously the threat environment underscores the importance of moving to zero trust. The executive order certainly emphasizes the president's direction to federal agencies to embrace zero trust. As we built this zero trust buyer's guide, we had it peer reviewed by other agencies, by agencies who have the authority to set cyber policy, and also by our own Chief Information Security Officer. But I do want to underscore these points that are on this conclusion slide, that zero trust architecture is a continuous process. It requires extensive planning. You can't just flip a switch and declare zero trust accomplishment. So, the critical assets, the high value assets, the data, the segmentation, all needs to be done in part of the process to implement the principles. But we do recommend our zero trust buyer's guide to help agencies learn more about how to implement a zero trust architecture. And we continue to get feedback. This buyer's guide has been mentioned in a number of publications. It's been mentioned in CIO guidance, in CISA implementation guidance for zero trust, and in OMB guidance to agencies. So we're certainly very proud of the work that we've done on the zero trust buyer's guide, and we appreciate very much the nomination for this award. I do want to offer Q&A on that if there's anything that anyone would like clarification on. But if not, we'll be here participating throughout the day, and certainly also my contact information is provided here. so that if anyone needs more information about the buyer's guide or more help in the acquisition side of getting the right cybersecurity tools, we invite you to contact us, and we're always here to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Larry. And again, thank you to Paul and the Blackberry team for that wonderful introduction earlier in the program. All right, up next, we will be hearing from Selma, Al-Salam, and Ian Anderson from the US Navy. They both are representing the NSWC Dahlgren Software Factory Foundations team. This team falls under the Advancing DevOps category. Ian and Selma, over to you both.
Yes, thank you. I know Selma is may have some trouble connecting the video as she's in the office today, but yeah, would like to thank ATARC and for the nomination for Advancing DevOps to really, give some background of what we were able to do with our Software Factory Foundations team. Naval Surface Warfare Center Dahlgren is one of the 10 naval warfare centers under NAVC. So a little bit about the command. NSWC Dahlgren has 5,000 civilian employees and another 4,000 contractors on top of that. And around for the civilian employees, about 1,500 are specifically in the computer science or engineering field. So, what makes us unique is that NSWC Dahlgren is a working capital fund. And, what that means is the government really only gives us money to keep the lights on and say we have a building somewhere. The bulk of our funding comes in from the projects that we're able to bring in. So we don't necessarily have to be specifically, for the Navy. We can bring in Air Force projects, Army projects, other, federal organizations can come to us and work with us. One of the other things is as a working capital fund, we also have to operate as a nonprofit. So have to have that net zero balance at the end of the year. So our contracting officers have to be very meticulous when it comes to what needs to be, budgeted in our contracts and what needs to be left out. So, this kind of creates a unique landscape. And, what does that mean for, our operations and our development teams? We have that stratification of teams doing the latest and greatest and DevOps and DevSecOps and the best practices, while you have other teams that are asking the questions of what is Git? What is Kubernetes? What is this foreign word DevOps? So, this became a major challenge, and especially when it came up of how do we improve our software processes and unify our development environments? And this question came as a part of our hybrid cloud initiative at NSWC Dahlgren, looking at the viability of establishing a software factory. So with that question, we established Software Factory Foundations team who assessed and test solutions for establishing that enterprise software factory. So the team was formed with Selma Al-Salam at the lead, with myself, Clint Titsworth, Elliot Sperlaza, and James Kelchner, all on a voluntary basis. As the effort was not linked to a specific project or group, the Software Factory Foundations team received zero funding for our efforts. So after the team was formed, it was from multiple teams across NSWC Dahlgren. And due to that lack of funding, a lot of great partnerships were not only formed at NSWC Dahlgren with the departments that we came from, but also with our external partners and getting trials for different tool sets, how to implement those tool sets. And the team members came together, did this. They knew this was for the betterment of the software developer and the software community as a whole at NSWC Dahlgren. So we did an initial survey of all the software development efforts that were going on at the Warfare Center, and we identified that foundational set of tools to really enable any project or team, regardless of the experience, funding, size, to implement these DevSecOps, DevOps leading practices. So, of those tools, the most important we identified was a Git-based source code management tool, preferably if it had some CI/CD orchestration tool built into it. That was great. Kubernetes instance, and then also a dependency management and artifact repository tool. And from just those very few tools, getting those stood up, that became the software factory foundation. What we identified as those minimal things that we needed. So if nothing else, those tools offered at the enterprise level would give any team or project the ability to implement DevSecOps or DevOps leading practices, regardless, like I said, of their size, funding status, or experience. So all the software tools, like I said, utilized in our Software Factory Foundation's environment were either open source or leveraged from the existing investments that NSWC Dahlgren had. And now to truly prove, this enterprise service to our leadership, we took on a pilot project to integrate into this new environment. So this project, was originally a monolithic on-premise server-based set of applications. So this is requiring square footage in a lab for the service, facilities costs, IT admins for those servers, and they had a manual transfer process for testing builds, and then you had the extra security compliances, and the list goes on and on and on. So one of the major challenges for this project actually came in the form of those hosting servers coming to end of life. They were either going to have to find find new servers, purchase new servers, get those installed, or find a viable solution to, host their applications. So the project team first sought to containerize their applications and consolidated their builds to make sure they happened on our Kubernetes instance. And by moving to Kubernetes as the platform, the project was able to provide that justification for not procuring those new servers, which instantly cut down on their costs by over $5,000. So this not only was just the savings of the servers, but the lab space was given back, the overhead cost of the facilities, the dedicated IT admins, extra labor to ensure all the equipment and everything was compliant with STIGs and all of that, gets factored into it as well. The project also gained better visibility into how they did their development efforts with the additional tooling for monitoring and scanning as required to implement those DevSecOps or DevOps best practices. So this alone was a significant step in the eyes of leadership. But, as it happened, there was a new circumstance that came up. COVID-19 swept across the world. Those projects who needed people to be physically lab to build, test, and run the software found themselves at a disadvantage. The Software Factory Foundation's pilot project was actually in a very advantageous place, as they had moved into our environment and were operating and doing their builds on Kubernetes. They were able to continue their operations remotely, which could not be said for most of the other projects within their department. Not only bolstering their software development lifecycle, of the project, reducing the overhead, but providing a continuity of operations for the development team by shifting left and putting more power in the hands of their developers without sacrificing the technical rigor. The project became more flexible and adaptable to many of the dynamic factors they faced. This flexibility and adaptability became the main focus and priority for NSWC Dahlgren leadership. In less than a year, without the funding and utilizing only team members' free time, Software Factory Foundation's team was able to establish a foundational enterprise set of tools and prove to NSWC Dahlgren leadership that implementing DevOps and DevSecOps leading practices serves to only better its software development community. NSWC Dahlgren now has gone on to invest around $2 million to start this enterprise software factory offering, is currently being stood up. But all of this would never have been possible without the tireless and diligent efforts of our fantastic team that we had. And I just want to thank ATARC and everyone for our nomination for the Advancing DevOps Award. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And this is Selma. I wanted to just quickly say a shout out to Ian and Clinton and Elliot and James, Our team, they really did work tirelessly to help individuals in the software community at Dahlgren and groups in the software community at Dahlgren learn what DevSecOps really means at the ground level, learn what Kubernetes means and what a container means. And by getting that word out and exposing people to that technology, those software individuals were able to grow and learn and then look towards how they can get their projects into that type of ecosystem. So, and thank you very much.
Thank you both. Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Selma. Up next, we'll be hearing from Natalie Stevens from the Department of State. Natalie is representing the Department of State Integrated Logistics Management System, Change Management and Training Team, which falls in the Digital Experience category. Natalie, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Natalie Stevens, and I'm the Division Director of the Integrated Logistics Management System, and I oversee the change management team with the Department of State. Thank you so much for being a nominee of the Emerging Technology Digital Experience Award, and on behalf of myself and my colleague, Marina Hine, who's my Deputy Division Director. I want to thank ATARC for this recognizing our work and our commitment to excellence with this nomination. It is a true privilege to be among so many successful government teams. In addition to all the diplomacy you hear about in the news, the Department of State also runs a modern and complex global logistics supply chain operation to meet the needs of American diplomats in over 282 embassies and consulates in over 180 countries. The backbone of the supply chain is our Integrated Logistics Management System, or ILMS. Our team provides support to a system that's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over 35,000 users. The system is used to procure over $11 billion of goods and services, everything from pens and paper to armored vehicles. We manage over 60,000 global shipments every year and operate a fleet of over 15,000 vehicles at every embassy and consulate. For our change management team, this means in addition to supporting our American diplomat customers, we also support a global base of host nation employees in every country with varying levels of English and computer literacy. Our training and change management activities are imperative because our customers' knowledge of the system and the latest functionality is essential in maintaining an effective global supply chain operation. Our training transformation project I'm about to share with you today increased the number of users trained by 47% and our outreach to global embassies and regions by 22%. It also improved the quality of the data in our system around the world. These results were achieved without an increase in budget and during the global COVID pandemic. Early in 2020, when global travel stopped overnight, we knew we were in trouble. Our existing efforts really relied heavily on in-person training, where we traveled to every single post to provide hands-on training. And we knew we had to quickly leverage different tools and techniques to effectively communicate and educate our customers in this new virtual environment. We transformed our delivery model by utilizing digital tools and learning software to train and engage our global customers. This strategy allowed us to continue training users while also ensuring our customers and our employees were working in a safe environment. We started by developing a tactical strategy to improve a customer experience in our change management and training initiatives. Our goals were to train more people, increase our outreach, and improve the effectiveness while also utilizing technology and mining the data that we have on our training and our system users. A couple of things we did to reimagine our training program were we created 8 virtual classes. These are multi-day courses. While we designed these classes, Marina and I focused on durability of the training. This was a new concept for us where we had to learn that durability refers to the stickiness of knowledge or a user's ability to recall information when needed. We also incorporated case studies into our training to ensure customers understood and could apply the information they were learning. We defined kind of the learning gaps and restructured our content to focus on the relevancy of the day-to-day usage of our system to our users. We used our data and our analytics to see what kind of the reach and impact of our training on our users. And we also to spend a lot of effort in developing our own talent within our training team to ensure that our internal team was focused on adult learning approaches and on these durable learning techniques. A couple of the highlights of the outcomes of all these different training initiatives are we increased our global users trained by over 47%, and our courses received excellent feedback from our users. We created over 221 on-demand training courses. These are short, digestible classes. They are available 24/7 online for our customers to refer to. We also ensured that all of the training we created was in a repeatable format so that we could keep monitoring its effectiveness on an ongoing basis. Our customers responded very positively to all these changes. One of them sent us a note that said, as a stakeholder and collaborator with the ILMS change management team, the changes over the last year by this team have made a significant impact. While the new tools and methods are intuitive, the team really made an effort to better themselves and their techniques to better the students. I'm confident the improvements made by the team will have lasting effects across the department. I'm extremely proud of the work that my team created and the new level of training support we are now providing to our users. During the transformation of the training program, the team created a new mission statement, which is the ILMS change management team is committed to powering efficient logistics operations through engagement, education, and empowerment. I know we will continue to innovate and evolve as we consistently strive to create a high quality digital user experience for our global customer base. Our program is now positioned to support training needs no matter what the future holds. Thank you again to the ATARC for recognizing our commitment to excellence and all that we do at the Department of State. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Up next, we'll be hearing from Tony Ranard, the lead HRIS DON NAVC NSWC Crane Division within the U.S. Navy. Tony will be representing the Human Resources Information Systems team within the IT modernization category. Tony, over to you.
Hello, is my audio and visual coming through okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. That is the first hurdle. All right, so let me jump on here and share my screen quickly. All right. Right, and are you able to see the slide?
Looks good.
All right, well, first of all, thank you so much, everyone. My name is Tony Renard from Naval Surface Warfare Center Crane, and I am here to present on the Crane RPA tracking system, or as we refer to it, CERTS. So the situation that we found ourselves in that led us to the creation of CERTS was COVID. So due to COVID, we had a very sharp increase in telework posturing during that time. And unfortunately, we found a lot of our systems, a lot of our processes for working HR packets from beginning to end were delayed due to this. There was latency between our tool front ends and back ends. This compounded with the fact that we have a lot of employees who work in rural areas or live in rural areas. Their internet connection was not very speedy, and they also had family members, doing telework, schooling, and working themselves at their homes. So a lot of our tools and processes for the processing of these actions were unusable from a telework standpoint. So we really had to revert to a more manual way of doing things, and this led to a ton more emails, more phone calls, more manual creation of process forms, which led to more bloat, more confusion on where things stood, more time spent on these actions, and of course, more errors. So in response to that, Crane HR created in teaming with our IT division and our corporate business office division created the CERTS tool. So a high-level overview of that tool is it's made up of several different software platforms that we utilize. SharePoint for our data entry, access databases for the general user interface, specifically for HR specialists, and SQL Server backend for our actual database tables and structures and all that. And that's also where several of our stored procedures are executed. And then we also generate process forms from this tool. So just a quick overview of the core capabilities by area of this tool. The SharePoint part of the tool gives managers a single entry point for data regarding personnel actions. So all of our managers across the command know where to go. They all see the same thing and they all know what to do. So it's a very structured way for them to put in a request for personnel action. Once in there, workflows automatically guide these actions through all their required reviews. whether that be cybersecurity workforce review, DWIA, classification, what have you. And it also sends automated emails to any interested party to alert them of the status of a packet once it's been started through that process. And also to save time, if a manager, let's say, has several very similar actions they need to put into the tool, we also have a duplication function to help save them a little bit of time whenever they do that. So once a action goes through all the necessary reviews, a staffing specialist is assigned and the action is automatically imported into our database. And at that time, certain HR specific fields get auto-populated as well. So once in the database, the access user interface allows staffing specialists to filter and view assigned actions that are pertinent to them. It allows them to enter any additional information, whether that be approval dates for security or applicant information, and also work the action completely until completion, as well as it sends automated emails to interested parties, managers, department staff on the status of an action as it works through that process. And it also provides interfaces for the Crane hiring plan and NADIP roster to be managed. And it sends automated updates of the hiring plan to our corporate hiring and recruiting team so that they always have the most up-to-date hiring plan information so they can go out and do the work that they do. The tool also provides various HR metrics depending on our need. That could be declinations, types of reasons for declinations, offers, etc. And it can also generate personnel action forms for an item. So in the past, these would all have to be manually done, which leads to a lot of time, a lot of errors. This can take that single data set and disperse it to any number of forms that we need. So just that in and of itself saves a ton of time for our HR staff. Now the SQL Server portion of things, as it currently stands, it allows us a very flexible way for retrieving our data through the use of stored procedures and T-SQL. It is accessible while teleworking, which is the big, fist pumping part of the tool. That's what we really needed. So it is accessible and functional for folks while teleworking. No size restrictions, really. I mean, this SQL Server is designed to hold massive tables with millions of lines of data. We're not going to be getting that big, at least in the near term. So it does more than enough for us. So we don't really have any size restrictions where we had issues with SharePoint and Access prior to this. And it also allows us a place for storing our addendum information. So as we're getting these forms generated for these actions, we're retaining those addendums so that we'll have a interactable addendum library for HR staff and managers going into the future. So that's kind of in a prototype stage, but it's gaining a little bit of steam. Now, where SQL Server is particularly exciting for us is kind of going into the future. So it interfaces with multiple software programs, including SharePoint, Power Apps, Power BI. So this going into the future is going to allow us a whole new level of services and tools that we can create to enhance our analysis capabilities, reporting capabilities, and just to streamline our HR processes as much as possible. As mentioned before, it's very scalable. So whatever we need it to do, it can grow or diminish to accommodate us. And it's also secure between the various views we can create, the various schema that we can use, and also the inherent server and database permissions. It's going to be a very secure place to store data for these different tools. So some general, to close out, a few successes and thanks on this. The tool launched in September 19th, or on September 19th of 2021, kind of the beginning. It's a beginning of our slow season. And thus far, we currently have 38 actions currently moving in SharePoint through that approval process, 175 completed, and in the database, 167 active records, as well as 78 completely finished. And those database numbers do include some manually created actions that we have in there, but it's being used heavily. And we are expecting probably around 2,000 actions to be completed in this fiscal year through this tool. A big thanks to Crane's IT department or IT division and developers within our corporate business office. We are very excited for that, the partnerships and the connections that we made through this process, and really hope to leverage that connection going into the future. And also a big thank you to my fellow Crane Planning, Policy, and Analysis HR team, Chris Phillips, Misty Klein, Brandon Schuld. As Bette Midler says, they are the wind beneath my wings. And none of this would have been possible without their efforts, and they just work very, very hard every day, and is much appreciated. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for the nomination and the opportunity to speak today. And yeah, just thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. That was great. Up next, we'll be hearing from Stephanie Crystal from the Department of State. Today, Stephanie is representing the Zephyr app, which is in our climate category. Stephanie, over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Kirsten. And I'm just trying to share my screen. Tony, if you wouldn't mind unsharing yours, I think. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much for having us here, and thank you so much to ATARC for nominating us for this category. We're really excited to be able to represent in this category. As Kirsten said, my name is Stephanie Crystal, and I work for the Office of Management Strategy and Solutions, the Greening Diplomacy Initiative. We work throughout the department to advance sustainability, climate adaptation, and other climate issues. One of our big elements is our air quality monitoring program. Let me share my screen here. Excellent. Can you all see these slides?
Yep, looks good.
Wonderful, thank you. As I mentioned, one of our big programs is
I'm sorry, Stephanie, you are sharing your screen, but it's not your slides.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. How about now?
I do not see your slides yet.
Okay, I'll try that again. Sorry. Oh, it might be because I'm using Zoom online. So I might just go ahead without some slides right now, as I think it's I'm on my government computer, and of course it doesn't love Zoom. So I'll continue without some slides, and happy to share those with folks afterwards. But as I mentioned earlier, one of our main programs is the Air Quality Monitoring Program. This places reference grade air quality monitors at our posts overseas, particularly those that we suspect have very poor air quality and also don't have real-time air quality data, which is really important for health messaging, making decisions for your health to protect yourself and protect your long-term health. And first, I'd like to thank our partners for working with us both on the monitoring program and Zephyr development. And that includes the Bureau of South and Central Asia, our Bureau of Medical Services, our Bureau of Overseas Buildings Operations, and our Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs. Bit of a mouthful there. So thank you so much to them. And especially thank you to our interagency partners, the EPA. Their work with us over the last several years of this program has been instrumental. And as I'll show here in a minute, it is extraordinarily important for us to be able to work with them, because we leverage their AirNow platform for our embassy and consulate data, which is able to feed into, through their API, the Zephyr app. So just moving on and to talk about a little bit about what need we saw. As I mentioned, all of this data is available through AirNow. However, one of the reflections that we were getting back from our field personnel in particular is that while it's great that all of this data is online, it is not very easy to access, particularly through my mobile phone. And oftentimes when I want this data, I'm on the move, I'm with my kids, I'm out for a run, or want to go to the gym or something like that. And I need to know what this data is, but it's not particularly easy to see in a mobile platform. And I'd really like it if I could get consistent updates on when the air quality changes, so I can make immediate determinations as to what I can do to mitigate my exposure to this very high, these sometimes very, very high levels of air pollution. And so we saw this need and worked to develop the Zephyr application, which is now available and has been for about the last year or so on Google Play, the Google Play Store, and Apple App Store. So very much invite you all to download that as well. And what this app does essentially, it takes all of the data that we have from AirNow and puts it into a handy mobile application. As we say, it is air quality data at your fingertips. And we're specifically utilizing our embassy and consulate data because our primary users for this data are our overseas personnel, both from the State Department and all of our partner agencies that are overseas. And what this app does, it enables them to easily access this clear, concise, and reliable air quality data with US EPA health messaging and air quality index. It also enables the user to receive push notifications with recommended actions when the air quality index level changes at their selected location. So one primary feature that we have is that you are able to select both your primary, your main location, as well as secondary locations that you might want to receive notifications for. You're also able to set your user preferences to receive different health messaging tailored to sensitive populations. So say you have a heart condition or lung issues, asthma, or you have children that you want to be particularly sensitive about, you are able to get slightly modified health messaging based on that setting. You're also able to view short periods of time. You can view the hourly, 24-hour, or weekly data in our app from our U.S. Embassy and Consulate monitors, as well as some other government partner monitors. We've also recently updated the app to include more open source reference grade air quality data, namely from OpenAQ. So this includes other government monitors, other government reference grade monitors. So we're able to integrate data that's not ours, but still reference grade. And we're looking to, in the future, work especially with NASA on including satellite data, especially for forecasting, which will be available in future updates. And what the impact of this has been, we have had more than 20,000 downloads over the last year. And this is both from our own personnel, our own government personnel, US citizens living in these locations, as well as local populations. And this app is really able to identify, give you real-time data to make these health decisions. And the app also gives you short snippets of information about air quality, about the AQI, and about the health messaging and actions that you can take to mitigate your exposure to this high air pollution. So thank you all very much for this nomination again, and looking forward to seeing everyone else's nominations as well. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Up next, we will be hearing from Matthew Jones, Branch Chief within GSA, and today Matthew will be representing Industrial Operations Analysts, which is within the Workforce Innovation category. Matthew, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Alyssa, and good afternoon, ATARC. My name is Matt Jones, and I'm here today to nominate the Industrial Operations Analysts at GSA. This nomination is for the GITEC Workforce Innovation Award, and I'm going to showcase the outstanding achievement by the General Services Administration in advancing the reskilling of the federal workforce to prepare employees for future work associated with IT security and cyber supply chain risk management. Public sector agencies are responding to an environment of increasing cyber attacks and data breaches. The response incorporates not only new legislation and regulations, but also new action and methods to develop improved security in a meaningful way. Consistent with GSA's mission of leveraging expertise to provide innovative and secure solutions for its customers, the organization has begun recruiting technical cyber supply chain experts and teaming them with existing analysts in order to better verify and validate that GSA's marketplace is secure and our customers are protected. The concept is to proliferate the technical knowledge base within the organization and then to incorporate security best practices into GSA's supply chain. This is being accomplished through cyber supply chain risk management commitments made by industry under GSA's contract solutions. So through GSA and industry interactions, the reskilled workforce can assess performance to those commitments by reviewing and testing IT security policies and procedures. An example where the reskilling has been successful is with the industrial operations analysts at GSA. Some of these analysts have been teamed with technical experts and reskilled in a manner to assess IT security practices within GSA's supply chain. To reskill the workforce, a training program was creatively designed by identifying industry best practices, understanding capability gaps, and retraining the workforce to develop the necessary capabilities. The training program focused on NIST-based IT security standards, private industry best practices, and C-risk. As you can imagine, reskilling the industrial operations analysts required significant collaboration with both internal and external organizations. For example, the team partnered with leading technology manufacturers to learn how C-SCRM practices are applied successfully in the private sector. Additionally, knowledge sharing relationships were developed with other private-public consortiums, like the Sandia National Labs, who are involved with managing the nation's nuclear weapons programs. Internally, the industrial operations analysts have collaborated with the GSA IT category managers to develop, and cyber supply chain technical experts to enable a process that utilizes upskilled analysts to triage areas of concern and support the resolution of highly complex security incidents. Further, the reskilled workforce has collaborated with GSA IT governance managers to develop the proper systems and infrastructure for GSA to begin baselining security practices within its supplier base and leverage the information to enable maturity over time. The effort has also positively impacted the reskilled workforce from a career development perspective. By introducing new skill sets to the workforce, the federal employees are better prepared to meet future needs of the agency and can easily recognize how their skills positively impact the agency, its customers, and the national interest. The clear connection to GSA's mission in that way is extremely positive for employee productivity, retention, and satisfaction. So after the brief time that I've had with you this afternoon, I hope that you now are seeing why I've nominated the Industrial Operations Analyst for the Workforce Innovation Award and the outstanding achievement by the General Services Administration in advancing the reskilling of the federal workforce to prepare employees for future work associated with IT security and cyber supply chain risk management. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Up next, we'll be hearing from Ron Thompson with NASA. Today, Ron will be representing the COVID-19 Executive Decisions Lens team. This team falls within the COVID response category. Ron, over to you.
Hello, ATARC family. I'm Ron Thompson, the Chief Data Officer and Deputy Digital Transformation Officer for NASA. I would like today to talk to you about our COVID-19 Executive Decision Lens project. Like all organizations, we've dealt in this pandemic environment, a lot of challenges on how we worked in the last 20 months. So this team of Keith Crutt, Jason Dooley, actually spearheaded the development of our executive decision lens. And what this was a way to represent data not only internal to NASA, but data that was brought with, throughout other federal agencies and throughout other hospital systems to keep our employees safe during the pandemic. We spearheaded this effort early during the pandemic in March of 2020 and stood up a way that our key decision makers could make sure that our people were actually protected. We were making sure that the hospital bed situation was known at the time. And then this really informed us when to go into our virtual environment. So we continue to use this platform today with our chief medical officer in partnership with our chief medical officer and other key decision makers as we continue to fight this pandemic. So really privileged to have these two gentlemen here and many others working on the project to make this a success for NASA. Thank you very much, and over to you, Tom.
All right. Thank you so much, Ron. Always great to hear from you. Up next, we will be hearing from Brendan Applegate and Alan Jagar from the U.S. Navy. They will be representing the Advanced Naval Technology Exercise Coastal Trident 21 to 22 team, which falls within the Advancing DevOps category. Brendan and Alan, over to you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm going to try to share my slides here. Let me know if you can see them, please.
Looks good.
All right, great. Thank you. Well, as was stated, my name is Brendan Applegate, and I am the lead for fleet experimentation and exercises from the Naval Surface Warfare Center's Port Hueneme Division. I'm the principal investigator for a program called the Advanced Naval Technology Exercise Coastal Trident, or ANTEX Coastal Trident. First, want to thank the ATARC team for nominating us in the Advancing DevOps category. It's a real honor to be here and to come and talk to you all. So, what is ANTEX? If I can advance the slide. First challenge. Okay, there we go. So ANTEX was established to adapt to the rapid development of technology and the lack of both awareness and access to that technology that results from the Navy's formal acquisition processes. It's too slow, too limited in scope to allow us to take advantage of all of the technology that's being developed that the Navy and the warfighter can leverage. So it's designed to cast a wide net and provide access to technology as it develops to the operator. It does that by providing an environment in which the operators and the developers can collaborate and assess technology and demonstrate it under realistic scenario-based conditions. So relative to DevOps, like I said, it's an environment that allows for engagement between the developer and the operator, can put technologies into an environment under test where they can be demonstrated, they can obtain operator feedback, they can be improved, and they can be redeployed in an accelerated fashion. So I love it when people tell me that this is an eye chart, but this is an eye chart. I don't expect that all of you can read this, but my intent is really just to communicate that as an environment, ANTEX, like I said, it's designed to cast a very wide net, encompass all the different types of technologies that apply to the Navy and to the Navy's interagency partners in port and maritime security. And it really is designed to cover all of the different technologies. It would apply to all the different ATARC working groups as well. So this is the design for Coastal Trident 21. There were 55 different projects that we planned and executed across all of these different subject matter areas, and it included participation by more than 150 federal, state, local government, and private sector organizations. So you can see that the interagency engagement and engagement between the public and the private sector is really the focus of here. Again, designed to cast a wide as possible net to promote engagement. As far as our area of operations, like I said, ANTEX is an environment. So in order to provide an environment, we have to provide the resources that exist in that environment. That could be ships, operation centers, ports, oil platforms, test ranges, and most importantly, the technology developers and the technology end users. There's been a lot of talk about COVID-19, obviously. Within the COVID-19 environment where travel was restricted and large group gatherings were limited, the design of our program, because we were able to work in small project groups, as you can see, kind of spread out over a large geographic area, we were one of only 2 warfare centers that were able to execute our Antex program in 2021 and 2020. Pretty big accomplishment there to promote the engagement and allow the development and operations opportunities. Kind of going back to that eye chart, I'm sorry again, but just want to kind of talk about how this relates to the GITEC area and the advancing DevOps category. 17 of these projects that we conducted were dependent on software, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, machine learning, user interface capabilities, really those software intensive, software dependent products. And again, Antex provided a learning environment that facilitated the engagement between the developers and the operators to allow for that concurrent improvement and redeployment. And really the goal here again was to accelerate the product that the warfighter and the interagency partners got that would be better, more suitable, more effective, and more rapidly acquired than traditional acquisition pathways. 7 of those projects were selected for accelerated transition. There weren't, if you go back, there weren't actually 17 boxes here, but many of these numbered modules have sub-projects. So sorry if somebody was wondering about that. But 7 of these projects were selected to either transition immediately, to go for, to be transitioned to a more rapid acquisition program, or to take advantage of additional service sponsored development. So that's a pretty good percentage of our projects here that were successful in accelerating transition. Several of those projects had to do with multi-factor authentication for shipboard information systems. So how do you tell if the user is a trusted user at all times? The network and the augmented reality architecture for remote technical assistance. So how do we get technicians to a ship in an environment where it may be under battle conditions, or it may be too damaged or too hazardous for technicians to go aboard, or it may just be in a remote location, or COVID-19 limitations prevent people from traveling. Another one of those projects was a dashboard for wearable sensors to provide for physiological monitoring. So how do you take data from sensors, put it into a dashboard that's interoperable and accessible across a wide range of users? And then finally, kind of Internet of Things project that takes advantage of port security technologies and puts them into an architecture that's, again, interoperable and can be used to share information across a wide environment and wide spectrum of users. This kind of just some pictures of the different environments that we were able to leverage during the program, kind of giving you an idea that there really is a wide range and wide spectrum of potential out here for allowing for the engagement between the developers and the operators. Again, kind of with the objective of accelerating that transition and casting the widest net possible. And as I'm running out of time, just want to make a shameless plug for our 2022 program. Well, we'll be looking to do the same thing over again, as the program has grown since 2017. Every year has been the biggest and best yet. So we're looking forward to another positive engagement and worthwhile opportunity in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was great. Up next, we will hear from Michael Martone with FERC. Michael will be representing the eLibrary team within the IT modernization category. Michael, over to you.
Hey there, thank you. And I actually have Michelle Pfeiffer, who's the director for our systems development and engineering. She's going to lead us off, and then I'll take over. So, Michelle.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, like Michael said, I'm Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm the director for systems development and engineering at FERC, and the eLibrary program fell under me as a key modernization effort for our commission. Go ahead and shift, Michael, next slide. So we're just going to cover today what's eLibrary, our vision, the implementation, and the overarching or overcoming the challenges and adding value, as well as the benefits we achieved. Very quickly in 5 minutes. So what is eLibrary? eLibrary for the Commission is really the backbone of what we do. It's, as you see here, the central repository for maintaining information or documents. So every docketed legal proceeding, all the filings received from the Energy Commission, notices, orders, it really is the substance of what we do at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. In addition, it has a significant complexity because it's used internally by FERC staff, by the energy industry, as well as regulated entities the entities we regulate under our mission as the Commission, and then the general public, so that the general public can see and view what's going on in the energy industry. And then from a complexity standpoint as well, the eLibrary application integrates with 20 plus legacy systems. So there's quite a network of systems that have to work together in order to publish the documents for the eLibrary. Next slide. So our vision for eLibrary when we were looking at improving this critical commission system was in the 4 areas listed. Make it faster, so leverage one-click types of actions to make it faster for our users. More reliable, this was a significant piece from a security as well as less downtime. Make it easy, so the look and feel being much more modern than the previous version of eLibrary, as well as customizable, so that we made it much more user-friendly and they could target the information that they needed out of this document management system. Next slide. So when we approached this modernization effort, it was a multi-year effort, but we divided the work into phases, basically stabilize and modernize. So phase 1 was the stabilize. So there was a significant effort to replace end of support servers and really address the outage time that we were experiencing. But then phase 2 gave us the opportunity to develop a proof of concept, indexing, and new PDF conversion so that document management function was proven as the step forward. And then phase 3 was the delivery. So Go Live 2, we focused on the user interface and that PDF conversion, whereas Go Live 3, we also replaced the backend addressing storage and other backend components so that we had a fully modernized system that addressed the 12 terabytes, but 100 years of documents. And now I'm going to shift it over to Michael, who was a key part of our team to cover the challenges and benefits.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. My name is Michael Martone. I joined the eLibrary team in beginning of 2019, and I've been with them on this journey. Most notably participating in the major releases we did in August 2020, and then managing the most recent release in August 2021, which was all those backend components in particular that Michelle talked about. I'm going to start by talking about some of the challenges we face, first with the system and then the project. So from a system perspective, as Michelle alluded to, we had a lot of unsupported or end-of-life components, which pose a lot of problems for us in terms of security risks, but then as Michelle mentioned, the outages, which were occurring way too often, and they were quite impactful, right? This is our mission critical system. There's a public facing aspect. Any outage obviously is a very bad outage. Relatedly, we had some components like our storage system, our old storage system, which was actually failing in the later stages of the project, which we really had to get that replaced to avoid data loss, that kind of thing. And so that's why this project was critical. Because of those components, users were also experiencing inaccurate search results, and just in general, right, the look and feel was kind of antiquated. From a project perspective, right, there were a lot of unknowns, right? This is an older system, some outdated documentation. We had to reverse engineer a lot of aspects of this, many legacy applications it was integrating with, then the components of the system itself posed a lot of challenges. And then just doing our 2 largest releases in a COVID environment this past 2 years, when everyone's working remotely across the teams, just another challenge we had to overcome. So how did we do that? There was a couple of main innovations we brought to FERC for this modernization effort. First thing, really leaning into agile practices, getting away from the waterfall model. Because of all the unknowns that we had related to the system, we really had to lean into that engagement with our product owner, our various stakeholders, including external stakeholders, right? Because there is that external facing part of the information system to make sure we had our requirements down, update our business logic, which maybe hadn't been touched in some time and needed to be updated, and identify that minimum viable product so that we could deliver core functionality, being mindful of, the risks associated, especially with that storage, which was having problems. And moving to this agile framework and mindset allowed us, to really learn a lot of lessons from previous deployments, mature in our PI planning, so we could get to that core functionality, and then also develop our roadmap in the future now that we have modernized the solution so that we can keep it up to date. From a technology perspective, right, our approach really focused on those proof of concepts. Because this is our mission critical system, we had to have 100% confidence that the new technologies we were introducing for our search engine, PDF conversion, content management system, that all those were going to play nice in our environment, especially since over the course of the project and even now that we completed the project, there's going to be integrations with legacy systems. And we had to make sure everything worked really well together. And working on that architecture and bring the right tool set was critical. And then finally, the cross-functional team coordination, really difficult challenge to overcome in COVID times, but I think we did an exceptional job planning for months in advance prior to releases, especially this most recent one, with all the data conversion and the legacy application integration, a lot of activities for the operations and security teams to participate in as well. And we really rehearsed over and over again, down to the most minute detail, our cutover script to make sure that that deployment was a success. So because of all that, we're able to deliver the modernized solution, and it's provided a number of benefits to FERC. Number one, we're on a stable infrastructure now. Those unsupported components are gone. It's a secure and reliable system now, right? We've addressed all those security issues or risks, that we were seeing. We're in a high availability architecture. And then from a user experience standpoint, right, we have accurate search results. We have a new look and feel. It's a little bit easier to use. The main thing though, kind of coming back to what Michelle was talking about, the outages, getting those down. And we're happy to say we're down 97% since we started the project. You can see here, it was in tough shape early on, and really we made big strides. Our first release in December 2018, and you can see it improved from there. And then, since our release in August, we've actually been totally clear. So we're really excited about the benefits we were able to bring to FERC as a result of this modernization effort, and by extension, our stakeholders, including those in the public. That's all.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was awesome.
Thanks.
Up next, we will hear from David Catanoso, the Director of Enterprise Cloud Solutions Office within the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Today, David is representing the David Catanoso. Today, David is representing his team within the COVID-19 response category. David, over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dave Catanoso from the Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm the Director of the Enterprise Cloud Solutions Office, but I'm actually here on behalf not only of my team, but the other teams that supported us in this effort across our DevSecOps organization. So if you can go to the next slide. So for those of you who don't know, the Department of Veterans Affairs is the second largest agency in the federal government. If budget were revenue, we'd be a Fortune 9 size organization. We have three primary missions. One is Veterans Benefits Administration, which operates 56 regional offices and processes thousands of transactions a day for millions of veterans. We also have the Veterans Health Administration, which operates one of the largest integrated healthcare systems in the world with over 1,300 locations servicing approximately 10 million veterans. And then we also operate the National Cemetery Administration, which operates about approximately 150 cemeteries nationwide. We have operations that span from Puerto Rico to the Philippines, and an amazing mission. In addition to that, we have what we call the fourth mission, which is to support the nation's medical infrastructure in the event of a national situation or even in localized disasters. And COVID-19 is probably the biggest task that mission has ever received. If you can go to the next slide. One of the ways that we were able to respond so well to the COVID situation is that we had in place already been working on a VA enterprise cloud. And this is an environment that leverages commercial cloud providers to provide spaces where VA can deploy applications and take advantage of cloud technology. And what we do, if you look at the left of this graph, is we take the basic building blocks from each of the cloud providers and add to that in the middle some common services that all of our applications would need. We also leverage a concept called security control inheritance to benefit the application, so that ultimately on the right-hand side, applications can get into the cloud and focus on building the functionality that our staff and our veterans need. And a lot of the basic building blocks and functions are handled for them automatically. So this cloud capability that we had in place was integral to our ability for the VA to respond to the COVID situation. So if you go to the next slide. So as you all know, in March of 2020, all of us were impacted by COVID. And as you can imagine from the size of the organization, the VA, is that hit us particularly hard. We rapidly had to expand our telework capacity to meet the demands of many folks having to work from home, and also the fact that our veterans who are an aging population at risk couldn't come into our facilities for care. So the first aspect of this is we had to rapidly expand our telework capacity. We did that by a two-pronged approach. We first attacked our on-prem infrastructure and rapidly worked aggressively to expand that as much as possible in the time available. And then the second part of that plan was to then use the cloud to provide additional expansion capacity closely tied to that on-prem capability. So pre-COVID, we were supporting 60,000 workers routinely working from home on any given day. And now we have the capacity to support 120,000 remote workers and scale up from there in the cloud. So it's quite a big shift. And we did that through tremendous teamwork in a matter of weeks, which would normally have taken us months or even a year or two to accomplish. On the healthcare side, next slide, we did something similar. As I said before, our veteran population is average age over 60 and 65, 46% of them are over 65. So they're vulnerable to the COVID pandemic. And so therefore we had to greatly increase the ability to do telehealth. In February 2020, prior to the pandemic, we were servicing approximately 10,000 appointments a week. And we had to rapidly scale that up in a matter of weeks. And today we're able to handle over 300,000 appointments a week. So you can see that's a massive increase. Again, that was done primarily through teamwork and leveraging both on-premise and cloud capability very rapidly. If you go to the next slide. This just demonstrates how most of our projects in terms of cloud migration are done. They really involve everybody across the OI&T organization supporting our customers. So our team may be a catalyst, but every one of our projects that is migrated has been successful due to teamwork from all the different teams, whether it's the application team or the other infrastructure teams that are supporting the customer. And Care 2, which is what we called our cloud expansion during the COVID pandemic, is no exception, right? It's a virtual team across all of our DevSecOps areas. We had to do everything from monitoring, increase cloud capacity, increase on-prem capability. And we did this, like I said, in a matter of weeks. And that's, again, next slide. A result of the efforts of all these teams that collaborated together to deliver this effort for the VA. And on behalf of those teams, I'm honored to accept the nomination and look forward to continue to support our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. All right, up next, we will be hearing from Michaela Iorga, the Senior Security Technical Lead for Cloud Computing at NIST. Today, Michaela will be representing the NIST Open Security Controls Assessment Language team within the Advancing DevOps category. Michaela, over to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Kirsten, and everyone still out there after lunchtime. So many thanks to ATARC and to our collaborators that nominated the Open Security Controls Assessment Language team, or OSCAL team, for the ATARC Emerging and Advancing DevOps Award. So I am confident that many of you that you are focusing or have responsibilities around securing government systems that you've heard already of OSCAL. But for the ones that did not, OSCAL stands for Open Security Controls Assessment Language. Around 2016, while working on researching cloud security solution, the idea of control assessment language surfaced as the means for implementing interoperables, security assessment, automation solutions, DevOps included. So we spend long hours in front of the whiteboard with our collaborating cloud providers, with agencies, with FedRAMP in particular, aiming to crystallize the idea. We're looking actually for a foundational element that will provide an open, better, free, faster, more accurate, interoperable, and portable assessment solution for cloud and for traditional on-premises systems. And we wanted that to be available for assessments against multiple regulatory frameworks, not just to demonstrate FISMA compliance. So we name it Open Security Controls Assessment Language, or OSCAL. So once the target was defined, around 2017, we embarked on a collaboration with FedRAMP to provide a common single machine readable language that it was expressed in multiple formats in XML and JSON and YAML for multiple compliance, as I mentioned, in risk management frameworks beyond the 853 catalog of controls and the risk management framework to provide support for ISO, for example, 27001 and 2 and COBIT 5. We want a language that software and service providers could use to express implementation guidance against security controls, and which can be used to share how security controls are implemented in system security plans, or to share security assessment plans, assessment results, and plan of actions and milestones. So we design a language that enable also automated traceability from selection of the security controls through the implementation of the controls and the assessment of system security posture. So you can think of OSCAL as a collection of related models. So the diagram on the slide depicts the OSCAL models and the way they are linked to deliver the desired traceability. With the release of OSCAL 1.0 in July 2021, the OSCAL adoption went viral, and as today, I'm very proud to say, is internationally adopted. Due to the constraints of time today, I won't be able to go in detail to highlight all the 7 models that OSCAL 1.0 provides at this point. But for interested parties, I encourage, and I provided in red in the corner there, the URL where the information can be found. But in the nutshell, you're probably familiar with the 853, Rev 4 and Rev 5 catalog of controls. Well, NIST delivers and maintains using the catalog model. The baselines that are delivered for Rev 4 and Rev 5 are that are maintained by NIST are using the profile model, the second model there. The FedRAMP baselines are using the profile model. And then there are many entities, agencies, private sectors that are using system security plant models or the component definition models, the green ones, to start to document how the controls are satisfied, and then the assessment plan, assessment results, and plan of actions and milestones models to support the assessment and security automation. So just to clarify a little bit, because probably you heard us discussing OSCAL models, but you also heard me mentioning the content, OSCAL content, the 853 catalog that is provided and maintained by NIST for Rev 4 and Rev 5 and available on our repository in OSCAL. And also there are lots of tools already out there that are supporting OSCAL. So I will try to do an analogy between the OSCAL model. What is OSCAL model? OSCAL model is something like the grammar that you have to use to write your essay in English, your document in English, your paper in English, which is the OSCAL content. But then you can write that paper, that essay, using either Google Docs or Microsoft, so different formats that use behind different formats. That's the reason why you are supporting the content and the models in XML and JSON and YAML. So they have to be interoperable. You can convert between them easily. So the Office or the Google Docs are the tools similar to the OSCAL tools that a user will use, or systems were employed to do automation, security automation. So the content that we are provided and all the OSCAL content from catalog, profile, components, SSPs, and assessment plan results and plan of actions are very well aligned with the risk management framework and with the steps that are recommended, with the 7 steps. Adoption, those are just very, very few ones scratching the surface that are listed here. And as I mentioned, is not only within the United States government agencies that really find a lot of value on using OSCAL to document the security posture of their systems and employ GRC tools that learn already OSCAL to be able to automate the security assessment going towards a continuous ATO process and continuous monitoring, which OSCAL supports. But OSCAL is adopted internationally today by the center that is managed by Bosch and Fabasoft under Anita is certifying actually cloud providers. Also ISO/IEC SC27 Working Group 1 approved already that SC27002, the 2022 edition, is going to be delivered in OSCAL to support this interoperable security automation. All the entities are mentioned there, and in the interest of time, I will not going to mention all of them. And there are many, many others that came forward to us, and there are different stages of adopting OSCAL. Our team is very proud for this adoption of OSCAL 1.0, and we're not going to stop here. We have plans to continue developing and OSCAL towards 1.1 with additional features and OSCAL 2.0 enhanced to meet the requirements of our constituents. Some resources are available here. It's not only the ones provided by NIST, not only the ones provided by FedRAMP, but also the ones provided by the community of interest. One that I like a lot is the OSCAL Club that provides information about all the, they call it Awesome OSCAL, all the tools, all the implementers that went public and declared that they are supporting OSCAL. Whatever is available today. There are many others that are not ready to say that loud, but we are supporting all their efforts, and additional information is available on our website, which I mentioned before. This is how it looks. So I'd like to thank you very much, and please contact us if you are interested in OSCAL, if you have questions, or if there's anything that our team can do. Happy holidays to all of you from our OSCAL team.
Thank you, Michaela. Always great to hear from you. Up next, we will hear, thank you. Up next, we will be hearing from our partners over at TCG on the next nominee. And for this nominee announcement, Dr. Robert Buccigrossi, the TCG, did I say it right?
Yes, thank you very much.
TCG Chief Technology Officer will be doing that introduction. So Robert, over to you.
Hello, yes, I am the Chief Technical Officer of TCG. So let me begin by saying thank you. Thank you to ATARC for holding this celebration of innovation and for allowing me to introduce the next nominee. As an American citizen, thank you to all the nominees for using cutting-edge technology to make our agencies and services more efficient, secure, and transparent. It is my honor to introduce the next nominee, Burhan Hajismalu, the team lead for the United States International Trade Commission's Security Vulnerability Dashboard. Like all agencies, the USITC has been asked to do more, process more, and secure more in the face of increasing threats, expanding attack surface, and limited resources. The development team, led by Burhan, was able to create a key informational tool to support DevSecOps best practices by using what was on hand and readily available to USITC, as well as many other government agencies. For 27 years, TCG has been developing and maintaining shared services, federal budget processes, and other government data management programs using Agile and DevSecOps practices. Of course, we get excited when we use new technologies to help our clients further their missions. But even more exciting than saying, look at what I can do, is when we get to say, look at what you can do. Thanks to USITC, Burhan, and his team, this is one of those moments. Again, thank you. Burhan? Excellent.
Hello, can you guys see and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing my screen real quick. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. Morning. Hello, everybody. As Robert said, my name is Burhan Hajismalu. I've been the development lead in my team, and we're going to talk about the security vulnerability dashboard that we have created. TCG developed a low-cost security dashboard to help agencies' IT teams to obtain a clear and comprehensive view of a security environment and track progress on remediation efforts. The challenge is tenable scans are difficult to consume. That's our security scanning tool. As some of you may have already been familiar with this application and the reports that it produces daily, the raw data is very, very difficult to consume. Priorities are difficult to determine because everybody will get lost in the amount of data. Stakeholders may not become aware of key vulnerabilities for too long, and your systems may be out there vulnerable. Gaining an accurate global picture of vulnerabilities across the organization and what actions have been taken to address them is difficult when tracking vulnerabilities. The history of vulnerabilities and remediation efforts can also be buried across in daily reports. These daily scans come, and then you will lose track of things. This is our challenge. I will demonstrate this shortly. These are the daily scans they come. This is anywhere from 600 rows to 800 rows of data. You may not be able to get what you need at the first glance. Our dashboard features automated updating and syncing of the information from the raw data, provides a view into the entire history of vulnerabilities and remediation efforts, customizable mapping and filtering, clear visualizations on vulnerabilities, continuous security monitoring, and continuous diagnostics of our environment. A recent OMB memo was released, M2205, ground truth testing need to accelerate efforts to validate and verify those attestations. Validating our security is in a good place. Our tool will provide that. Another line item in that memo was automation. FISMA data collection has been an overly manual process that often led agencies to create complicated spreadsheets and internal processes to respond questions. Our tool also addresses that as well. And on top of that, as Robert mentioned earlier, we're using an existing technology, which is Power BI. These are daily scans. As you can see, this is what I was mentioning earlier. And to get into it, this is our application. Our application will automatically take those daily scans and convert them into a visual, easily digestible dashboard. And everybody, I apologize for the generalization because for security reasons, I had to mask a few of the information here. Our tool will provide histogram our tool will provide the trend or the vulnerabilities if you want to track it, and also it will provide up-to-date information. For example, I'm going to choose February. In February 10, we can see a drop in the number of vulnerabilities. This is due to the patching. So if you're, as a network division manager, you want to be able to see if your patching cycle is effective, and our tool will provide that. Or if you're a division manager, you want to be able to see which hosts are, if your production hosts, for example, are in danger, and then you can get up-to-date information on those. Our tool also provides management with a clear vision of the environment and allows them to easily manage and direct their resources where the priorities are and needed. I think that's about it. Kirsten?
Excellent. Thank you all so much. All right, up next, we have Ron Thompson again from NASA on another nomination. This time, Ron will be representing the NASA Enterprise Digital Transformation Team within the IT Modernization category. Ron, please take it away.
Hello, ATARC family. I'm Ron Thompson, the NASA Digital Deputy Transformation Officer and Chief Data Officer for NASA. On behalf of Joe Marlowe and I, we would like to introduce our project for digital transformation for the IT modernization category for this award. NASA has been in the forefront of doing transformation for decades, since our inception. So we have had a team of very dedicated individuals, Patrick Murphy, Christina Haynes, and many others that have been part of this team over the last 3 years doing this important work for the agency. We're using digital as a lever to absolutely transform how we do our work, workforce, and workplace for the agency. If you look at the complexity of what NASA delivers for our mission, you can imagine how important doing digital transformation is and how it can inform and transform our IT services for the agency. So we're excited to be nominated for this award and really appreciate your consideration. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you so much, Ron. Always great to hear from you. Up next, we will be hearing from Ellery Taylor, the Director Innovations over at GSA. Ellery will be representing the Small Business Outreach Team with the Promoting Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Accessibility in the Federal Workforce category. Ellery, over to you.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to show my screen here. And let me know if you see that.
Looks good.
Okay, awesome. And first of all, I'd like to say that we're from GSA, we're just so extremely proud and grateful to be able to present the accomplishments from this team. And the first thing I'm gonna do is just read the names of the individuals that are part of this team that have led this significant effort. We have Sherry Wyatt, who's a director at GSA, as well as Brian Gladney, who's a branch chief, Yolanda Collins, who's down in Atlanta, doing a lot of things, Antoinette Scott, part of my team, my division, as well as myself, Ellery Taylor, director of the Innovation Division. And what I'd like to do is just to kind of briefly go over some of the significant accomplishments that we have actually been able to do in the area of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And just to kind of begin, for those of you that are not aware of who we are and where we are, we're a GSA organization, in the information technology category. And we actually comprise the portion of the organization that actually does the acquisition and contracting. So we're basically comprised of key individuals that have, and I would really talk about, the folks that are part of our teams as experts in acquisition and contracting. They've done it for so long. They're aware of all the rules and regulations, the ins and outs, and I think that's what has made them particularly significant in terms of being able to be leveraged in this way and to make a significant impact on the IT community, the small business and socio economic areas that we're leveraging in this initiative. And we've really done a great job in tackling the issues in acquisition surrounding diversity, inclusion, accessibility for the technology industry. We've actually taken it to new heights by breaking down the barriers that currently exist in this area, as well as increasing the participation of small and disadvantaged businesses in the technology area. You know what, let me go to my next slide here. The team at GSA's ITC acquisition organization has hosted countless of webinars and speaking engagements where we have promoted the inclusion of small and disadvantaged businesses in contracting and acquisition vehicles, along with a team of experts in acquisition, emerging technology, and contract management. We have found new and innovative ways to include companies in the government space. The vendor outreach activities have hosted hundreds of small business owners to showcase their capabilities and introduce them to key stakeholders within the government. These activities have paved the way for opportunities that for many businesses was never even ever possible. Suggestions for success are offered in these sessions by a cast of government experts in emerging technology, engineering, software, and program management, as well as contracts. We bring all of these people together for these sessions. Strong participation is given from the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Businesses as well. As part of these outreach efforts, the team has brought together expertise in order to inform as well as educate small businesses in ways that for many of them, they've never been in that type of acquisition scenario, because many of them are actually trying to get a voice where they can actually present to a lot of our government and acquisition representatives. And so by bringing together all of these pertinent stakeholders together in this forum for collaboration, we can actually support small business participation in the information technology sector. The initial sessions are held with a wide audience, and participation spans the entire organization. This gives a visibility in a way that we can actually leverage those special areas and listen in for key information, key points that our industry participants might have. And then what we do is that based upon those sessions, we actually have subsequent breakout sessions where smaller portions of that larger group, where we have key stakeholders actually dive into specific technical and business areas. And the intent is actually maximize the engagement and focus in on opportunities for those industry partners. The team is focused on small and disadvantaged business success, and they probe every program mission area in order to reach the objectives of both the agency, GSA, and the acquisition community, and those that participate in this program. Emerging technologies are highlighted and brought forward for the discovery of government offices and personnel. And while there are no applications or use cases, the the efforts are actually made to tie those technology areas and contract vehicles where those capabilities can provide benefits to the government as a whole. So we actually ask for the industry participants to provide those use cases. And what we do is we actually leverage those use cases in our operational scenarios. Small businesses have been able to showcase technologies that are new to the government. And this has opened the doors for innovation in IT and officials to explore many of those applications. Many of these solutions end up becoming part of the thousands of contracts that make up the GSA information technology category portfolio. And often these companies come back and they actually thank us for all of their successes that they've actually been able to gain in the government sector. Innovation visits have also been held where small teams of contracting officers and acquisitions experts engage with a discussion of offerings as well as capabilities. And of course, we were actually doing these visits before the pandemic. Right now, GSA is on mandatory telework, and we have not been able to make visits, but these visits were actually made in the past and are incorporated into a lot of our efforts. We highlight many of the contracting acquisition areas that are key to the importance for our industry participants. And often small businesses can engage the government in frank and candid conversations about their successes and failures, opportunities and engagements. These sessions help to build on the productive communications and bridge the gap that can form when there's a lack of communication between the contracting officers and small businesses in the acquisition community. Those that are in the contracting increase their technical acumen, especially in the area of rapidly advancing emerging technology areas. Small and disadvantaged businesses are made aware of innovative acquisition programs that can launch their solutions into the government acquisition space. Through these visits, insights are gained that result in a more effective and thorough understanding of the rapidly changing environment. And the other area that I want to really make sure that I emphasize, and I actually just kind of brought this diagram out just to kind of focus in on how we leverage all of the functional specialties that exist within the IT category as it relates to our sessions. The other area that we actually focus on is dealing with the historically the HBCU, historically Black colleges and universities, Howard University and Tuskegee Institute. And this initiative has made significant impacts in dealing with internal and external organizations to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Efforts from this team have helped to promote a transformational change in shifting mindsets and challenges with historically Black colleges and universities, as well as the small and socially disadvantaged businesses. Members of this team have reached out to HBCUs in workshops and training activities. HBCUs were thoroughly engaged during NASA's historically Black colleges and universities, minority serving institutions Infusion Road Tour. The place for this particular event was Tuskegee University. And during this event, the students, as well as the faculty at the HBCU, were enlightened about how to engage with businesses dealing with the federal government, as well as the IT schedule contract vehicle. Outreaches occurred by contacting the university representatives collectively, as well as in smaller groups. In Washington, DC, we actually had a group of HBCUs gathered together, and this team was able to educate and promote accessibility of these groups in underrepresented areas of technology and business activities. For some of these participants, this would be the first time that they would hear of the opportunities that exist for the advancement and inclusion of key technologies and business areas. This was followed by activities in a national event were the White House Initiative on Historically Black Colleges and Universities. The conference was titled The Perfect Decade to Accelerate HBCU Competitiveness. The conference hosted 2,406 virtual attendees, including HBCU presidents, administrators, students, and advocates, federal executive agency secretaries and professionals, national higher education leaders, as well as philanthropic and corporate executives to focus on deal making between HBCUs, the federal sector, and non-federal public and private partners. This team, again, was able to provide crucial education and sponsorship of major technology contracts and opportunities for underrepresented communities, and programs for the small businesses to take advantage of greater opportunities. These same activities are being performed on a recurring basis and are being performed by this team in collaboration with the Small Business Administration, as well as the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business at GSA. These efforts have made significant headway in improving the conditions for HBCUs to win public and private investments and form lasting partnerships to enhance the education and economic competitiveness of students, institutions, and communities. I wanted to also highlight, because I know that I've talked a lot about the outreach activities, the education and the training that we've done, but some folks might be asking about the actual results and the accomplishments, but you can clearly see here that the significant accomplishments from this team for the ITC contract portfolio. And we actually, I think this was the number that we had from last year, was over $32 billion in IT spend that actually goes through the IT government-wide category. Out of that amount, over $7.7 billion have gone to small businesses across all of the socioeconomic business sectors, including disadvantaged businesses, women-owned small businesses, hubs-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses. So you can kind of see the impact of this collaborative effort from our teams on the ITC portfolio, and that is the effect. We really are a committed team, very passionate in what we do, and we're actually very enthused about the efforts of our team in order to advance this significant area. And I'd just like to thank the ATARC community for our nomination, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ellery. That was excellent. Up next, we will be hearing from Jeffrey Rhodes over at OPM again. This time, Jeffrey will be representing the Microsoft 365 Enterprise Expansion Teams Launch and Champion Network team within the Workforce Innovation category. Jeffrey, over to you again, sir.
All right, sorry, I'm having a little trouble turning on my video. There we go. Excellent. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Looks good.
All right, well, good to see everybody again. I'm the product owner for Microsoft 365 here at OPM, and I'm pleased to talk to you about our Microsoft 365 expansion project. So collaboration is increasingly important with tools proliferating, and COVID-19 and its associated telework accelerated the need to meet and collaborate online, as I'm sure all you know. OPM found itself with sometimes competing tools with resulting silos and inefficiencies. We decided to standardize on Teams, OneDrive, and the rest of the Microsoft 365 suite. We partnered with our stakeholders and Microsoft and built a champion network with representation across the agency. And we created a comprehensive change management plan to effectively roll out these technologies across the agency. With a 94% Teams adoption rate, OPM is seeing both improved productivity and cost savings, with tremendous opportunities for future growth and innovation on this platform. Teams in OneDrive are the basis for document collaboration, chats, calls, and meetings, but to use them effectively require change management, training also, and a strategy to engage users across the agency. This champion network was the tip of the spear as we rolled out Teams in OneDrive. They learned the new technologies, piloted our training sessions, and offered key advice, often ran their own office hours and training events, and were a key interface with our customers. Our CIO and other senior leaders frequently met with the champions, which underscored their importance and increased their enthusiasm. The champions benefited by early access to tools, special Ask the Expert sessions, public speaking opportunities, as they often led the slides portion of our training events, and more. We had over 100 champions sign up, and over half came back for round 2, with the rest being filled from a large number of volunteers. We met with the champion network weekly and shared slides like this on the expected time commitment and some of the suggested activities. Extending the adoption beyond the project team and leadership into the champion network helped us reach what Simon Sinek has called the tipping point, where we move beyond just the innovators and the early adopters into the next wave. In particular, they helped us start with the why before jumping to the how and the what. We engaged our key stakeholders and involved them in the configuration of Teams in OneDrive, such as recording policies, how teams are created, whether chats and posts could be deleted, whether live events could be scheduled for the public, and many more decisions. We then documented these settings and communicated them via our online resource center, as well as in the myriad of training events. These events included numerous instructor-led training sessions, with the best of these being turned into recorded trainings as well. We also had job aids, newsletters, Teams channels, lunch and learns, and the list goes on. Putting this all together, we focused on both the content and the communication channels so that everyone at OPM was aware of Teams in OneDrive and knew where to go if they struggled or wanted to learn more. All of this focused on what's in it for me so that it was immediately relevant to the users. Here are some of our results. A robust champion network, 60 training courses and counting, numerous communications, a 94% Teams adoption rate, as I mentioned, and all OPM employees positively impacted, improving productivity and giving us cost savings from a reduction in licensing of overlapping tools. Our champion network members had positive experiences as well. Here are just a few of the comments that we received. We are now expanding the use of this network to pilot other upcoming initiatives, such as Teams, phones, and Poll Everywhere. And here's just some of the members of this awesome team from across OPM. They came together to make this project a huge success. Thank you very much for the nomination and for your time today.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Great to hear from you again. Up next, we will hear from William Dowse, the branch chief at the National Science Foundation. Today, William will be representing the National Science Foundation DevSecOps team within the DevOps category. William, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bill Doss. I'm representing the National Science Foundation. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about, sorry, let me share my screen real quick. Can you all see my screen? All right.
Looks great.
Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about an effort that we had to expand DevOps in the National Science Foundation. I'm Bill Doss. I'm branch chief in our Division of Information Systems. Also have Lee Westfall and Tom Boger, who represent our infrastructure and security systems. So everything at NSF is done by consensus. We rarely take a step without including everyone, and decisions always start as a grassroots effort. In my time at NSF, there's never been a top-down forced directive from our IT leadership. This is a great thing for getting commitment from the organization, but once we decide something, everyone needs to be bought in and ready to go to get the ball rolling. In 2015, we had an Agile committee, and we started a pilot for an Agile process to replace our old waterfall process. After that, we moved into scaled Agile to accommodate our 200-person development team. And we even presented at the SAFE Summit in 2018 because we were pretty confident that we were doing the right stuff in Agile. But we were missing something. We had gone from annual software releases to about quarterly, and from there, we couldn't really go any faster. So we started trying to look into some of the issues that we were having post-release. And I'm sure all of you have heard this trope, it's just the textbook challenges that we have had at NSF. The application security infrastructure operation and enterprise architecture service areas have traditionally been siloed. And even though the applications team had taken Agile, the rest of the organization didn't. The other groups supported our continuous integration efforts and the build process, but none of them really were okay with us doing continuous deployments and moving our release process faster. So what we really lacked was getting the buy-in, and myself and my two colleagues figured we needed a forum to get the right people involved. So I oversee the DevOps team and all the tools. I oversee the modernization of our public website, nsf.gov. And we were really trying to bring our website to the next level and modernize it not only on the human-centered design aspects, but also to modernize the tech stack and start releasing feature updates every 2 weeks and to not experience any downtime when we're deploying those features. So what we realized wasn't just our web team, but after meeting with a few of the tech leads and other applications, the adoption of the DevOps tools for releases and testing was extremely low. In fact, at the beginning of FY19, we only had 1 or 2 teams using it regularly for production deployments, and none of the teams at all were doing automated validations after the deployment. They were still manually going in and checking the systems. So what we wanted to do was something that could meet these needs. And I found out from the PMs that what was happening was that taking on new tools and new processes were consistently being deprioritized against new feature development and customer needs. And no one had really proven out that return on investment. So knowing that NSF is consensus driven, it was obvious that we would only be able to improve our process by getting agreement from all the areas. So Lee Westfall, Tom Boger, and I all met. Oops, sorry. And we agreed that to improve the apps and how they're hosted and make them more secure, the only way would be to get everybody in the room. So we need the right people who are empowered to make the decisions, as well as the technical people who knew the stuff that they were talking about. And this was about 30 people in total between the apps, security, and infrastructure, and enterprise architecture. And really no one likes meetings at all. So we wanted to make sure this was rewarding and important for each group. And once we got everybody in the room, we identified what the goals people had. And funny enough, we all had the same goals. We wanted to improve delivery velocity, increase the application resilience, reduce the maintenance burden. So we agreed to continue having weekly meetings. And with the representation from each of the 4 areas, we started to break down the goals, did a backlog, research items and tasks. And we came to a consensus on creating a new application platform on AWS that would run containerized applications on Kubernetes, as well as many different pipeline improvements in our DevOps tools, including shifting left the security scans and all the automated testing. Throughout these meetings, we overcame the boundaries we previously had. And over the last 2 years, we've really increased the amount of trust in the organization. Even last week, we discussed moving to a GitOps model and advancing even more our processes. So we've really successfully solved some complex challenges, including some in cybersecurity, our business needs, and prioritizing the legacy system retirement, all from a grassroots level. So our major results here, the DevSecOps team, that's what we call ourselves in that forum, create our cloud application platform with tools and processes that evolved into a modern enterprise-wide scaled agile approach to development. Beginning of FY20, we launched the new beta.nsf.gov website, so go check that out. It's been growing ever since. And that was our MVP. Since then, we've had a lot of success scaling out our modern and resilient platform, and we've continued to grow on that. So some of the biggest things that we've done, we've gone from having a minimal coordination effort to now having all 30 plus people in the room weekly discussing all the technical issues. We've gone from having just 2 COTS products running on AWS to now having 50 applications and services that are critical to our business running on AWS with fully automated builds, security scans, and deployments. We only had 4 applications running automated builds on-prem before, so this is a big increase for us. And we're now doing about 26% of validations in an automated fashion versus the 330 manual validations that we were running in FY19. We're now releasing well-tested, low to new defect code in production every month. And in the case of the website, it's happening every 2 weeks, which is a huge, vast improvement over that waterfall process that we had before. So now all of our teams have control of their own applications, how they're hosted, they're scaled and respond to different events. And one of the best things is that now we're on track to have all of our mission critical business systems running on the AWS platform with the full DevOps pipeline running by the end of next fiscal year. So with that, I just want to give a big thank you to Lee Westfall and Tom Boger, who've been in this with me the last few years, as well as all of our ITSIS and ITIS contracting teams and all the industry partners who consult us throughout the process. And thank you all for listening to me today.
Thank you so much, William. Up next, we'll be hearing from Ms. Susan Perez, the Chief of Staff at the Office of Information and Technology within the VA. Today, Susan will be representing the Office of Information and Technology COVID-19 Scrum team, which falls within the COVID-19 response category. Over to you, Susan.
Thank you for that. And to the audience, I don't have slides because really, what slides can we put together when we're in the middle of crises and in the middle of response? First and foremost, I had the honor and the privilege of being asked to lead an executive team who were on the midst of COVID, looking to see what do we need to do to get our department safe and secure and continually operating all throughout the COVID crises. Many may be familiar with the department's main missions. We have 3 administrations, and then we have a bunch of support offices and support staff, of which the Office of Information and Technology is one, and a main one. So our mission sets include healthcare and healthcare administration, benefits, and of course, our national cemeteries and helping veterans and their families have our veterans reach their final resting place. Many are unfamiliar with VA's 4th mission. And the 4th mission gets invoked when we're in a period of crises, whether it's an act of terrorism or a national disaster, or in this case, a black swan event like a national pandemic, right? Or a global pandemic. So when we were first hearing about what was going on, the executive crew huddled together and we decided, we need to really talk very quickly and daily. And that's how the Scrum team was formed. And the Scrum team really took a look at things that we had in motion. I can't tell you the value of having a really good strategy in place and how that aided us during this particular time of crises. The nomination in this category is because we were able to pull together and lead the department out with a technology solution. And really the credit all goes towards the executives who every day lead their particular pillars and the leaders underneath that who do the day-to-day work. So the good strategy that we had in place, we were able to capitalize on. We were in the midst of having a digital transformation and having that strategy in place and having those items already in motion gave us opportunity to really look and see what can we choose to accelerate and what would that do to benefit the department. Communication was sort of the second area. We knew in this daily scrum, it wasn't just communicating with each other, but we had to have rapid comms with our business lines. And those rapid comms were frequent. They were daily, they were multiple times per day. But what they were doing was advising the business of what we were doing to keep everything at the ready and be prepared. We had at one point really tested our system, tested and stress tested how many remote users we could support, because ultimately we knew we had to support everyone in a remote capacity. Our clinicians who were really the first responders in this case, well, their doors never shut, but some of them were falling ill to the same COVID pandemic that was hitting the rest of the globe. As humans, they were responding too, and some of them were becoming ill. So we needed to make sure that we had the technologies in place to further accelerate the tele benefits and the tele work that we were employing. And that led from not just a telework posture, but the telehealth solutions, the telehearing solutions, and all of our benefits administration who had all of their personnel working from home and really adjudicating and rating out those claims for our service members and veterans to receive the benefits that they have so earned. One of the lessons too that I would offer, and we realized this during several of the scrums, was the importance of testing that infrastructure and testing the software and making sure that both were capable of all of the connectivity that needed to happen and be up and running, and that we had mitigation strategies in place should there need to be alternate means offered. The next area, honestly, that we really thought about was how we were dividing and conquering the day-to-day work. So we were scrumming as a leadership team, but then the work that had to cascade down from the leaders to the frontline teams, that had to be broken up. And so you hit things very much like you're in a COOP scenario, right? Continuity of operations and how that mission set would occur. And so we broke that work up. And our Scrum teams wound up having further Scrum sessions with those subordinate personnel. And a lot of it was to make sure people stayed calm, that they remembered the priorities, that we helped rack and re-rack and stack the work that had to be done day in and day out. The importance of our relationship with the vendor community was another area that was absolutely key. The vendor relationship during a time where we were having supply chain disruptions, we had to make sure that folks realized, because of our fourth mission set, we needed to have the equipment, we needed to have the right things in the right places. And in some instances, equipment that would have never really been provisioned out because it's not a normal ask became an extraordinary ask. And so having ourselves at the forefront of receiving those shipments and making sure that we had the companies that ship equipment at the ready, doing so at the different locations across the country, were key. And having those relationships in place was key. Value in communicating plans in general to staff. I harp on communication because it was not just one single Scrum team doing it, but multiples. And for those of you who each lived and breathed the pandemic with the rest of the nation, you know that not communicating is also leading to confusion. It also leads to questions. So communicating to the staff daily of what was going on and how things were happening was key. There is a gentleman, and he probably already went before me, but I'm going to give a shout out to David Catanoso. If you didn't hear from him already, please listen to what he did. Instrumental, an executive like David on our team, coming up with solutions out of the box to make sure that we had the right support happening, and the creative solution that he put in place to put things up in the cloud. Those were the types of folks that I had the privilege of bringing together. And it's not that they needed the guidance, they already know what to do. But it was, again, making sure that we were structured, talking, organized. There's a lot of value in having leadership come forward during a time of crisis. And then the last area to really hit on was governance. We were in a position at the department level that we knew the regular appropriation dollars that we were on the hook normally to go expend weren't going to cover some of the things that we needed to accelerate. And we were really gifted the opportunity to talk with OMB colleagues and speak with the Hill and present the case to receive some of the supplemental dollars that were given to some of the departments and agencies. And we were fortunate from an IT standpoint to receive $2.1 billion of that supplemental funding. Having that funding also meant that we needed to be very diligent in how we would spend that. And so we put a governance structure in place. Actually, we replicated already existing governance components, and we managed that $2.1 billion of seeing how items and projects that were planned out or in motion needed to accelerate, prove that, and also make sure that we had the personnel that we needed. So in some parts of our country, we had a surge. And so even working through that HR hurdle to get people on board quickly, temporary hires, who I think some of them have decided after the experience, they really want to remain on VA roles and continue on supporting the mission set. And so we're very grateful for that. That was the second area. And then of course, at the time, the return to work posture. What do we do when the pandemic ends? I think where we are with the nation now is, I think we're recognizing it isn't just a pandemic anymore. It's an endemic. And it's part of what we're going to be living with, just like the flu, just like any other disease entity that decides it's here to stay. But regardless, it really helped us, I think, as a nation think differently. And as a department and an organization, it really helped us test ourselves to the limit, and the things that we need to do as an IT community to support that day-to-day mission set, and support to such a degree that when problems arise and when crises arise, that we can meet those with technology solutions that really empower the businesses to stay in business and do the things of rendering those healthcare benefits and financial benefits to the veterans and their families. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm privileged and honored to accept this on behalf of the team that I led. No single heroes. We were a huge community, and we are very, very blessed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Susan. Up next, we'll be hearing from Thomas Santucci from GSA. Tom will be representing the IT Modernization Managing Partner of the IPv6 Federal Task Force team within the IT Modernization category. Tom, over to you.
Thanks, Kirsten. And I second Dave Castellano's efforts over at DA. He's doing some wonderful stuff that we like to highlight at our community of practice. Kirsten, if you can go to the next slide. I just want to tell people where we sit in the GSA and the federal space. You know, we're a small office within Office of Government-Wide Policy, but we really sit at an ecosystem within the federal government. We've got access to a lot of all the federal agencies, state and local, and we run a community of practice, as well as we reach out to working groups like ATARC on some of the initiatives they're doing and leverage them. But we're also managing partner with OMB on a couple efforts, mainly data center consolidation, as well as IPv6. So we're instrumental in some of those efforts. But we have reached back to a lot of GSA entities, and I worked here for 2 years, and I've never seen an agency work so collaboratively internally to help external agencies. It's really, I'm proud of this effort, that we're all trying to help each other. If you can go to the next slide. So in our community of practice, we have access to, we've grown to 3,600 members, where we bring in federal experts and experiences from other agencies, as well as the Center of Excellence, and share those experiences with agencies internally. So we've gotten a lot of support from CISA because, frankly, they like to talk internally. It's a lot easier for them to do so, as well as other agencies experiencing IT modernization efforts. We get to easily share that with others. I think we can go to the last slide. Yeah. So my official division is called IT Modernization, but most of us know us for the Data Center and Cloud Optimization Initiative, PMO. We have DCOI under our belt, Cloud Smart, and Application Rationalization. We just took on M2107 IPv6, transitioning the federal government to IPv6. And I want to highlight some of the things that we've done in support of that effort. We didn't, and I want to highlight the support of. There are a lot of leaders in this space in the IPv6, and thank you for nominating us on this effort. But it really took a lot of people over decades to get to this point with IPv6. It's been, you know, a lot of efforts have been going on, but it's been slow and limited in scope with IPv6. And OMB instituted another memo, M2107, to re-engage the agencies and speed up the transition to overcome implementation challenges and really highlight, get agencies to highlight their efforts on this topic. Right now we're running in dual stack mode, and that's causing some challenges, particularly with monitoring. If you didn't think you were monitoring IPv4 traffic well, I don't suspect IPv6 is going to get any better while we're dual stacked. So it's really important for agencies to keep this in mind. Early in 2021, OMB and GSA, Office of Government-Wide Policy, made an agreement that my team would serve as the managing partner for IPv6 task force. I lead the OGP's IT Modernization Division, which provides direct support for DCOI and cloud infrastructure community of practice. And this was extended to the IPv6 Federal Task Force. It has several dedicated resources to the IPv6 Task Force and led by Lee Ellis. But I can't continue without giving recognition to Carol Bales, Ron Butra, and Doug Montgomery, who wouldn't, none of this would be possible without those three. And I'm sorry to see Ron is retiring the end of this week. He will be sorely missed. So throughout 2021, we focused on a few different key items, including increasing the amount of engagement we have with IPv6 community. It's been strong over the years. There was a lot of efforts privately to engage the IPv6 community. And there's probably 50, 75 really smart people on this subject. But we needed to explode that and get the federal agencies to really engage themselves, not only at the network layer, but at the application layer and everything in between. So we started hosting monthly interagency meetings with different topics and interest for the IPv6 transition managers and staff. We get over 250 people at every meeting. So the topic was a little bit hot. And we discussed a variety of topics like DNS NAT 64, IPv6 acquisition, and how to run and start an IPv6 pilot. In June 2021, we decided to host an IPv6 summit. We had over 1,000 registrants. We've had 600 attend in person and many more watch the video. And where we had 5 panels with various government, industry, and academia experts. We had a fantastic keynote from Maria Rowe, Deputy Federal CIO, and Dr. Vince Cerf, who's recognized as the father of the internet. Overall, the event was great and brought together 3 pillars: government, industry, and academia, that we need to make transition to IPv6 happen across government. It was just as much awareness to the federal agencies as it was to industry that this is coming and get ready for it. We put together some working groups to build out templates and resources for agencies to meet the initial milestones for M2107. We created working groups for policy templates. That was led by DOE and SBA. The integrated project team charter, which was another requirement, was led by Energy and SBA as well. The implementation plan template, it was more of a strategy document, but nonetheless a key document for other agencies, and that was led by NASA. I really appreciate them. And then we created a program management language guide for agencies to adopt the creation of IPv6 in their statement of works, and that was led by GSA. The working groups consisted of many volunteers across the federal government, NIST, DHS, EPA, SBA, DOD, Energy, VA, HHS, and DOT. We are nothing without participation with the agencies. One thing we really want to make sure happens is the connection with IPv6 with other high-profile federal IT initiatives. The biggest thing after this memo came out for IPv6, Zero Trust hit the street and cybersecurity. Agencies have surely heard about Zero Trust over the last 6 months, and IPv6 should be an integral part of the Zero Trust framework. Our team is supporting the CIO Council in putting together the Zero Trust playbook over the next few months, and building IPv6 is a key part of the Zero Trust. We have a lot of great plans for 2022 and looking forward to working with agencies and continuing the IPv6 journey. We're going to continue our COP IPv6 interagency meetings. The next one's in February. We're kicking off a pair of working groups. One working group will be focused on developing an evaluation plan template to assist OMB in evaluating the agency implementation plans. This team will be led by Robert Sears from NOAA. The other working group will be focused on developing acquisition language for procuring IPv6 services. And that will be led by Rosa Underwood from GSA ITC Category Management. We're going to continue to support agencies on the ground and from a policy angle to meet the first set of metrics at the end of FY23, which is at least 20% IP-enabled assets on federal networks are operating on IPv6 only environments by the end of 23. Thank you again for the nomination and to all the other panels or nominees on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Always great to hear from you. And next up, we will be hearing from Amin Quasi and Rupesh Kumar from the IRS. Today, they will be representing the team name, which falls within the Advancing DevOps category. Take it away, Rupesh.
Hey, Kristen, this is Amin. I'll get started and Rupesh can chime in, and Rupesh can also do the presentation for us as well, sharing his screen. So, well, Kristen, first of all, before we get to it, I just want to thank everyone. I feel like this forum was just wonderful. I have been listening to lots of these presentations, and it seems like I thought IRS was doing some wonderful stuff, but it seems like lots of federal agencies are doing a lot of good work. And definitely kudos to you guys that you're putting together this forum where you can share all this information. So really great information sharing and great forum for everyone to share their accomplishments, and also providing an opportunity where we can know if there's another agency that we can get to get some information. So with that, let me start with the presentation. Again, good afternoon. My name is Amin Qazi. I am technical advisor here in IRS. For the past 5 years, we have been on the CI/CD DevOps journey, and we have made some very significant improvements in that area. Presenting with me is Rupesh Kumar. He's our chief architect who designed most of this system that we are using. He definitely has probably all the certifications that any agency or any company offers. So a great resource. He's from Citizen with us. Also, I just want to say that this journey is for DevOps is a journey where you have to have a commitment from the top down. And in our case, we were lucky that we had Nancy Seeger, who's our CIO. She was very much in favor of adopting DevOps. Again, our ACIOs, Linda and Craig, they were very supportive from the beginning. Our executives like Robin Moses, Steve Lamborn, David, Irene, Bob Buxted, all these guys have been lending us help all along. And again, I get even pinged by Robin even on her free time where she was like, hey, what's going on? Or did we do this thing or that thing? So this is the kind of interest that you need from your executives to be able to succeed. So I am so blessed and thankful for all the support that I get, and definitely very thankful for being nominated here for and getting the ability to present. With that, I think we can go to our next slide where we are have our challenges. Again, all of these challenges are probably not unique to us. I think they are very common across the board. As just like everyone else was saying how big their organization is, I also like to share an interesting fact that IRS is, from the revenues point of view, IRS is bigger than the Fortune top 500 companies, 5 of them combined. So if you take the top five companies and you combine their revenues, IRS is even bigger than that. So you can tell like how much paperwork that we have and how much applications that we need to support all of that work. And so the challenge that we had was how do we navigate all of that? Because all of that stuff, there is lots of silos that we need to overcome. And there is another presentation that we did, Rupesh and I, on how to break silos and still staying in the silos. If you get a chance, devops.org has that presentation as well. But again, that was one of our biggest challenge that we had to overcome. Another challenge that we really wanted to work with was to reduce the onboarding time. We did not want project teams to learn a new tool and get really expert in certain thing to onboard. We just wanted to give them a template. They will fill out the template and they will be done. So that was the idea, and that's what we set out to do. Also give projects team the ability to self-onboard without needing any help. And another thing what we really wanted to do was to how to stay tool agnostic, because we had lots of issues with running out of licenses and working on that. So we tried to use open source software, and that's something, or at least stick with the open standards, so that way we can at least move from tool to tool if ever needed. Again, quality and security, that's again also very integral point, because just like this log4j issue that I think everyone is working on right now, how do you know which applications are using the bad version of log4j and which applications are using the right version or are above 2.15 and above? So that's what we want you to do, is to bring all of this stuff in the open, to bring it, everyone knows what other applications are using and what they're doing. So a vulnerability like that comes up, you know exactly which applications are impacted and what we need to do. Again, maintainability of the website, that was also our big issue. We know it's like, we don't want build something that it's hard to maintain. And that goes very much hand in hand with the budget issue. And I think lots of other people also who presented before me said the same thing, that we are expected to do more with less. So how do you build a pipeline which does not require a lot of maintenance? So that's were some of the goals that we were working on, and we wanted to talk about that. And also, not only what we learned and what we did was something that stayed with us. We developed an award-winning framework, and not only we kept it with us, and Kristen, you know that you are part of the host of our work session where we share these good practices with other federal agencies. Again, going back to the idea of this ATARC where we are all working together. So with that, I hope I picked up some interest, and again, lots of you know this, the work that we are doing with mission critical capabilities like American Rescue Plan, or also Advanced Child Tax Credit. So all of these things have been made much simpler with the adoption of agile practices, with the adoption of our framework, our DevOps. So I'm going to hand off to Rupesh. He's going to walk you through on how we actually overcome all these challenges and what did we build. And again, as I said before, it is a framework that was awarded a DevOps award last year as well, which has made us do all this great progress. With that, Rupesh, will you please walk us through the capabilities of the system?
Sure. Thank you, Amin. And thank you, ATARC and GITEC for the honor and the privilege to be here and be nominated for it. So Amin and I couldn't thank you more on that. And I would like to actually start by echoing what Susan Perez from VA said earlier, that this is the trying times, and the COVID actually has put everyone to kind of like look at our agency and our mission and see how we can be prepared for these kind of catastrophes when it arises. So I guess without further ado, let's get started. So here I will be talking more on what we, once we understood the challenges of IRS ecosystem, what we have to do to actually make it better. Now, as Amin said, America Rescue Plan and Advanced Child Credit, these were some of the things which came out after the COVID pandemic. And then certainly, as you might be aware, IRS is also heavy on the filing season and open enrollment season. So typically you have more taxpayer responsibilities, which IRS has to manage and maintain and even excel. So we had to design a system which actually can support that. And now to put things in perspective, IRS has over 325 applications ranging from mainframe to monolithic. Some applications even range from 1920s. So you are talking about like highly legacy applications. Now, how do you actually make them more adapting to the times? So we had to actually come up with a way to not only onboard this application to the latest tools and technology, but also provide the power to the teams to actually self-onboard their own applications onto a framework. And that's where we actually came up with this CI/CD template framework, which Amin mentioned earlier. We actually won the DevOps World 2020 Innovation Award in the diverse category last year, and we were also the finalist on DevOps Dozen best implementation of DevOps across US. So that was something which we are very proud of, and we are humbled as well, because this actually took a village of people to actually work on making this happen. Now, one of the most important thing for us with this framework was to have a separation of duty, so that we are making sure that the project teams are involved with doing what they are doing the best, which is to build the functionalities and not to worry about learning new technology or worrying about the intricacies of DevOps. So that was one of the most important mission capability requirements which we had to work with. And the other important thing was the first class artifact. We had to make sure that nothing goes into the production if it is not a first class artifact. What does that mean? It means that everything is version controlled and it's audited. Now, as Amin mentioned earlier, like IRS is a very heavily regulated environment. So we have TIGDA audits, we have audits which can come from any place, and we have to be ready with our artifacts. So we better follow that. So we actually took a note of that from the get-go to actually make sure that everything flows in our pipeline through a single source of truth. And our pipeline was extensible. We have to make sure that our pipeline accommodate the age-old technology to the latest cutting-edge technology, from mainframe to microservices. So how soon we can actually provide value add to the project teams by by creating the extensibility in our pipeline. And certainly the portability was very important, because IRS has over 10,000 servers which are running on-prem. And now we are also migrating to Amazon GovCloud. And in the future, we will also be looking at the multi-cloud option by moving to Azure as well. So with that, we wanted to make sure that our pipeline can run in a quick turnaround on any different platform. And then certainly we wanted to make sure that the application team and the CI/CD DevOps team are decoupled in a way that we can manage the pipeline, the templates, the functions which are the underlying wiring, if you will, of the pipeline, and the project team worry about creating and working on the executive orders like America Rescue Plan or Advanced Child Credit Plan. And then our pipeline, actually, we worked with different stakeholders all around the IRS, from enterprise operations, enterprise service team, enterprise system team, enterprise security team, enterprise operations, and so forth. So we actually worked with them to create a enterprise definition of done standard, which was what the pipeline respects and makes sure that each stage of the pipeline actually follows that. So in this subsequent slide, you kind of see it in a graphical vision that how currently this pipeline is working and it's operational at IRS. Now, this is the working pipeline. And as you can see, the hexagons down below here, these are the different stages of the pipeline. So here, there is a team around, within these hexagons. Now, what does that mean? It means that there are experts and subject matter specialists who are within those silos who are working and cranking, and they know what they have to do within that silo. So we are actually not making them break the silo and come and be part of the CI/CD pipeline, but be in the silo and do what the best they can do. But our pipeline actually adheres and respects their definition of done. So it allows us to go through a entry and the exit criteria when it goes through each and every silo. And we call this as a CI/CD template framework, which actually is currently operational at IRS. And let me now quickly talk to you about some of the results and metrics which we have achieved as of today at IRS. So right now, as of today, over 27,300 person hours are saved annually. And how are we doing it? We are doing it by, we have onboarded 101 applications on our CI/CD pipeline, and it is performing all the end-to-end operations as you saw in the previous screen. And we have over 500 plus pipelines which are running daily. And we have over 6+ applications which are deployed on-prem using the OpenShift container platform. And we have over 70+ production releases, which we have done for the enterprise case management set of applications on the AWS GovCloud. And not the least, the onboarding time, which was earlier in months, has reduced to minutes, and the project teams are now capable to self-onboard their entire application end-to-end using our framework. And finally, as many of you can resonate with what I'm going to say next, is the server provisioning. Earlier, the server provisioning request and the final product used to take about 6 to 9 months in an agency. But with this pipeline and with infrastructure as code, we can now spin up Linux and Windows latest versions in less than 22 minutes by this pipeline. So these are some of the results which you have attained, and we are hoping to attain even more as our journey to DevOps continues on. And again, thank you for this opportunity to be here today. And with that, I will actually give it back to Christian. Christian, back to you.
Thanks,
Thank you so much, Amin and Rupej. Great stuff. Up next, we will be hearing from Brandon Jabbar from the DOL. Today, Brandon will be representing the Department of Labor IT accessibility team within the promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion accessibility in the federal workforce category. Brandon, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we are.
All right, great. Good afternoon. As Kirsten said, I'm Brandon Jabbar. I am the Section 508 Program Manager for the U.S. Department of Labor, and I will be speaking on behalf of our small but mighty team. Carlton Walker actually retired in September of this year. Kim Borowitz, Dr. Elizabeth Small, Kenya Goodman, Jennifer Komisarenko, Sue Lee Yao, and Bill Windley. Hopefully you're all very familiar with Section 508 because you've been ensuring that all of these wonderful innovations are completely accessible to people with disabilities. But in case you're not aware, Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 is the law requiring federal agencies to make their information and communications technology accessible to people with disabilities. And that access needs to be comparable to the access provided to those of us without disabilities. Section 508 applies to software and applications, websites, and electronic documents, which makes it applicable to everyone here at DOL, not just the IT folks. So a little over 2 years ago, I was asked to stand up an enterprise-wide Section 508 program office for DOL, but I knew it couldn't just be yet another program. If the accessibility of our IT was positioned as something separate, then we'd just continue to struggle indefinitely. So once I built our small but mighty team, we convinced our departmental leadership that accessibility needed to be considered part and parcel with everything we do in IT. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. So our leadership agreed that there should be 3 non-negotiables within IT: security, privacy, and accessibility. If it's not secure, if it doesn't protect PII, or if it's not accessible, then we shouldn't be putting it out there. Now, that is a wonderful sentiment, and it makes for a great marketing tagline, but we had to figure out how to actually do that. Right? How do we change the organizational culture to the point where IT accessibility has simply become how we do things at the Department of Labor? So instead of sharing a dry and rather boring timeline of what we did and rattling off our success measures, I'd like to spend just a couple minutes telling you about how we've been driving positive change at DOL. Frankly, even if you aren't dealing with Section 508 the way I am, our strategy could be really helpful for you too. One of the most important things we considered from the beginning is that everyone in an organization doesn't change at once or even at the same pace. It's impossible, no matter how big your budget. So we've created what we think of as an accessibility pipeline with ongoing activities in all phases of our change model. Now, our entire strategy is built around the ADKAR model of change management. In addition to our continuous improvement mindset, this focus on change management has been the key to our success. ADKAR stands for awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. So we start by raising awareness. We started by raising awareness among our 18,000 federal staff and contractors, so they know what IT accessibility is and why it's important, why it's so important to everything we do at the department. But we don't just shove mandatory training down their throats. We show our employees the human side of accessibility so they understand the struggles and the frustrations of our coworkers and the members of the public we serve who have disabilities. This helps create an actual desire to change, a desire to learn what they can do to help things improve. Now, once the desire is there, once people want to change, then we give them the knowledge they need. That's when we train them on what they need to know to improve the accessibility of their work products. But we don't stop there. We don't stop with training. We help them turn that knowledge that we've just given them into skills and abilities. We do this through coaching, ongoing coaching. We have one-on-one support. We provide refresher training. We've got advanced level training, and we even coordinate a document accessibility community of practice. We've had several thousand attendees take training, but training alone just isn't enough either. Too many programs force people to take training, right? The mandatory training, and then they jump right to enforcement to make sure people have changed. Let's be honest. When your people don't understand the need for the change, and they have no desire to change, and they have not actually developed the right skills and abilities to change, then enforcement, well, that becomes an extremely costly endeavor. So we focus on reinforcement. After we've walked people through the entire change journey, in addition to ongoing training and support, we also have these metrics and measures in all 5 of the OMB accessibility maturity model domains. We have metrics and measures in acquisitions, in training, tech lifecycle, testing and validation, and complaint management. And those metrics are actually evolving. We started with basic metrics to establish a baseline in each domain, but now we're taking a phased approach to ensure that we're measuring in a way that provides actionable information and it tracks the progress we're making. Now, to be clear, our team didn't just do all these things at some point in the past. We're continuing to do them all as we help more and more people get to the point where they believe that accessibility is critical and they're doing everything they can to support it. We believe that the only way to get away from the check the box mentality towards IT accessibility is to create an organizational culture that truly values the diversity brought by the disabled community. A culture that doesn't think of accessibility as something we have to do, but as something we want to do. And eventually something we always do because, well, it's just how we do things around here. Before I wrap this up, I'd like to say thanks to some folks at GSA for nominating us and to ATARC for hosting these awards. But I think perhaps the biggest thanks goes not only to my 508 team and their passion and their tireless work, but also to the hundreds of folks at DOL who are already working with us to continue improving the accessibility of our IT. And without their willingness to change and evangelize for IT accessibility, the amazing progress we're making just wouldn't be possible. They are the ones who are driving change and having a very real impact on the lives of folks with disabilities. They really are making a difference. Thanks for listening and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you so much, Brandon. Up next, we will be hearing from Douglas Anderson, the Senior Director of Digital Strategy and Innovation at Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Today, Douglas will be representing the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority and the mobile security team within the excellence in the cybersecurity category. Douglas, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten, and good afternoon. That's a pretty big mouthful, the name of our agency, huh? We actually had to shorten it, so we're now just called LA Metro. Not officially, but that's the way we advertise, because as you indicated, that's a pretty big mouthful. Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I'm Doug Anderson with LA Metro, and I want to first off start by thanking Artark for this event and for the opportunity to share our real-life cyber tech experience here at Metro. The cybersecurity project I'm going to describe today didn't actually start out as a dedicated cyber initiative, but rather was my team's response to lessons learned while implementing another customer experience project on our bus fleet here in Los Angeles. Consequently, I'm not going to be presenting any formal project plan. There isn't any. I think I'm in the same court as Susan was earlier. This is something that just kind of evolved through a number of events, unplanned events, the COVID pandemic, and what have you. So today I'm going to simply share our story. To start off, LA Metro is, if you're not familiar, is the third largest transit agency in the US and operates 2,300 buses, 6 rail lines and subway lines to serve approximately 13 million residents in an area spanning 1,400 square miles, which includes 88 incorporated cities. Our typical pre-COVID ridership was approximately 1.3 million daily trips. So we're sizable. My role here at Metro is to lead our digital strategy and innovation team, which was created to test and implement new technology with the focus primarily on improving the customer experience. To that end, approximately 3 years ago, this started, we began to install cellular Wi-Fi routers on our bus fleet. The original goal was to modernize our real-time data communications, which still relied on the slower radio technology, to improve our real-time arrival predictions for our customers. But as we analyzed the bandwidth requirements needed for the vehicle location data, we realized that there was a lot more bandwidth remaining that could be used for other purposes. So after brainstorming and debating and analyzing a number of different solutions, different use cases, we ultimately settled on implementing a mobile customer cellular Wi-Fi network. We had worked with the city on several occasions over the years to explore implementing a Wi-Fi solution countywide, but as you can all imagine, the cost was always extremely prohibitive. So it's just something that never happened. But our reasoning was that since the transit network topology is designed so that no resident is ever greater than 3/4 of a mile from a bus stop or train station, implementing cellular Wi-Fi on the bus fleet effectively would blanket the county with Wi-Fi access always within walking distance by simply boarding a transit bus. As we began to develop the requirements for the Wi-Fi network, we made some assumptions based on general rider demographics and who we thought would be most likely to use the network. We also tried to learn from the experience of other transit agencies that had already adopted cellular Wi-Fi. To our surprise, less than 25% of transit agencies worldwide had actually implemented a Wi-Fi solution, and most of those implementations were actually in Europe. The few US agencies that we observed focused primarily on limited express type services used primarily for business riders. But our thoughts were that the likely users of the system on our system would be riders that own a phone but perhaps can't afford a cellular plan. So basically we were targeting low income, low tech riders with older phones that were not likely updated. And so we did a quick study and a quick check of our most recent onboard customer satisfaction survey confirmed our suspicions. 85% of our riders do not own a car. 55% own a smartphone, but 75% don't have a data plan or household internet access. So basically you've got a lot of low-tech riders using older phones that aren't updated, don't have a plan, that rely heavily on Wi-Fi. That's kind of our audience. So these early demographic data points began to shape our design requirements. In addition to providing access to the internet, we also thought that creating a captive portal upon initial connection that provided useful information and functionality might be useful. So we added a starting page featuring a live map of the user's current location, showing a dynamic list of the next 3 bus stops that moved along along with the map as they progressed along the route. Additionally, we implemented a live chat feature that allowed them to immediately connect with an agent in our contact center who on their end would immediately see the same map of where the customer was, what route they were on, and where they were headed. So that was a very unique feature that allowed them to very quickly be able to help a customer, almost as if they were riding on the bus with them. We also added additionally a security button that activated the vehicle interior cameras on a real-time display in our transit security center. So if they saw anything unusual happening, a fight, an argument, weapons, homeless, people in need of medical help, those kinds of things, a simple touch of a button on the portal page would immediately activate a camera in our security center. So we thought these were things that would be really useful and supportive of our customers that ordinarily are out there riding without any real support at all. At any rate, we were aware of the need for a level of security early on. This was a Wi-Fi channel, free Wi-Fi. And as most of you know, that's probably about the most insecure environment you can have. And it's done that way everywhere. And it's because you need to have immediate, simple access. You need to make it as friendly as possible. People, including our riders, they do not want to have to register or create an account or anything like that. They simply just want to get on board and access information. But so that freedom of access also brings with it some security issues. We also noticed that we had minor students, a lot of minor students on our buses, minors and passengers obviously sitting in close proximity. So it was important that we filter out requests for porn, drugs, alcohol, firearms, those kinds of things. Consequently, after activating this portal on about the first 150 vehicles or so, we implemented a DNS service that allowed us to not only limit the categories I just indicated, but we also wanted to limit big downloads, multimedia, those kinds of things that were heavy bandwidth users in order to allow our customers to have fairly good response time for doing the things that they needed to do. But to our surprise, we saw almost immediately as we looked at these DNS requests that we had yet another security problem. I mean, the sites that remained that our customers were navigating to, things that we're doing, there was a lot of bad actors. We could see sites with advertising that were set them up for phishing attacks and malware. So again, just a simple DNS that we were doing through a vendor really wasn't good enough, frankly. But the portal itself started getting a lot of buzz around on social media. And it's actually through all that buzz that the other members, because this was just a pilot, that the other members of our agencies began to become aware of it. It got pretty popular. And so we were being pushed to, like, even though it was a pilot, well, let's go ahead and keep installing it on the buses as we keep adding them in. And that took about a year, and we grew to about 8 to 9 million DNS requests per day. So it was being heavily used. One of the choices we made was also to use a single SSID on all vehicles. That was so that if they transfer from one vehicle to another, a smartphone would automatically reconnect, which allows it to be very, very friendly. So we wound up setting up our own DNS service to get a more granular look at the request so that we can make the security better, because again, the open SSID, single SSID made us sort of a very big moving target. And we were concerned about bad actors. So we set that up, and we also integrated it with our UDP data for location of the buses in real time. So we actually started to get demographic information based on their surfing characteristics associated with the location within the city where they were. So it's a very useful analytics that allowed us to gain even more insight into our customers and how they're being used. But we became more and more concerned about endpoint security. Our users clearly had no idea what they were exposing themselves. And then the COVID pandemic hit. Suddenly human contact was a no-no everywhere. Metro, like other government agencies, stepped up quickly by creating digital versions of every program it had. About that time, the city provided the locations to us of almost 200 social service locations that we added to the Wi-Fi portal's live map so that bus riders could see them in proximity to bus routes, so they could get online help instead of being there in person. A simple clip would connect them to the sites. But we also, again, observed that many of the locations were small, unsecured websites, and again, introduced more security risks. So we certainly didn't want to remove the locations, but they were needed. But we're just, as we grew and grew, security just became a bigger and bigger issue. Around that time, fortunately, our CIO, aware of our need, came across a security initiative from Zimperium while visiting New York City that seemed to fit our application. We were aware of Zimperium. We used them prior on cell phones that we released to staff members here at Metro. So we met with them and kind of explored some of the products and things that they had available to us. And after several meetings, we decided to purchase and rebrand their Z Secure product and provide it free to download to our customers. Our CIO was fully committed, can't thank him enough, and allocated a sizable sum of our IT budget to acquire 3 million copies for Angelenos to download. Rebranded and launched as LA Secure, the app provides persistent on-device protection against phishing, malicious and risky apps, vulnerable software, risky settings, and device compromise. It provides this protection whether connected to the internet or not, and all while requiring zero personal information from users. So we maintained their personal privacy. The app never takes control of a mobile device, but instead provides contextual alerts and meaningful recommendations to keep users safe, while educating and encouraging them to exercise good security habits. So it's kind of a training tool as well. We also liked that the app's footprint was small for quick downloads because we didn't have a lot of bandwidth. And we were impressed with the extremely low battery drain, which is especially important for transit users on long trips. Today, our riders enjoy free Wi-Fi on our entire fleet of 2,300 buses. While ridership plummeted during COVID, it's beginning to increase again, and we're seeing over 5 million DNS requests per day again on our cellular network. As the mayor of LA, Eric Garcetti, who is also a board member for LA Metro, as well as a tech evangelist for government services, stated in a recent quote, the city and county of Los Angeles have a responsibility to protect citizens, not just in the physical world, but in the digital one too. And it's a responsibility we take very seriously. By launching LA Secure, we're making good on that commitment and empowering our residents with the resources they need to stay safe and protect themselves online. So we're currently gearing up for a larger marketing round for LA Secure, and we'll be activating a campaign next week during the heaviest shopping season to encourage LA residents to download the free app for additional security as they make their online purchases with tablets and mobile phones. So there you have it. We started as a simple innovation project for a transit agency, and due to user demand, dedicated teamwork, collaboration, and a need to meet a world health crisis, the application has morphed into an enterprise transit communications platform first, and ultimately into a countywide cybersecure mobile network to support our most needy citizens in America's second largest city. We are already sharing our experience with sister agencies, and we'll continue archiving our cyber analytics for further study and analysis as we prepare here for the 2028 Olympics. So that's our story. Again, I want to thank you for allowing me to share our experience, and wish everybody a safe and happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. You too, Doug. Up next, we'll be hearing from Gail Colbert, the Senior Program Manager at the Bureau of Land Management. Today, Gail will be representing the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Land Management within the digital experience category. And just as a reminder, since we are over time, please stick to your 5-minute presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Colbert, and I'm a Senior IT Project Manager within the Department of the Interior's Bureau of Land Management, or BLM, in Denver, Colorado. I've been with the Department of the Interior for almost 25 years and have managed the implementation and development of many major highly visible applications. For the past 2 years, my team and I have been responsible for implementing the Bureau's first reusable cloud-based platform solution that will pay significant dividends in the future of modernizing the BLM's IT applications. That solution is the Minerals and Land Records System, known as MLRS. With roots that date back to America's independence, the mission of the BLM has been to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of public lands. The BLM manages land for recreational, commercial, and conservation activities, including energy management, livestock grazing, timber harvesting, and more. The Bureau has long wanted to modernize the way it administers more than 245 million acres of federal surface land and 700 million acres of subsurface minerals. But for mining lands, decades-old legacy systems created a cumbersome and slow process to claim land and manage land status for more than 26,000 active mining customers. Of course, maintenance costs for those outdated systems grew each year. The BLM needed to build a reliable system to streamline processes into an easy-to-use, customer-driven experience. Making its land records transparent and easier to access by the public supports its mission of increasing the productivity of public land on behalf of the American people. At times, the only way for the public to research specific mining land was to visit one of BLM's offices and request to view physical maps, which is especially challenging for more remote locations like Alaska. Despite advancements in geospatial technology and digitization, the BLM was struggling to update its disparate record systems. Individuals or companies that applied to use land or wanted to check the statuses of their applications faced huge delays due to manual processes and paperwork. To process customer claims, land examiners needed to understand an extensive list of numbered codes that described federal regulations. The old record system lacked both data validation, which created inherent risk for human error, and an up-to-date customer payment system for fees. To meet this challenge, BLM created, developed, tested, and delivered a tailored application to provide an adaptable, geospatially enabled portal for the BLM's evolving mission and customer needs. The application automates workflows and provides self-service tools to give more control to customers. Applicants can easily log in online to file a claim, save their application before submitting it, manage multiple claims in a single online account, and pay fees electronically. Launched in January of 2021, MLRS integrates the latest geospatial technology. The result is a modern geospatial land status database that can visually showcase actual land status. This geospatial data is not only easily within reach to BLM customers for the new digital claims process, but it's also available to the public for educational and research purposes. And because these maps and customer data are now on a cloud-based platform, they're accessible via mobile device or desktop without the management of servers. MLRS can monitor transactions in real time, and customers no longer have to visit a physical BLM office to conduct land research. Other integrations include two-factor account authentication through government identity provider login.gov and digital payments through pay.gov. Modern interface architecture through reusable APIs allows the BLM to share data securely across internal and third-party applications. With less manual data and built-in data validations, checking or applying for a mining claim is faster and less prone to human error. The streamlined processes are making a sizable impact on employee productivity. The ability to upload files in bulk for new cases is a major boost in employee efficiency compared with the old way of scanning and uploading the same document for each separate case file. Land examiners no longer need to rely on a complex system of numerical codes, and the important work of BLM can be done more equally shared among teams with greater collaboration in the cloud. The new system also makes information more transparent for financial accounting and reporting, which is a mandate from the Government Accountability Office. Now that BLM is no longer dependent on legacy systems and tedious processes, the workforce can focus on its mission, managing public lands for present and future use. After MLRS launched in January, the BLM saw a 100% increase in the number of claims filed in just one 2-week period. As the Bureau sees a steady increase in productivity and incorporates additional case types beyond mining claims, it projects MLRS will process approximately 1 million transactions per year. Now I'd like to show you a video that shows just how our application solution works.
All right, thank you so much. That was excellent and great to hear from you. Next up, we'll be hearing from Eileen O'Brien, the Deputy Director of Research and Development Division at the United States Department of Agriculture, the National Agricultural Statistics Service. Today, Eileen will be representing the United States Department of Agriculture's National Agricultural Statistics Service team within the Advancing AI and Data Analytics category. Over to you, Eileen.
Thank you. Just making sure you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you and I can see your screen.
All right. All right. Okay, so I'm talking today about the Images project. My name is Eileen O'Brien. I am, as she said, the Deputy Director in the Research and Development Division of the United States Department of Agriculture, National Agricultural Statistics Service. We thank you for this nomination. I cannot possibly accept that it applies to me alone. As you all have noticed, your projects don't either. They're really a group effort, an organization-wide effort, and more. NASA's mission is to provide timely, accurate, and useful statistics in service to U.S. agriculture. But what is Images? What is this project I'm talking about? It's the integrated modeling and geospatial estimation system. It's a system in the sense that it's not a single-use, single-purpose effort. Images is a project that recognizes the means by which NASA has been reporting on U.S. agriculture is under terrific stress, in addition to the stress from the pandemic. Our mission is increasingly difficult to carry out through traditional methods, which would rely on traditional surveys and field collections, and acknowledging that there are extraordinary opportunities now available to us to provide better service to agriculture. Images is an organization-wide effort. Nearly every division has a few staff involved. We have executive sponsors. Each project phase has a project manager associated with that work. Not having a dedicated source of funding is a common problem, or single source of staffing. NASA's in turn taken an all-in approach to begin this effort. You don't see divisions noted in this list of folks who are participating in this project, and that's intentional. As well as engagement across divisions, Images partners with other agencies in USDA and external partners. It's really a patchwork of, because of the, partly the lack of dedicated funding, we have 3 interagency agreements, 3 cooperative agreements with 3 different academic institutions. We coordinate with our OCIO and, as I said, all NAS divisions. Then we have multiple purchases for new data, non-survey data, and so on. We also partner, and it's very significant to mention this, that we partner with the OCIO, who has a long-term contract with Accenture Federal Services. Now that's critical because staff come and go, and we don't have to manage this aspect of our project, and the department now takes responsibility for that. But what this shows is that early engagement are absolutely critical to the success of this project and buy-in, and we will hand this project off to other divisions when we're done. The motivation was really extreme weather, and we expect more of this over time. 2 years ago, a large winter snowmelt was followed by excessive rain. Soils were inundated during the normal planting season, and our crop reports, which come out on a scheduled basis, rely on traditional data collection, did not reflect updates based on the most recent weather event impacts. Naturally, this raised a lot of questions and concerns from our producers and stakeholders. And these conditions resulted in a large gap between expected and actual planted acres. With these events expecting to become more common, we need a more rigorous system now of early season acreage estimation, and specifically a near real-time capacity to support timely in-season updates. So not just a single report from a single survey for a point in a time, but more dynamic. Therefore, this team was asked to modernize NASS by improving its ability to produce planted acreage estimates, by developing and assessing the utility of machine learning methods, and creating reliable early season and in-season updates in near real time. From our charter, we started with Illinois, one state, because you can't fail in Illinois. There's a lot of agriculture in Illinois. We've built out this process to 10 states, we'll go 19 states and 40 over time. We're doing this in a very measured way because of the funding and because of the borrowing and stealing of resources and staff. This approach is designed to use all available data to produce these estimates and to link non-survey sources of data, such as data about program participants in USDA programs, as well as records for non-program participants to improve the quality of our master list sampling frame. So this is critical. So this is not just a cool machine learning project or a great IT project where you do a sort of a cash and carry, you throw money at an IT contractor and you get something at the end. This is really responsive, and that never works, responsive to these challenges. Farmers' concerns about survey burden. There's a declining number of farms and we ask more and more of them. There's a perceived duplication of effort between our survey requests and other requests from the department and the government. And the cost of real surveys is just enormous and growing. And as I said, capturing these opportunities to make fuller use of the data already available and other sources, get fresh insights by integrating that data and timelier information. And we're accomplishing this in addition by leveraging new powerful tools, which we don't own. We fund them through the OCIO. And this process is addressing each of NASA's strategic goals. So this is just next slide is just a visualization of the idea that cloud computing, we get Google Earth Engine to use a lot of the geospatial data in a more efficient manner. We're doing predictive modeling, and I also list some of the partnerships with other USDA agencies that includes the Economic Research Service, the Agricultural Research Service, the conservation folks, and the farm program folks at FSA.
Hey, Eileen, sorry to interrupt, but we do have to wrap.
Okay, well, let's go to the end then. We were able to produce survey independent estimates, and we successfully linked these records. The benefits are we got some great new applications. We're also changing the way we use workers. We're using virtual details. We expect to continue to do that. And we're extending the access to the cloud to many more people and projects in the organization, and expect to have higher level of staff and leadership coordination down the road. Next, we're going to continue automating these processes, which we're building from the ground up, and begin planning our transition to operations. It's really going to become a really exciting complement to NASA's data portfolio and responsive to some of the climate change initiatives through executive orders and department regulations. Thank you very much, Alyssa, and thank you all for the nomination again. It's a great team, and I'm glad I had a chance to share it with you all.
Thank you so much, Eileen. We appreciate it. Up next, we will be hearing from Matthew Harmon. He will be representing the Federal Web Council COVID response team within the COVID-19 response category. Matthew, over to you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I think Eileen needs to stop sharing so I can start sharing my screen. There we go. All right, give me 1 second here. And go, and cool. Can you guys see my screen?
I can.
All right, so that's a nice title slide. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's wonderful. It's got colors on it. Okay, so my name's Matt Harmon. I'm the Director of Public Web for the Department of Homeland Security, and I'm also the co-chair of the Federal Web Council. I'm joined today by Stacy Pulaski from HHS and Marina Fox from GSA. So there was this little little virus that kind of popped up. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it. It's called COVID, something like that. Coronavirus. I think that's what the kids are calling it today. Any case, under a little bit of background, first of all, the under emergency support function of the emergency response framework, DHS is tasked with coordination of federal emergency response communications. Normally, we do this during hurricanes and tornadoes and that sort of stuff, large-scale tornadoes. So we're very active in Kentucky right now, as you guys would imagine. However, dovetailing into that, DHS and GSA co-chair the Federal Web Council, and we have a long tradition of coordinating to improve communications around federal emergency response efforts. So effectively, the Federal Web Council is, there's representatives, the web directors from all of the cabinet level agencies, plus other large scale agencies that we get together once a month. And normally we talk about stuff like the US Web Design System and changes on policy and the EO that just came out, and that's around customer service and that sort of stuff. But then we also use that same mechanism to disseminate these communications around disasters. So, and we've got a long tradition of doing that, going all the way back to Hurricane Katrina. And we've got a plan for doing it as well, which we call stay in your lane. So effectively what that means is, and what it lets us do is it lets us use the Federal Web Council to take a single message and then push that out through a single point through the Federal Web Council and then through all of the listservs and everything else, and effectively reaching all of the web managers across the federal government all at one time through this mechanism. We actually use listserv. It's old technology, but guess what? It works great. And it does its job very well. So what it allows us to do is we can designate certain agencies as the central source of information. And then across the federal government, the instructions are written and all agencies are told to link back to the source agency as the authoritative source for the information rather than creating their own content. And this avoids the risk of publishing something that may be incorrect or out of date, which obviously in an emergency situation, information is moving very quickly, very rapidly. So we want to make sure that authoritative information is pushed forward. So obviously, like I said, we've got, a huge track record of doing this during natural disasters. Katrina was the first one, a bunch of smaller ones. Hurricane Sandy was the next big one that we did that really kind of tested the model, and then we were able to refine it after that. And then, a number of other ones, Hurricane Michael and Isaac and all these other ones that have popped up through the years. But then coronavirus popped up, and we realized that we can use the same thing and use the same model, just with different target agencies and different, slightly different audience, which was effectively everyone in the United States. So in March 2019, we convened the council to coordinate this dissemination of clear, accurate, consistent, and timely digital communications related to COVID-19, so the public could easily find the most current and accurate information from any federal website. So at this point, I'm going to hand it off to Stacy Pulaski from HHS. Stacy, are you on?
I am. So as you can imagine, the kind of coordination that Matt's talking is communicate the federal government. So this is no small feat to really coordinate and get everyone into one lane and one path. And it's something that HHS had already been working on for about a year and a half before COVID. We had created a digital communication strategy of instant and impactful digital communications, which really meant that people could get information where, when, and how they wanted on this device. And we had aligned all of our operating divisions and staff division communications offices, which is, we have an 86,000 person workforce. And so that actually played really well into our coronavirus response, so that our 3,000 websites weren't all going in different directions. And CDC actually did a really amazing job of not trying to own everything in a way that intentionally drove people to cdc.gov, but intentionally used the platforms where people get information. And that led to cdc.gov becoming the main website of the federal government. So if you looked at page views in that time frame, CDC's website was beating IRS. It's gotten billions of page views. We worked very closely with all of the technology companies, Google, Facebook, Twitter, everyone, on misinformation, disinformation, and keeping everything completely updated on a weekly basis, all the trending information. And then we worked very closely with the Federal Web Council on keeping everyone in the loop so that we could keep CDC's pages as the primary home, and worked very closely with Matt, with GSA, and then with the council. And then we're disseminating the specific guidance out both within HHS and across the federal government. And with that, I'll hand it back to Matt.
And this was done over an extended period of time, as everybody knows, and the information is shifting and, you know, following the scientific information that's available at the time and providing the American public with the best possible information that we have in front of us. So,
and the reality, the impact of that is the Commonwealth Fund, I think this week said we prevented about 100 million people from getting illness and being hospitalized. So ultimately, it's about public health.
Yeah. So yeah, and throughout all of this, Stacy and I working together hand in hand, and then working with GSA, and then having these regular meetings and coordination calls through the Federal Web Council, and then posting our guidance along the listservs, and then also on digital.gov and everything else, and became a living, breathing document until we reached effectively a steady state operation, which is where we're at right now. And everybody and their brother's still going to cdc.gov for the latest up-to-date information. So, and that is what we've got. We'll keep it short and sweet.
Thank you all. Excellent work. We appreciate it. Next up, we will be hearing from not Matthew Harmon, because we just heard from Matthew Harmon. We will be hearing from our final presenter for the awards, and this time Scott Edam from CISA. Scott will be representing the CISA UWF team within the IT modernization category. Scott, over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for that introduction. And you're correct, I'm not Matt, but I am from DHS, so it's good to actually follow our DHS brethren. So I'm going to talk to you about a tool that we developed, my team developed, to help CISA respond more effectively to COVID-19. And basically, we were assisting our CISA COVID-19 task force. Real quick about our mission. So CISA works with partners to defend against today's threats and collaborates to build a more secure and resilient infrastructure. And they lead really the national effort to understand and manage and reduce risk, to our cyber and physical infrastructure. I'm on the cyber side in our cybersecurity division. Specifically, I'm in a group called Capability Delivery. So we build capability software applications to help our cyber operators complete their mission. Specifically, I'm part of the Unified Workflow Agile Release Train. And so we deliver integrated collaborative solutions that help provide end-to-end automation. Key to this is bringing visibility to leadership and then tying in some performance analytics. And this is to cover to help with both our internal and then our cross-cutting workflows. So workflows that cut across the different divisions that make up CISA and our cybersecurity division. And this is for services that are both for internal and external CISA stakeholders. So the COVID task force was stood up to help centralize CISA efforts to assist some of the entities that were supporting the nation's COVID response and Operation Warp Speed. So mainly private sector organizations that are either part of like the supply chain or healthcare or some way involved in helping the nation respond to COVID. And CISA would offer services such as cyber hygiene services or architectural reviews to kind of assess how an organization's IT security posture is. And so the challenge that the COVID task force was having, and CISA in general, was being able to track how we were providing this end-to-end outreach, engagement, and then ultimately fulfillment of some of these services to our stakeholders. There was no automated solution to address what is a very dynamic and rapidly evolving situation. It was really done brute force, if you will, reliance on emails, Excel, spreadsheets, sneaker nets, phone calls, and just manual task tracking. And whenever, so what this meant, there's not a lot of end-to-end visibility. There's not an ability to provide metrics or provide updates really and status to leadership about what's going on and who we were engaging with. And that was the real difficult part, because we've got leaders who want to go out and engage with some of like the high level CEOs of some of these organizations and offer CISA services, but they just don't know, and we weren't able to provide a clear picture of who we were engaged with, what services we had offered to them, what they wanted, what they didn't want, and such. And there was a lot of frustration from both our operators out in the field that are the first line engaging with these companies, and then from the folks back home that are actually providing some of these services that actually will deploy and go out on site at times and actually work with some of these entities. Our solution, whenever you hear tracking in email and tracking in Excel, ServiceNow is always a wonderful platform to be able to automate some of those workflows, and that's what gets our team really, going when they hear that stuff like that. So the ServiceNow platform, a cloud-based software as a service solution for us, and it's really all about quickly and efficiently digitizing workflows. We call it our tool On Track, and another nice thing about ServiceNow, it really allows you to develop quickly and rapidly and with a lot of flexibility. We were able to deliver a first prototype in 12 hours. Our mission that came from the folks that we needed to support, and these were senior leaders in CSD and CISA, was that we need you to move at the scale of hours and days, not weeks and months. And so we got prototypes out there, and then we were able to kind of continue to iterate and improve the tool as we went along. We built a tool, the tool consisted of an outreach tracking form so that we could track what services had been offered, what the client or what the organization, the entity had accepted or what they weren't interested in. And then the service support form, which helped the back end folks who are actually providing the services then indicate where they are in the status. There's logistics that go along with providing some of these services. And then an account form as well, which just provided a holistic view of what each organization was doing, who were their key contacts, what have we engaged on, what services were they signed up on, are the services complete, in process, or so forth. We then later enhanced this tool. We gave it a portal interface to make it a little bit more friendly to the user and provide more of a web-based, a web page sort of user experience. We improved dashboards and reports, which helped really with some of the daily meetings that the task force was holding. They would brief off of our ServiceNow application and use some of the dashboards and reports that were generated from the system as well. On Track connected the activities of multiple organizations across CISA, and these were organizations typically operating in their own systems. And like I said, much of the information prior to us bringing On Track in line was exchanged through emails and spreadsheets. And as soon as you send out a spreadsheet, it's obsolete and there's probably updates to be made. And also, which is important to notice, this was a nationwide solution for us. It wasn't just CISA headquarters. We were actually, this was an integrated tool, which even included like our regional operators. So spread out country, and we're able to kind of bring them together, give them a one-stop view on what the task force was doing with respect, to COVID. Here's a couple quick screenshots that I'll share with you. So this would be our homepage, and you can see here, this is just, you come here and you can get to wherever you need to go. You need to see a dashboard, you click here, it takes you to a dashboard. You want information about the accounts, you can click in here, search on an account, and you can there's filters on there. So if you want specific accounts that are in a specific a healthcare sector, you would be able to filter down and find that. If you then needed to create an outreach, you can do it from this page as well. If you're assigned outreaches, let's say, you'll be able to get to them from here. So this is your one-stop shop, and it even includes a roundup of some of the metrics. This is our outreach tracking form. So this is where you would catalog an outreach, and then it becomes the record that you can continue to refer to within ServiceNow, and it catalogs things: when the outreach occurred, what was the method we contacted, which organization. Critically here was the service history. So what we had offered, what they requested, what services were completed, and then what services declined. And this really allowed leadership to then pinpoint the conversations that they were having with these different groups. Here's an account summary view. So this is your holistic picture of everything that's going on for a specific account. You can see it on one page, and from here you can dig into other areas as well. That's really the tool that we developed. That's all the information I have to share. So I hand it over then to Kristen.
Thank you so much, Scott. That was excellent. And that does wrap it up for all of our presentations today. So next up, the exciting part, not that that wasn't exciting, those were exciting, but now we'll be announcing the awards. So for this session, I will turn it back over to ATARC's GITEC Committee Chair, John Sprague.
Thanks, Kirsten. We went a little over, but not too bad. There was a lot of great presentations. You know, we will now begin the award section of the program. It has been a jam-packed day, as we all saw. So just a reminder to nominees, if your name is called and you are online, please turn the camera on, say a few words. We are over, so probably not a lot of words, like, you know, maybe a couple minutes at the most. Before I start, I did want to say, Amin Kazi from IRS said it well earlier when he was talking, that there are a lot of really good ideas and projects out there in these other agencies that he hadn't seen before. So this kind of sharing is really good. And I totally agree with what he said. So up first, we will be announcing the winner of the Excellence in Cybersecurity Award. This award will spotlight a federal government team who exemplifies excellence in government cybersecurity through contributions to the programs that protect critical data and systems. The award will recognize a thought leader who has developed and operationalized innovative strategies or programs to address government cybersecurity challenges. For this award, we have Robert Henry from Fidelis Security helping present. Robert, if you're on, please take it away.
Great, thanks. Hopefully everybody can see me. Good afternoon, though. And for those of you who don't know, Fidelis Cybersecurity develops and delivers a cybersecurity platform that helps organizations quickly find and neutralize sophisticated threat actors across hybrid environments. With Fidelis, cyber operations teams can provide the proactive cyber defenses needed to safeguard data, assets, and services, no matter where they are in the cyber operational domain. Fidelis supports some of the most secure IT environments, and Fidelis Elevate and Fidelis Cloud Passage Halo have been relied upon to find, stop, and remediate some of the world's most high-profile security attacks in commercial, enterprise, and government sectors. Today, it is our pleasure to announce the Excellence in Cybersecurity Award. This award spotlights a government team that exemplifies excellence in government cybersecurity through their contributions to programs that protect critical data and systems. The award recognizes a thought leader who has developed and operationalized innovative strategies or programs to address government cybersecurity challenges. Without further ado, as we are over, the winning project for this category is the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for Mobile Security. The team lead is Doug Anderson. Doug, I think you're online. Just a quick note, the government organization here recognizes that cybersecurity is a public necessity, and more state and local governments embrace this responsibility with next generation solutions and programs to protect their citizens through on-device mobile security. This team worked to implement a mobile security initiative for the LA Metro, delivering citizens a defense against malicious cyber activity on multiple devices across Wi-Fi networks and beyond. This application provides the public with alerts about risks, threats, and attacks, including connections to unsecured networks, and provides residents with the peace of mind that the personal data on their devices is consistently safe. Congratulations, Doug, and to your team.
Wow. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the nomination. Thanks for the opportunity to present. It comes as a big surprise. I'm glad that we could share. I think that this forum that you have is, I'm going to be honest with you, this is the first year I've seen it and participated, and I think it's an excellent forum for sharing the experiences that we have. There's a huge amount of talent, as you indicated, on this platform, and there's a lot to be gained, whether you win or not. But again, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it, and wish the best for everybody else today. Thank you.
All right. Congrats, Doug. That's awesome. Up next, we'll be presenting on the Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics Award. This award recognizes a federal government team for their demonstrable effort to promote AI technology and innovation in the federal government as a whole, and for their methods to increase efficiency, reduce cost using cutting-edge AI technologies. The winner of this award are the, next slide, is the COVID Provider Relief Fund. So congratulations, Team Lead Joe Roach, Director, Division of Financial Policy Analysis and Control at OMB. I'm sorry, at the Office of Budget and Finance, Office of Operations. If you're on, if you could say a word or two. I don't know if Joe's on. All right. All right, well, thank you very much for that. And next up is we'll be presenting on the Workforce Innovation Award recipient. This award showcases outstanding achievement by a federal government team in advancing reskilling, upskilling, and change management among federal workforce to prepare employees for future work while aligning improved productivity with employee retention and satisfaction. The winner of this award is, next slide, the Federal Cdo Council Data Skills. And team lead is Tom Beach, if you're on, Federal Cdo Council Data Skills Working Group Chair.
Yes, this is Tom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Congrats.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all for recognizing the good work that's being done throughout, and it's a great honor to be a part of this team, and I'm really thankful for advocating the Cdo Council and the importance of data skills. I think the mantra is we can build things, but they will not come and they will not learn unless we provide this kind of component. So thanks again, and I wish everyone a happy holidays and a much appreciated. It's a great team effort. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Tom. I appreciate it. Up next, we'll be presenting on the IT Modernization Award. This award celebrates initiatives that enable agencies to better deliver their services to the American public. This federal government team has embarked on an IT-related modernization endeavor in pursuit of improved efficiency, increased digitization, streamlined processes, reduced operational costs, and other gains to the benefit of the nation. And the winner is, next slide, CMS, CPI API Gateway. Eric Royal, are you on? He's the Director of Division of Provider Systems Management, CMS CPI. Eric, are you
This is
on?
Bala Jayarajan. I'm going to speak on behalf of Eric Royal. He's on the call. He's a mistake today. So thank you for the award. We appreciate this opportunity, and we feel motivated by this to continue the good work. Thanks all. It was an inspiration to see all the innovations around us in the government space. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bala. Appreciate it very much. All right. Next up, we'll be presenting on the Advanced DevOps Award. And we have Ben Boykin from FNAFI to announce the winner. Ben, you want to take it away?
Sure. Good day. My name is Ben Boykin. I'm the Vice President of Public Sector for Benify. I'd like to thank and congratulate each of the nominees for your invaluable contributions this year. We've heard many of the exciting initiatives today that are undoubtedly improving the diversity, inclusivity, speed, security, and efficiency for government services as we know it. It's such an honor to be here in your company, even if still virtually. On behalf of Benify, we'd like to say thank you for your service and congratulations on these tremendous accomplishments. For those of you who don't know us, Benify is an inventor and market leader in machine identity management, a Gartner category that focuses on both protecting and securing machine identities management while enabling agencies so they can be fast, secure. In this world of digital identity and zero trust, our mission at Benify is to enable agencies with the ability to identify and automate the management of machine identities for devices, containers, applications, and authenticated code such that security is enabled to monitor and validate machine identity trust. Lastly, we here at Benify focus on enabling agencies to accelerate their adoption of modern applications and cloud-native deployment to meet agency security requirements at the speed of DevOps. With that said, it's with great pleasure that I get to announce the winner of this year's Advancing DevOps Award. This award honors the efforts and achievements of a federal government team operating within the DevOps space and successfully overcoming cultural, organizational, and technology implementation challenges while adopting DevOps tools and methodologies to advance their agency mission. Without further ado, the winner of the Advanced DevOps Award is the National Science Foundation DevSecOps team. With the formation of the DevSecOps team at NSF, their team established a strong CI/CD development environment and successfully transitioned over 20 applications to the cloud. Team lead is William Dawes, branch chief, National Science Foundation. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. This is a huge honor to accept this on behalf of our DevSecOps team at National Science Foundation. Really a lot of great presentations today about changing culture. I hope to learn more from everyone here and stay involved. This is my first time here, like some others. This is a really great forum, and I really appreciate this award. And I think that the things that we have yet to do are probably going to be the most exciting at NSF and across the government. So thank you very much.
Thank you, William, and congratulations. Thank you, Ben, for bringing that in. Appreciate it very much. Up next, we'll be presenting on the Tackling Climate Crisis and Promoting Green Government Award. This award will applaud a federal government team who has identified avenues and pursued actions to implement green initiatives within their organization. The nominee has inspired, launched, steered, invested in, and contributed to a meaningful effort to battle climate change in alignment with the administration's objectives. And the winner is Zep-Air app. Their team lead is Stephanie Crystal. Are you on, Stephanie?
Hi, John. Yes, I am. Thank you so much for the nomination, and thank you so much. We're absolutely thrilled. I know my team is screaming watching this and really excited, and especially all of our partners will be thrilled to hear this. Obviously, climate change is a huge priority for this administration, and we're really happy to be able to provide some really hard, actionable data for our personnel, U.S. citizens, and especially work closely with our partners, both within state and in the interagency and public sector to bring all this really important health data and climate change data to them. So thank you all so much, and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Up next, we'll be presenting on the COVID-19 Response Award. This award will revere the efforts of a federal government team to respond to the unprecedented challenges of a worldwide pandemic to ensure that employees are safe, employed, and informed. The award will recognize innovation, flexibility, adaptability, and consistency in creating secure, efficient, and collaborative remote and hybrid workplace environments, accessibility to tools and technology, and redesign of policies and processes to meet and serve the varied needs of both the federal government and U.S. citizens. And the winner is, next slide, the Office of Information and Technology COVID-19 Scrum Team. And the lead is Miss Susan Perez, Chief of Staff, Office of Information and Technology, Virginia. Are you on, Susan?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for the nomination. Thank you for the award. Really, I am so proud to bring this back to the team. What an amazing crew that we worked with. And it is a privilege. It's a privilege to serve veterans every day in this space. And it is a greater privilege when we invoke fourth mission and get to stand up and serve the nation the way that our healthcare community did, and we were able to support. So thank you again, and I am happy and proud to represent and relay it to the team.
Congrats, Susan, and thank you. All right, up next, we'll be presenting on promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, DEI, in the Federal Workforce Award. This award will commend a federal government team for their efforts to model the principles outlined in this government-wide initiative. They have implemented programs, spread awareness, expanded DEIA training, removed barriers, addressed harassment, and taken other actions to ensure that all employees are treated with dignity and respect. And the winner is, next slide, the Social Security Administration 508 of the Rehabilitation Act program. Team lead is Pierce Crowell of the, is a director of Section 508 program. Pierce, are you still on? Pierce, are you on? I know we just heard from Pierce a little while ago. So, all right, thank you. And congratulations, Pierce and the whole team. All right, up next, we'll be presenting on the Digital Experience Award. This award will be presented to a federal government team for promoting exceptional citizen service experiences through the use of digital technology. They have implemented best practices to radically improve the experience of government and push the boundaries to build customer-centric human connections in our digital world. For this award, I'm sorry, I started saying some of the things that Kevin is going to say. Kevin, I'm so sorry about that. Kevin Cochran, are you on from SVP? Product Marketing and Acquire? Kevin, are you on?
I'll be presenting for Kevin.
We got an echo. If everyone can mute their mics.
Can you hear me, John?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, I'll be presenting on behalf of Kevin. For those of you who don't know Acquia, we deliver the digital experience platform that meets unique standards required by the public sector without sacrificing speed and standards by the private sector. Today, we have the pleasure of announcing the Digital Experience Award. This award will be presented to the federal government team for promoting exceptional citizen service and experience through the use of digital technology. They have implemented best practices to radically improve the experience of government and push the boundaries to build customer-centric human connections in our digital world. Without further ado, the winning project for this category is Payment Strategy and Innovation Division Team, led by Brett Smith, Director, Bureau of the Fiscal Service. Congratulations.
Kevin, are you on? I'm sorry, Brett Smith, are you on? Brett Smith, Director of Bureau of Physical Services, are you still on? I know we were getting a lot of echo there, unfortunately, right at the end too. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it very much. And that is it. That is all our rewards. Congratulations to all the nominees. And Kirsten, back to you.
You said it the best, John. Thank you so much to everyone involved, and we really look forward to next year's. But in the short term, we do have our next event on December 16th at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and this one is titled "Dear Security Compliance and Auditors, We're Sorry, Love DevOps." So please go register for that, and we will see you there. Everyone enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye.